Qin Guanyun, why are you always distracted? Ah. I came back to my senses suddenly, my heart was full of shock and confusion. Have I traveled through time? Where is this? The next moment, a huge amount of information flooded into my mind like a tide. It turned out that I traveled through time, and this body was the same as in my previous life, also named Qin Guanyun, and also had a happy family of 3. It is now past 9 o'clock in the evening. My classmates and I are sending a blind transfer student home. As time goes by, the other classmates have gone home, leaving only 5 or 6 of us. Okay, squad leader, you guys continue to send Lin Chia off. I'm going home from here. Wang Xiao left the team and waved goodbye to his classmates. What? Lin Chia? I was shocked. Did I travel to the world of slaying God? I couldn't hear a word of what my classmates said next. I was frantically digesting this information in my mind. This is the old city of Tsangnan City. After the evening self-study, I sent Lin Chia home. There were 5 or 6 of us. My temples were throbbing. The ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. I tried my best to recall the original plot in my mind. Oh no, run. I didn't care about anything else and just wanted to pull Lin Chia away quickly. Qin Guanyun, you are here. Ah. A shrill scream interrupted the words of squad leader Jiang Qian. It came from the alley where Wang Xiao just turned. Wang Xiao. Jiang Qian, Li Fei, and Lu Yuan looked at each other and immediately ran in the direction where the voice came from. I didn't care about Lin Chia's feelings as he was in a daze, and I pulled him and ran in the opposite direction. No, I have to go. They are going to escort me home. I have to at least go and see what happened. Lin Chia said while standing in place. No need to go. I tell you, it's the ghost-faced man Wang Xiao has been killed by the ghost-faced man Jiang Qian and the others will just be there to deliver food. Hey! Lin Chia, wait for me, don't run so fast. Before I finished speaking, Lin Chia had already run away in the opposite direction. His hands and feet were so agile that he didn't look like a blind man. Lin Chia and I ran in opposite directions, one in front and one behind. No, Chia, why is the smell getting stronger? Lin Chia and I stopped at the same time and looked at the manhole cover not far away. Clang, the manhole cover was blown off, and a humanoid monster emerged from the sewer. On the monster's head was a ghost face, pale and twisted, with a scarlet tongue swaying back and forth. It ran towards us on all 4s like a brown bear. The monster was extremely fast and approached us in just 3 or 2 steps. Lin Chia and I had no time to react and hurriedly ran to the side alley. The monster was very fast in a straight line, but it didn't seem to be that sensitive when turning. We used the alley to deal with the monster, praying in our hearts that someone would come to rescue us. Clang. Suddenly, a manhole cover in front of us flew off, and another monster emerged from the sewer. We hurriedly stopped and turned to run back. Bump. The monster that had chased us at first also caught up with us. It leaped high into the air, then dropped from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground, blocking our escape route. How many ghost-faced men are there in total? I was a little confused. This world seemed to be different from the original novel. At this time, Lin Chia and I were blocked in the middle by 2 ghost-faced men, with high walls on both sides, and no way to escape. Okay, 1 for each of us. I believe you can do it, Lin Chia, I said. Are you so confident in us? I definitely have confidence in you, but I can't say the same about myself. In fact, during the escape, I found that I seemed to have awakened the Forbidden Ruins. My physical fitness seemed to be gradually improving, and my strength was slowly increasing, as if it was twice as much as before, and my reaction speed also seemed to be faster. Before I could think about it, the 2 ghost-faced men had already jumped up and rushed up at the same time. Lin Chia and I dodged sideways at the same time. Because of my improved physical fitness, I dodged more calmly. However, Lin Chia's ribbon on his head was cut by the ghost-faced man's sharp claws, leaving a scar on his temple. Is it time for the seraph to appear? If he doesn't, I will be back. The ghost-faced man rushed up again, and I quickly focused on him. The evil wind blew, and the ghost-faced man's long forelimbs whipped me first. The stench and momentum emanating from the ghost-faced man made me breathless. I stared closely at the ghost-faced man's claws, and his speed didn't seem to be as fast as at the beginning. I have become stronger. The speed of the ghost-faced man should be twice that of an ordinary person. I have also reached this level. It is no problem to dodge the attack. If I want to fight back, I have to find a weapon that suits me. After all, its strength is 4 times that of an ordinary person, and I am now twice as strong as an ordinary person. Qin Guanyin rolled over to avoid the claw of the ghost-faced man. He picked up the mop that was standing by the wall and poked it at the ghost-faced man's face. The ghost-faced man let out a low growl and twisted his 2 front limbs towards the mop handle. Click. The mop broke with a sound. Due to inertia, Qin Guanyin staggered and fell towards the ghost-faced man holding half of the mop. Qin Guanyin took advantage of the situation and rolled over again, getting behind the ghost-faced man. Qin Guanyin gritted his teeth, took the half-broken mop stick and poked it towards the ghost-faced man's anus, regardless of whether the monster had this organ or not. But Qin Guanyin made a fatal mistake and ignored the monster's tail. Brush. The ghost-faced man's tail was even faster, like a tangled mass of steel bars, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and hitting Qin Guanyin's right arm. Qin Guanyin had no time to dodge. After all, he was just a baby of 200 months old in his previous life and had never received any fighting training. Facing the ferocious ghost-faced man, he could only dodge twice, which had already consumed most of his energy. Qin Guanyin did not feel the severe pain he had imagined. His right arm was intact, but there was a deep wound near the monster's butt. Roar. The monster roared. Qin Guanyin said that blessings have come to his heart. This is the second forbidden place I awakened. It can transfer damage. It is not yet highly developed, and the type, scope and degree of transferred damage are limited. 2 forbidden ruins, this gives us some chance of winning. Qin Guanyin took a deep breath and almost fainted. He adjusted his state and prepared to fight a desperate battle with the ghost-faced man, at least to hold on until the night watch came to rescue him. It was indeed painful for the ghost-faced man to be hit by his own tail, but he managed to withstand it thanks to his strong physical fitness. Puff. The ghost-faced man turned around quickly, exerted force with all 4 limbs at the same time, stepped on the dust on the ground, and pounced towards Qin Guanyin. Qin Guanyin understood that his physical strength was far inferior to that of the monsters, and if he wanted to win, he could only rely on his 2 forbidden ruins. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to injure 10 fingers. Facing the ghost-faced man who was charging at him with all his strength, Qin Guanyin did not dodge at all. Instead, he smiled, stared at the ghost-faced man's neck, and spread out his arms, holding a staff in one hand and a palm in the other. Bump. Qin Guanyin felt as if he was hit by a BYD car at 100 km per hour and was flying. Bump. Qin Guanyin fell to the ground, rolled several times, spitting blood, and his stomach churning. Crack. A teeth-grinding sound was heard, and the ghost-faced man's hard neck seemed to be hit hard by a blunt object. Gurgle, gurgle. The ghost-faced man's pale head fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Ahem, this time I'm exaggerating. It hurts me so much. It seems that the damage transfer is limited at the moment. I can't even take on a full-force attack from a ghost-faced man. I felt a little dizzy and my body felt hollowed out. Qin Guanyin held onto the wall, slowly stood up, and looked towards Lin Chiye. Suddenly, a blazing beam of light burst out from Lin Chiye and went straight to the sky. The dark night at this moment was as bright as day. Wife, come out and see God. Qin Guanyin suddenly thought of this sentence. After a while, the light column disappeared, and Lin Chiye fought with the ghost-faced man again. Lin Chiye, who awakened the mortal realm of God, became much stronger. He finally stabbed half of his guide stick into the ghost-faced man's eye socket and killed him. Qin Guanyin and Lin Chiye looked at each other and smiled, with a hint of, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and, heroes appreciate each other. Suddenly, Qin Guanyin saw Lin Chiye's face change. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he smelled a fishy odor. Qin Guanyin turned around quickly, but saw only a ghost-faced man covered in blood and a headless corpse leaning against the wall and slowly falling down. Is there a third ghost-faced man? The one that was chasing Jiang Qian and the others. This headless corpse is me. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Guanyun's head fell to the ground and rolled several times. It's so bright. What is that? Is it light? Quick, take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. What a lousy phone. As soon as I turned on the camera, the beam of light disappeared. Quick, it's coming again, this beam of light is brighter, take a picture of it. The 2 consecutive beams of light were so dazzling that the entire Changnan city noticed them. On the other side, the old town. Where's Lao Zhao? Go chase the 3 ghost-faced men who escaped. Can he handle 3 of them? You guys underestimate him too much. I hope these 3 ghost-faced men won't cause casualties among ordinary people. As soon as the words fell, a beam of blazing light shot up into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky. Several people turned their heads to look at the same time, filled with shock. That is, what kind of forbidden ruins is that? How can it be so powerful? This doesn't look like a forbidden ruins. Could it be a divine ruins? What? This breath is fiery and powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this is God Code 003, the Angel King Michael. After a while, the beam of light dissipated, and the members of the Night Watch team looked at each other in surprise. Suddenly, another dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire Changnan city. What's going on? Is this the end? Who is this god? This breath is sacred and full of vitality, Wu Xiangnan said word by word. If I'm not mistaken, it should be God Code 002, Yolanda. This night is destined to be an extraordinary night. The great era is coming. When Qi Ma exclaimed. You're so big, let's go, it's time to call it a day. Hong Ying slapped Wen Qi Mo on the head. Where is this? My head hurts. Eh? Where's my head? Qin Guanyun's consciousness slowly awakened in the boundless darkness. You did really well, kid. A gentle voice sounded. The boundless darkness receded, and a tall old man slowly emerged with a golden halo floating above his head. The old man was dressed in a simple robe, his brown hair covered his peaceful forehead, his eyes were bright and gentle, revealing endless love and compassion, and his body radiated warmth, tolerance, and wisdom. The old man stretched out his broad palm, slowly took off the halo on his head, and gently placed it on Qin Guanyun's head. Resurrection, my child. Qin Guanyun regained consciousness again, his body was intact, and even the number 2 middle school uniform became clean. I should have awakened the divine ruins. It was Yolanda who bestowed upon me the resurrection. I haven't heard of this in the original book. God Code 001 Leviathan did not bestow the ruins of God, so the covenant bestowed by God Code 002 Yilan was sequence 001. The ruins of God, resurrection, he bestowed again should be 002, right? I have fully understood the ability of resurrection. The most urgent thing now is to find a safe place and hide my inspiration circle. From Lin Chie's perspective, he saw a flash of white light, and Qin Guanyun, whose head had just been moved, appeared again intact, with an extra halo on his head. Lin Chie, Sigma, degree winky face. He didn't even bother to take care of the ghost-faced men who attacked again. At the critical moment, a figure fell from the night sky. It was a middle-aged man in a dark red cloak, who blocked the monster. Call. Qin Guanyun breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Kongqing is here, and Lin Chie is safe. Qin Guanyun waved to Lin Chie, turned and left. On the way home. Fortunately, there was no one there, otherwise I would have been scared seeing a high school student with a halo on his head. Shinshu Sequence 002, Resurrection, you can revive infinitely until you and your aura are destroyed at the same time. Where do I hide my aura? How can I keep it safest? The aura is a magical thing that can be touched, destroyed by high-level energy, or turned into an illusion and hidden in certain concepts. To be precise, the aura is a kind of sustenance, and it can exist in anything you can think of or see. Yes, I have thought of a place that is absolutely safe. The halo above Qin Guanyun's head suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in another time and space that was not in the same concept, on Earth, in all images and text expressions, in everyone's cognition, Yolanda's aura flashed. Ha ha ha, now I'm absolutely safe. I'm hiding in a world that is not even a conceptual world. What's the matter with the black goat and the white goat? Kill me if you dare. What door key, window key? Can you find my aura? After hiding the aura, Qin Guanyin felt relieved. He no longer had to worry about dying. Infinite resurrection alone is not useful. What if an NPC is infinitely refreshed and is imprisoned by someone and cannot die? Qin Guanyin felt a little depressed again. But I still have two forbidden places. One is that I become stronger when facing a strong opponent. When I encounter a strong opponent or obstacle, my physical fitness and mental strength will become stronger until the moment of death. The enhancement will reach double the effect, and it will return to its original state after I stop using the forbidden places. Wait, Shinshu, resurrection, is to revive the body's state before death and restore it to its best form. If one does not stop using the forbidden ruins and dies directly, then one will resurrect to an enhanced physical state. Hum. Qin Guanyin laughed like a pig. He really is worthy of being the Shinshu of Sequence 002. He is too powerful. As for the remaining forbidden ruins, transferring damage is a bit useless. I am not afraid of death and even want to die. Why do I need to transfer damage? Wait, can I transfer other people's harm to myself? It seems that if I want to better develop these two forbidden ruins, I need to join the Night's Watch. Well, just follow Lin Chiye, you will definitely be able to join. I will go to his house to find him tomorrow. Qin Guanyin's family also lives in the old city, a few alleys away from Lin Chiye's home. There have been a lot of accidents today. It's almost 12 o'clock. Mom and Dad should be worried. According to his memory, after passing an intersection and turning a corner, Qin Guanyin saw the building where his home was located. There was only one house with the lights on, and that was his. Qin Guanyin suddenly felt his nose a little sour. His parents were like this in his previous life. When he went home in high school, every time he returned home, his parents would wait for him to get home before going to bed, no matter how late or tired they were. I don't know if I can go back to my original world. I have the impression that the family relationships in this body are very good. So I will bring my filial piety from my previous life to this world and treat my parents in this life well. Dad, Mom, I'm back. As soon as the door was opened, Kola pounced on him, jumping around Qin Guanyin, shaking his little butt, which was covered with a pair of sanitary pants. Coke is a 2-year-old sister corgi, with a big collared tee and a Ferrari chassis. I'm glad you're back. I'm going to sleep first. Father Qin didn't say much. When he saw that his son was clean, he went back to his room to rest. Qin Guanyin knew that his father was the workshop foreman and was usually very busy. He got up early and went to bed early. Recently, it seemed that a new batch of parts had arrived at the factory, which made Qin's father even busier than usual. I just called the teacher, and he said that you and your classmates went to send a blind classmate. Is the way far? If it is far, don't send him next time and go home earlier. No, Mom. There were many classmates who were sending him there. Plus, he's blind, so his hands and feet aren't very flexible, and he's not very familiar with the road, so it took a little time. I won't do that next time. Okay, are you hungry? Want something to eat? Mommy will make it for you. No need, Mom, you should take a rest. I'll take a shower and go to bed. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Qin Guanyin slowly thought about what happened today and his plans for the future. Compared with the original work, this world seems to have undergone subtle changes. Is it the butterfly effect caused by me? Should I not interfere with the development of the plot, or should I just do what I want? Unfortunately, I have only watched Slaying the Gods twice, and I can't remember many of the plots. What will happen next? It seemed that Zhao Kongqing was killed by the Ghostface King, and then the Nanda snake demon broke out. What happened next? I can't remember for now. In the end, it seemed that Lin Chiye put away the mortal divine realm, and all the people in Sangnan 10 years ago were wiped out. No, I have to stop this tragedy. As he was thinking, Qin Guanyin fell into a deep sleep. Peace office. What's wrong, Lao Zhao? You look like that. Are you heartbroken? Did your wife run away with someone? I met the two people with the golden forbidden ruins last night. Hearing this, everyone stopped. Are those two suspected agents of Michael and Jelland? Well, they are just ordinary high school students. It's a pity that they both ran away. Ah. The kid who was suspected of being Michael's agent said he was going to get his school bag and ran away while I wasn't paying attention. The other kid who was suspected of being Yellen's agent was even more cunning. As soon as he saw that I could deal with the ghost-faced man, he immediately ran away without a trace. What did I do? I didn't even see what he looked like. But they are all wearing the uniforms of number 2 middle school. I will go to the school gate to block Agent Michael today. As long as I block him, the other one will not be able to escape. Early the next morning, Qin Guanyin got up normally. Qin's father had already gone to work. Qin's mother was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and Coke was jumping under Qin's feet. When Qin Guanyin finished washing up, Qin's mother just brought breakfast to the table, and Coke also followed and circled under the table. Xiaoyun, which of your classmates has a dog? Kiki seems to be in heat recently. Which dog do you think is good? Can you breed it? Ah. Why don't you ask my dad? There should be a lot of people who keep dogs in their factory. He gets up early and goes to bed late every day. There is no time to talk to him. Okay, then I'll ask. It would be best if it was a corgi, but other breeds would be fine too. Find one that's good-looking and smart. Well, I do know that a classmate has a dog at home. It must be a male. I heard that it is very handsome, very smart, and very human. I just don't know if it is willing. Of course I'm not willing. At worst we can give them a red envelope or some gifts, and then give them a few more when they have a baby. Yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't matter if it doesn't want to, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't want to, as long as his mother is willing, ha ha ha. What are you talking about, kid? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Hurry up and go to school after you finish eating. Don't be late. Remember what I said. This dog barks every day and it makes me annoyed. I should have neutered it earlier. Qin Guanyin said he went to school, but actually he didn't. He went to Lin Chie's house, intending to discuss the matter of pairing a dog with him. When passing by the supermarket, Qin Guanyin also bought a few pounds of eggs and some fruits. Lin Chie's home was easy to find. It was just in those alleys. I asked around to see if there was a blind mentally ill person nearby. I found it after asking a few people. Dong dong. Who is it? What's the matter? Woof woof woof. Qin Guanyin had just knocked on the door twice when he heard a soft response and a muffled dog barking from inside. Although Qin Guanyin came early, Lin Chie was no longer at home. His aunt was working the night shift and was sleeping. Yang Jin packed his school bag and was about to go out. I'm Lin Chie. I ran into some trouble on the way home last night. I came to see him today and asked him to go to school with me. Box. When the door opened, Qin Guanyin saw a little boy, who was dressed simply but neatly and cleanly, with bright eyes. Following him was a little black dog with shiny fur, which stared at Qin Guanyin vigilantly. Hello, you are Lin Chie's younger brother, right? Is he at home? While Qin Guanyin was speaking, he kept looking at the man and the dog. Is this kid Yang Jian, the true lord of Qingyuan Miaodao? Although he is young, he can't hide his high spirits and good temperament. Is this little black dog Xiao Tian dog? Yes, it is a male, really good, and a good match for my Coke. I hope they can love each other and give birth to 8 children. Qin Guanyin had a half-smile on his face, which made Xiao Haila feel a little uneasy. My brother went out for something, and my mother is sleeping, so let's not disturb her. Okay, then I'll put my things down and tell him that his deskmate Qin Guanyin was here. Thank you. I'll tell my brother when he gets home. Yang Jin didn't hesitate to take the fruit and eggs and put them on the table. Qin Guanyin took a look around. The furnishings in the room were simple but clean and tidy. What was most noticeable was the award certificates hanging on the walls, including those from Yang Jin, Lin Chie, and even his aunt's Excellent Employee award. Come in and sit for a while and have a drink of water. No, no, I still have to go to school. I don't want to disturb Auntie's rest. Watching Qin Guanyin leave, Yang Jin frowned, looked at Xiao Hailo, and said, "This Qin Guanyin is a little strange. He gives me the feeling of the monkey who made a riot in the heavenly palace after ticking the book of life and death. Weird. Woof. You don't like him? Is there something wrong with his eyes? Does he want to sell you out? I think that's quite normal. Woof woof." Qin Guanyin left Lin Chie's house and walked towards school, thinking as he walked. Well, the goal of pairing a dog has not been achieved yet, but it is not without results. We still have to make long-term plans. The world of God Slayer is full of crises. Not to mention the distant outer gods and ancient gods, the nearby mysteries are also a huge threat. If I want to survive in this world, I must improve my strength as quickly as possible. Although I have resurrection, and am not afraid of death, my family is afraid. What's more, although I am not afraid of death, what if the enemy imprisoned me, controlled my body, and made it impossible for me to die? Therefore, I must improve my mental strength as quickly as possible, at least to the point where I can die at will. With the help of another forbidden ruin, death can make you stronger, so I have to die a few times to improve my strength. As Qin Guanyin walked, he found an overpass and suddenly felt excited. Do you think I will become stronger if I jump off this bridge? This bridge isn't very high. It would be so embarrassing if I didn't die from the fall. In the end, Qin Guanyin did not choose to jump off the bridge. No, the most urgent thing is not to go to school. I have to find Team 136 first, join the night watch, and find out what is forbidden on my body. Qin Guanyin waved for a taxi. Master, go to the peace office. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Guanyin saw a pair of long and beautiful legs, straight on the desk. She was leaning on the chair, her face covered by a book, The Actor's Self-Cultivation, her hands clasped in front of her chest, dragging a pair of huge things, and a long black box stood by the wall. Who is it? What's the matter? A captivating voice came from under the book. Hello, I am Jehovah's agent, I want to join the night watch. Snap. Chairs fell over and books flew. What? Wait a minute. Hong Ying got up, picked up the long box with one hand, pulled Qin Guanyin with the other, and ran downstairs. Peace office, underground. In the spacious and bright hall, 6 people surrounded a high school student. Hello, classmate. My name is Wu Xiangnan. I am the deputy captain of the Night Watch Squad 136 stationed in Sangnan City. The one wearing black is the captain, Chen Mai. Chen Mai, who was leaning against the pillar, nodded. As far as I know, Lao Zhao has not seen you yet. How do you know the Night Watchman and find this place? Wu Xiangnan spoke again. Last night, after Yolanda came to look for me, he encountered a carriage flying in the air. The old men in the carriage asked me to come here. Qin Guanyin had already thought of an excuse. It is already very credible that I can describe the master's appearance. Why would you go to him to verify it? Carriage? Could it be him? Chen Mai thought thoughtfully. If I'm not mistaken, the person in the carriage you saw should be one of the 5 ceilings of humanity, known as one sword, one rider, one Zun, one nothingness, and one master among masters. Captain Chen Mai said in a deep voice. For a high school student to say master, it is basically true. More importantly, Yolanda is a god from the good camp. Night Watch Squad 136, Frontal Combat Force, Wenqimo. Night Watch Squad 136, Combat Support, Part-Time Military Doctor, Si Xiaonan. Now I remember that I want to be an undercover agent who is a good person. Night Watch Squad 136, Long-Range Fire Support, Leng Xian. The cold-blooded sniper seemed to have sacrificed himself in the end. Night Watch Squad 136, Frontal Combat Force, Hong Ying. The long-legged beauty who first received me seemed to be a wealthy woman. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. Have you seen Yilan? What did he say to you? Wu Xiangnan knew that Yolanda was a god from the good camp, so out of caution he asked again. Yes, he said to me, you did a really good job, kid. Wuxiangnan. Let me give you a brief introduction. 100 years ago, fog covered the world, leaving only the pure land of Daxia. It is rumored that the gods of Daxia are guarding this land. After that, we observed the first mythical creature, the Chaos Dragon Leviathan. We codenamed it 001. The biochemical creatures discovered subsequently were numbered in sequence. Yeland was the second mythical creature we observed. Fortunately, he was in the good camp. In addition to these mythical creatures, we Night's Watch deal with more mysteries, most of which are derived from rural legends. The ghost-faced man you encountered last night is one of them. Children born after the fog descends have a chance to develop strange powers in their bodies. After being stimulated by special circumstances, they can develop powers similar to those of a domain. They vary from person to person, and we call them forbidden ruins. Wait a minute, can a person only own one forbidden ruins? Qin Guanyun couldn't quite remember how this was set up in the original novel. That's right. A person can only have one forbidden ruins. Then why do I feel like there are two of me? Not counting the divine ruins bestowed by the gods, it is the power that Yelan gave you last night. Yes, I mean besides this, I also have two unique abilities. Swish. Everyone stood up. Please describe these two abilities. They may be two manifestations of the same forbidden ruins. One ability is to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. When I encounter a strong opponent, my physical fitness and mental strength will become stronger. After I stop using the forbidden ruins, they will return to their original state. The other is that I can transfer the damage I'm taking to somewhere I'm focusing my attention on. Everyone was silent and looked at Captain Chen Mai. If nothing unexpected happens, they are indeed two forbidden ruins, the high-risk forbidden ruins sequence 092, transplantation, and sequence 093, become stronger when encountered stronger. Sigma, degree winky face. Oh. Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of anyone having two forbidden ruins, both of which were high-risk forbidden ruins, and there was also a divine ruin. Two high-risk forbidden ruins, plus a divine ruins, how is this possible? I give up. Is this a human or an animal? Some people don't have any forbidden ruins, while others have three. Leng Xian's cheek twitched. Zhao Kongqing, who was guarding the school gate, sneezed. Wu Xiangnan calmed himself down and continued, you are very lucky. We Night Watchmen have records of these two forbidden ruins, so you don't have to search from scratch. This was my primary reason for joining the Night's Watch, and it's well worth it. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 092, transferring flowers and trees, you can transfer the damage you receive. When your realm is raised, you can plant a mark on the target you want to protect, called a flower, and plant a mark on the target you want to transfer damage to, called a tree. When the flower is damaged, it will automatically transfer to the tree. Of course, the number and duration of the flower and tree are related to your realm. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 093, become stronger when encountering stronger forces. The effect of this Forbidden Ruins is relatively simple. Just like its name, it becomes stronger when encountering stronger forces. When you encounter crises, obstacles, dangers, etc., it will comprehensively enhance you, including your physical fitness and mental strength. After you stop using the Forbidden Ruins, you will return to your original state. The effect and duration of the enhancement are also related to your realm. The ability, strength, and range of the Forbidden Ruins will increase as the Master's spiritual power increases. Based on this, we divide it into 6 realms. In the realm of a cup, the spiritual force is like water in a cup. Pond realm, spiritual power is like the water in the pond. In the river realm, spiritual power is like flowing water. Sea realm, spiritual power is like the water in the sea. In the infinite realm, the spiritual power is almost infinite. In the Klein realm, spiritual power is inexhaustible and can break the dimension of space, just like a Klein bottle. You are currently at the Lantern realm, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Before you receive formal training, you must first learn how to save your life. By the way, what is your divine ruin? Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. Resurrection, I can resurrect on the spot unlimited times and restore my condition. Qin Guanyun didn't say the rest of the sentence. Sigma, sigma, degree winky face. Oh. Hashtag. The 6 people were shocked again. Although everyone knows that this divine ruin should have a door, it is still very abnormal. It can only be said that it is worthy of the ranking of sequence 002 gods. Is this still a human being? Is this an animal? It's not fair. Why is he so perverted? Does this make sense? Wait a minute. I think I've thought of a more serious problem. When you encounter danger, become stronger. When encountered, stronger will be activated and you will become stronger. Then you die, and then you resurrect. After resurrection, you are the same as before or after the enhancement. Well, it's enhanced, I'm not sure. Qin Guanyun did not give a definite answer. Come on, let's try it. Wen Qima said suddenly. Leng Xian slowly raised his sniper rifle, and Wen Qima and Si Xiaonan also looked over with serious eyes. This picture is wrong, Captain, don't shoot. It's me. It's me. Qin Guanyun suddenly thought of Chen Paisai. Stop. What do you want to do? Hong Ying shouted, although I won't die, it hurts a lot. Although we won't die, the fear of facing death is real. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan looked at the scar on his palm with a look of pain on his face. Don't make jokes like this anymore, do you hear me? Captain Chen Mai scolded. Okay, it's just a joke, hee hee. Si Xiaonan stuck out his tongue. Are you sure you are kidding? Why do your eyes look red? Are you sure you are not jealous? But I want to try it too, Omega. Xiao Qin, this is the end of your literacy training. You should learn these first, and Qi Mo will slowly teach you the specific details later. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan summarized today's conversation. Wait a minute, can Hong Ying teach me? I know her better, and we are closer in age, so we have more in common. Red tassel. Wen Qima, hashtag. That's about it. You'll know the rest later. By the way, you are still a temporary member of the team. You have no salary and no standard equipment. However, we have submitted your application. After a few months, when you finish the training camp, you can officially join us. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. After an in-depth and easy-to-understand communication with Hong Ying, Qin Guanyun once again became familiar with the basic rules of this world, which were exactly the same as in the original book. Don't call me sister, I may not be older than you. I spent the whole morning at the Hepping office and it was already afternoon when I returned to school. Boy, if you see another boy, remember to notify me. Zhao Kongqing, who was guarding the school gate, had received the news that Qin Guanyun had joined the night watch. Understood, General Zhao. This boy is quite sensible, Zhao Kongqing touched his chin. The news of the death of 2 students yesterday had not yet spread, and except for the parties involved, most students and teachers were still attending classes as usual. Guanyun, have you seen Qi Ye? Qin Guanyun had just sat down when Li Yifei's voice came from behind him. No, I don't know where he went. I'm looking for him too. You've signed the confidentiality agreement, right? Actually, I wouldn't tell anyone even if you didn't sign it. Aha. Qin Guanyun responded with a few casual remarks and ignored Li Yifei's intention to continue the conversation. The class time went by a little too fast. It's not that Qin Guanyun loves studying, he has been studying his own Forbidden Ruins silently. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 092, transplanting flowers and trees, I can transfer the damage I receive, or I can plant a mark on the target I want to protect, called a flower, and plant a mark on the target I want to transfer damage to, called a tree. When the flower is damaged, it will automatically transfer to the tree. How to combine flowers and wood? When this thought emerged in Qin Guanyun's mind, a small red flower slowly emerged from his right hand, and a green branch emerged from his left hand, both flashing with light. At the same time, Qin Guanyun felt that his mental power was rapidly dissipating, and almost half of it was consumed. Qin Guanyun looked around and found that no one noticed his special situation. Only he could see this flower. With a wave of his right hand, the flower slowly fell on a girl in the front row. I remembered that her name seemed to be Han Ruoruo. Han Ruoruo was concentrating on her studies at the moment when she suddenly felt her body warm, as if she was hiding in her mother's arms, being protected, and the coldness that had lingered around her for many days was dispelled. Ah! What's wrong? Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Han Ruoruo is beautiful and has a sweet voice. Many people flirt with her, but she never takes it to heart. But today, for some reason, she suddenly wanted to turn around and see who it was. Han Ruoruo quickly looked back and happened to meet Qin Guanyun's eyes. Qin Guanyun smiled slightly. Han Ruoruo's face turned red instantly, and she immediately turned around and buried her head in the book. I feel Qin Guanyun is so handsome and warm today. It would be great if I could have a relationship with him. I really want to be held in his arms. No. Qin Guanyun had no idea about Han Ruoruo's wild thoughts. In his mind, a map of the spiritual world seemed to appear. Qin Guanyun was in the exact center of the map. Not far away there was a small red dot connected to him by a thin line. In addition, there was a small green dot connected to him, flashing. Qin Guanyun, the red dots and the green dots form a triangle. Hey, Guanyun, do you want to join them? Li Yifei patted Qin Guanyun and whispered, it's that mysterious organization. I'm willing to give up my studies and join them, but unfortunately they don't want me. Seeing that Qin Guanyun ignored him, Li Yifei leaned over and spoke again. Guanyun, have you asked them? Do you want to join? Guanyun, don't you think it's boring to be an ordinary person? Looking at Li Yifei who was chattering non-stop, Qin Guanyun suddenly had a bold idea. With a wave of his left hand, the green branch fell on Li Yifei. Li Yifei, who had been talking incessantly, suddenly stopped. He and Han Ruoruo were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other and quickly lowered their heads. What should I do? Should I choose Qin Guanyun or Li Yifei? Qin Guanyun is handsome and sunny, Li Yifei is tall and interesting. It's so hard to choose. Why didn't I find Han Ruoruo so petite and cute before? I suddenly have the urge to protect him for the rest of my life. No, I want to join a mysterious organization and establish a great reputation. How can I be held back by this little beauty? Cough cough cough, the world is finally quiet. In Qin Guanyun's mind, after the flowers and woods were planted, this stable triangle had been successfully built, and he only had to maintain basic consumption. At present, Zhanjing can only plant 2 pairs of flowers and trees. If it is used too much, its mental strength will be exhausted and it will die. Wait, death. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Kukuku, Qin Guanyun felt a little uncomfortable trying to hold back his laughter. I'll die later, there are some important things to do. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 093, become stronger when encountering stronger forces. When I encounter crises, obstacles, dangers, etc., it will comprehensively enhance me, including my physical fitness and mental strength, and return to its original state after stopping using Forbidden Ruins. According to Hongying, this Forbidden Ruins is a passive skill and can also be triggered actively, but it requires very high talent and great perseverance. Qin Guanyun closed his eyes and tried his best to comprehend the characteristics of this forbidden place. After a while, Qin Guanyun's blessing came to his mind, and he instantly understood how to actively trigger, become stronger when facing stronger. It was just in time for the get out of class to end. Ignoring Han Ruoruo's flirting and Li Yifei's resentful look, Qin Guanyun ran straight to the grove. Qin Guanyun found an empty corner, sat cross-legged on a big rock, closed his eyes and felt carefully. Stop touching me. We haven't reached the destination yet. Someone might see us. We came here right after class, how come there's someone here, eh? The voice stopped abruptly and the 6 eyes met. You guys continue, I didn't see anything. Brush. The 2 men disappeared in an instant, faster than bolt. Qin Guanyun had to seize the time this time, as he had to hurry to reincarnate, to be reborn. Forbidden Ruins, become stronger when facing a strong opponent, is activated. Qin Guanyun's physical fitness doubled, his speed, strength, and recovery doubled, and his mental strength quickly replenished and doubled again. After dying once in a battle with the ghost-faced man and resurrecting, Qin Guanyun's strength has doubled, and now it has doubled again, and all his values have reached 4 times that of an ordinary person. Qin Guanyin quickly condensed 4 pairs of flowers and trees in his mind. His mental strength was instantly drained and his brain went blank. Qin Guanyin is dead. Resurrection, I can revive on the spot unlimited times and restore my status. With a flash of white light, Qin Guanyin was resurrected on the spot and recovered to his best condition before his death. At this time, Qin Guanyin's physical values, including mental strength, are still 4 times that of an ordinary person. However, the Forbidden Ruins, become stronger when facing a stronger force, was not activated. The 4 pairs of flowers and trees constructed by grafting, in my mind still exist. The link between the flowers and trees constructed in the previous class and myself still exists. Then I will keep using, become stronger when facing stronger, then commit suicide, and then resurrect. Isn't this like stepping on your right foot with your left foot and ascending to heaven on the spot? It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, at the gate of number 2 middle school. After evening self-study, students go home in groups of 3 or 4. Hey look, that uncle is still there. I saw him this morning. No way, could he still stay at the school gate? Don't worry about this. I heard that 2 students were killed last night. Let's go home quickly and don't leave any traces on the road. Don't scare me, just go away. Qin Guanyin also noticed Zhao Kongcheng. Was he still guarding Lin Qiye? I was just about to go over to say hello to him and plant a little red flower for him. To be honest, he quite liked Zhao Kongcheng and had a deep impression of him. He would definitely save his life if he could. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng spotted Lin Qiye across the street, and without saying a word, he started chasing him. When he was within 20 meters of Lin Qiye also spotted him and also ran away. Zhao Kongcheng was chasing from behind and Lin Qiye was running in front. Zhao Kongcheng was chasing very fast, faster than a dog chasing a rabbit, and Lin Qiye was also running very fast, faster than a rabbit being chased by a dog. The 2 chased each other, and finally, the dog caught the rabbit. Qin Guanyin witnessed all this and watched Zhao Kongcheng grab Lin Qiye and take him into a couple hotel. Hotel lobby. A dynamic and passionate king-size room, thank you. Zhao Kongcheng said to the female receptionist. Lin Qiye, Sigma, degree winky face. The receptionist's brain suddenly went blank, and then she became inexplicably excited. She felt like she had never seen such an exciting scene in her life. An innocent high school boy and a middle-aged man live together in a dynamic and passionate double room. It's so exciting. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Please show me your IDs. The necessary procedures must be followed. What a coincidence, you too. I hope I didn't disturb you from checking into your room. Kukuku. Qin Guanyin's voice suddenly came over, along with his uncontrollable laughter. When did you come? Zhao Kongcheng asked. Qin Guanyin's physical fitness has reached 4 times that of an ordinary person, so it is easy for him to catch up with the 2 of them. What are you doing here? Lin Qiye was extremely embarrassed. He was actually met by someone familiar at such a socially awkward moment. He had already dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment with his toes. Come be the photographer, Kukuku. What? No, I have something to ask Lin Qiye, I won't disturb you. Zhao Kongcheng, you have disturbed me. Lin Qiye, what are you doing to disturb us? Qiye, I went to your house this morning to look for you to go to school together, but unfortunately you were not at home, and your aunt was resting so I didn't disturb you any further. I saw your brother with a little black dog. We have a little corgi at home, and it just so happens that it is in heat recently. Can you let your little black dog mate with a dog? Lin Qiye thought to himself that it was not difficult to find his home address, and Qin Guanyin also knew to take care of his aunt's rest time, so he should be a good person. In addition, Qin Guanyin's performance when facing the monster last night showed that he should be a positive character with some special abilities. Is that it? We'll talk about it later. Before Lin Qiye could say anything, Zhao Kongcheng answered for him. No. Lin Qiye refused directly. What a joke. What kind of dog can be worthy of my little black cat? Well, then I can only put the photo of the 2 of you entering the couple hotel together on the campus confession wall. As he spoke, Qin Guanyin shook his phone. The photo on it was of Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qie. The two of them were standing close to each other, walking into a hotel. Above the hotel door, 4 neon characters, "Couple Hotel," were shining. What is more socially dead than social death is that the moment of social death was photographed by someone. The corner of Lin Qie's mouth twitched. I think that little Blackie is not too young anymore, and it's time for him to have children. It would be a good match for him to marry a British girl. But what I say may not count. I'll go back and ask my aunt. Okay, I'll go home first, you guys continue, you guys continue. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Come up with me. Ignoring Qin Guanyun's laughter that was gradually fading away, Zhao Kongqing pulled Lin Qie towards the elevator. Qin Guanyun had a safe journey and returned home safely. I got home at a normal time today. My parents had finished cleaning and were lying on the sofa watching short videos. Coke was also curled up on the sofa in a daze. Woof woof woof. Coke was the first to hear the noise and ran to the door to greet them. Dad, Mom, I'm back. You're back, go take a shower and go to bed. By the way, did you ask me about what I told you to do this morning? Do any of your classmates have dogs? What's the matter? Why do you let the child ask this? Qin's father didn't know the situation yet. Since Kola is old enough, I wanted to give him a dog. I didn't sterilize him because I couldn't bear to let him go. Qin's mother explained. Then don't let the child ask. It's not good to delay his studies. Xiaoyun, if there is a suitable one, just ask. If there is no suitable one, it doesn't matter. There are many people who raise dogs in our factory. I can ask. Okay, Dad. I just asked a classmate and his family has one, but I don't know if his parents are willing to give it to him. Well, study is important. If you don't do well in the exam, you can join the army. It's not easy for college students to find jobs now. Your uncle's son went to college first, then joined the army, and he's living a good life now. Of course, it would be best if you can get into a good university. Son, don't be too stressed, go to bed early. Lao Qin, have you seen those recently? There are more and more weird things now. Dad Qin and Mom Qin gave a few instructions and then went to rest. Qin Guanyun played with Coke for a while and then went to lie down on the bed. Qin Guanyun let his thoughts sink into his mind. In his spiritual world, 5 red dots were connected to him by thin lines, representing Qin's mother, Qin's father, Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qie, and Han Ruoruo respectively. A green dot represented Li Yifei. In addition to planting 1 wood on Li Yifei, Qin Guanyun planted the other 4 woods on himself. After an afternoon of experimental research, Qin Guanyun was able to plant flowers silently, and the impact on people could be controlled to be almost unnoticeable. The only difference was that the flowers had to be planted relatively close to each other. After planting, there was no limit. Furthermore, the stronger the mental strength of the target marked with the flower, the less emotional influence it will be affected by. Qin Guanyun speculated that because of the protective nature of the flower, it was easier to plant, but if it was wood, this ominous mark should be discovered by people with stronger mental powers. This way my parents will be safe. Next, I will find opportunities to die a few more times to improve my overall mental level. Although his mental strength has been restored, he cannot condense more flowers and trees. This should be because the total amount of mental strength is limited. There are still many people who need my protection, and I need to become stronger. I'm going to join the night watch next. How should I tell my parents about this? Are night watchmen part of the staff system? Are they civil servants or public servants? Ding dong, welcome. The crisp doorbell rang. Qin Guanyun pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Xiaoyun, you don't need to ask for leave from the teacher when you come here. The vice captain and Chi Mo have gone to your school today to handle the formalities for you. Once you officially join us, you don't have to go to class anymore. Hongying still had her long beautiful legs resting on the desk, leaning back in her chair, browsing her cell phone. Okay, Sister Hongying, I have another question. Are our night watchmen administrative or professional? Good question. I haven't really researched this. We, the Night Watch, are an organization independent of the army and the police. Our main purpose is to flexibly deal with surrounding mysteries. If we really count, we should be considered underground workers. Why are you asking this? I was thinking about how I would explain this to my parents. After all, I do have parents. Red tassel. Then can you do me a favor and say that I was selected by a special department of the country and joined a special organization? After completing the training, I will be a formal civil servant. By the way, find 2 police officers to accompany me to increase my credibility. By the way, remember to tell my parents that I am a civil servant. I am paid better than my uncle's son who is a soldier and have a higher position. Xiaoyun, where are you from? My family is originally from Lanling, Shandong. That's fine. You can go home and see them when you're not on a mission, right? Ah. Can I go home? Why not? As long as you can keep it a secret and don't worry about bringing trouble to your family. Ding dong, welcome. A handsome young man wearing white overalls and with a middle-parted hairstyle walked in. This young man is quite handsome, but his steps are a little unsteady and he lacks some masculinity. Hello, how can I help you? Hong Ying straightened her chair, put her legs together, smiled sweetly, and asked. Hello, I would like to consult you on some legal issues. Do you have any services in this area? And how are the fees calculated? Thank you, the young man whispered. Please briefly describe the problem you are experiencing. Okay. I'm 28. My 68-year-old wife passed away this year. Can I ask her 43-year-old son to support me? Thank you. Hong Ying. Qin Guanyun, hashtag. Hong Ying didn't know how to answer for a moment. She glanced at Qin Guanyun, who was also at a loss. Her eyes lit up and she said, Xiaoyun, let me test you. Help this gentleman answer the question. Is this son yours? How could he be my son? It's possible that I'm his son. Well, in this case, he has no obligation to support you, but you can ask for a share of the assets that you deserve. My husband owns several basketball stadiums. I will try to communicate with my son. Thank you. The young man then asked several professional questions related to property division, and Hong Ying answered them all. After paying the fee, the young man left happily. Looking at the young man's departing back, Qin Guanyun suddenly remembered a song in his mind. Chicken, you are so beautiful. Kukuku. Xiaoyun, what did you say? Sister Hong Ying, I said it's because you are so beautiful that I was distracted. Hong Ying suddenly blushed and ran downstairs to the training room holding the long box. Stop talking so much and help me watch the store for a while. I'll go prepare a testing site for you. After receiving only one guest, the young man, the peace office closed down, but the martial arts training ground downstairs was still brightly lit. This martial arts training ground was built by the owner of an Earth-based Forbidden Ruins. Although the project is huge, it is just a piece of cake for him and it has no impact on the ground at all. Captain Chen Mai introduced to Qin Guanyun. So that's how it is, it's amazing. Your documents for joining the Night's Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. Your sword, cloak, and emblem will be issued after the training. There is still more than a month until the training camp. We need to give you some remedial lessons during this time. So how should I exercise? Take a test before you exercise. Only when you know yourself can you know your opponent. Only when you understand your physical condition can you better target your training. Xiao Nan, take him to test everything. Remember not to use the Forbidden Ruins when testing. Xiao Yun, come with me. This is a testing machine. Go in and lie down. Si Xiaonan led Qin Guanyun to something that looked like an Egyptian pharaoh's coffin, opened the lid, and spoke to Qin Guanyun. Can it be tested like this? Aren't there many instruments that measure strength, speed, and reaction? What era is this now? The one you mentioned is already outdated. This is a testing instrument specially used by the Night Watch. In addition to detecting some conventional data, it can also test the strength of mental power, the potential for mental power development, and the strength of Forbidden Ruins development. Hurry up and lie down in it. Oh, why does this look so much like the pharaoh's coffin? Qin Guanyun lay down in it. You guessed it right. It is the pharaoh's coffin. Under the influence of the fog, it has the forbidden ruins, but it has been conquered by its night watchman. Its mother body is now stored in the Dacia headquarters. Every Night's Watch stronghold that can rank high will be equipped with one. In addition to being used for personnel testing, it has other functions. Don't be nervous, Xiaoyun. Relax and close your eyes. It will be fine soon. Click. The coffin was closed, Qin Guanyin closed his eyes, and everything was dark and silent. Qin Guanyin felt as if a breeze was blowing past him, or as if he was soaking in a hot spring. All the fatigue in his body was swept away, and even the slight estrangement caused by the time travel was slowly eliminated. Qin Guanyin had never been so relaxed. Click. The coffin was opened and Qin Guanyin slowly opened his eyes. In the underground martial arts hall of the peace office, there was complete silence. Everyone was standing around a yellowed old parchment scroll, with their mouths wide open. Tester, Qin Guanyin, temporary member of Night Watch Squad 136. Basic Strength, 4. Basic Speed, 4. Basic Reaction, 4. Basic Stamina, 4. Basic Recovery, 4. Total Mental Strength, 4. Even though the data here is outrageous, it is still normal and does not exceed the understanding of Team 136. A newcomer who has just entered the realm of Zen has not received any systematic training, but has slightly stronger mental power, which can reach twice that of a normal person, so the test result is 2. Qin Guanyin's mental power test result was 4, which was 4 times that of an ordinary person, which was considered a gifted person. What's more, his other basic data are also ridiculously strong. You have to know that these are untrained data. After receiving systematic training, there will be a great improvement. The remaining few data that affect combat effectiveness and development potential in Qin Guanyin's test results really made the members of Team 136 drop their jaws. Spiritual Power Development Potential, 100%. Forbidden Ruins Development Potential, 100%. Test results are for reference only. What concept? Chen Mai, the captain of Night Watch Squad 136, has a mental power development potential of only 76% and a Forbidden Ruins development potential of only 72%. Wang Mian, the captain of the God's Agent, Masked, team, has a mental power development potential of only 83% and a Forbidden Ruins development potential of only 85%. Even the ceiling of the 5 humans has not reached 100%. It can be said that Qin Guanyin is the first person observed to have 100% mental power development potential and Forbidden Ruins development potential since the use of this physical fitness testing machine. Is this a human? The only one on record. We're witnessing history. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Chen Mai then threw his straight knife to Qin Guanyin and turned around to pick up the wooden sword on the weapon rack. Xiaoyun, from now on, you will practice swordplay with me in the morning, learn how to use the Forbidden Ruins with Qi Mo in the afternoon, and learn how to use firearms with Leng Xian in the evening. Let's get started now. Captain, be careful. Before he could finish his words, Qin Guanyin rushed up at high speed. Bang. Ah. Qin Guanyin flew back at an even faster speed. When Qima, Hong Ying, and others looked at each other, covered their mouths and left. They felt that the captain might have mixed some personal subjective emotions into it. In the afternoon, Qin Guanyin and Wen Qima learned how to use the Forbidden Ruins, which was basically the same as what they learned in the original book. Qin Guanyin learned a lot from Wen Qima, and the biggest gain was that he could control the effect of grafting in a targeted manner. That is to say, Qin Guanyin can make the damage transfer feature of the flower ineffective until it becomes effective only when the person marked with the flower dies. Then the one marked with wood will suffer death damage, and only if wood dies, then flower will take effect, so wood must be marked on a living thing. To put it simply, anyone planted with flowers by Qin Guanyin has an extra life. The people who currently have the flower mark are Lin Qie, Zhao Kongqing, Qin's father, Qin's mother, and Han Ruoruo. In the evening, Qin Guanyin also learned the use of firearms with Leng Xian according to the plan. Brother Leng, since our Forbidden Ruins are so powerful, why should we just develop the Forbidden Ruins? Why do we still need to learn about firearms? Guns are not just for you to deal with mysteries. Sometimes, guns are more useful. Just one sentence made Qin Guanyun full of motivation to learn. For 2 consecutive days, Qin Guanyun did not go to school and conducted high-intensity training in the underground training ground day and night. After the training, Si Xiaonan took care of Qin Guanyun and he went home to sleep at night. So in the eyes of Qin's father and mother, Qin Guanyun is still a high school student who attends and goes off classes normally. Morning. Xiaoyun, I'm going to work. Qin's mother said as she packed her things, the weather forecast says there will be heavy rain today, so bring an umbrella. Okay mom, I got it. By the way, how's your question about the dog pairing that I told you about earlier? Well, I've only been studying these past 2 days. I'm going to ask my classmates today. Qin Guanyun still did not go to class, but went to the Hepping office for remedial training. In the underground training ground, except for Zhao Kongqing who was still trying to capture Lin Qie, everyone else was there. Bang. Qin Guanyun was kicked away by Chen Mai, fell heavily to the ground, and then slid 3 meters away. Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you today? In the past, you could hold on for 30 minutes. Why are you not concentrating today? I'm sorry, Captain. I may have been distracted by today's heavy rain. Let's continue fighting. No need. Today's combat training ends here. You have to remember that there is no such thing as good luck on the battlefield. Captain, our search team just found traces of Ghostface King's blood on the official website below. Judging from its movements, its destination may be the city center or the old town. Okay, when Qimo and I will go to the city center, Hongying and Lingxian will go to the old city, and the rest of you will stay at the base and be ready to take orders at any time. The night watchmen moved extremely quickly. They packed their equipment while talking and rushed to their destination in the heavy rain. After hearing about the whereabouts of the ghost-faced king and thinking about today's heavy rain, Qin Guanyun already knew that it was time for Zhao Kongqing to die. As the most important character in the early stage of the god-slaying world, Zhao Kongqing must die according to the plot design. He was the opportunity for the original owner Lin Qie to join the Night Watch. But what if he can't die? Kukuku. Qin Guanyun thought about how Zhao Kongqing pretended to be cool before his death, which moved Lin Qie, but in the end Zhao Kongqing didn't die, so he couldn't help laughing. No, this embarrassing moment must be recorded. Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? Why are your shoulders shaking? Did the captain hit you too hard during training this morning? No, Xiaonan, I just thought of something happy and couldn't help myself. Sizzle. A voice came from the headset of Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing, the Ghost-Face King was found in the old city. Received. I have issued an order. The night watchmen are moving towards the old city. Lao Zhao, deploy the unrestricted airspace to temporarily trap it. Support will arrive in 10 minutes. Xiangnan, the unrestrained airspace, cannot trap the Ghost-Face King for 10 minutes. Zhao Kongqing's voice was very calm. No matter what, don't fight the Ghost-Face King. Wu Xiangnan's voice became anxious. Old Zhao, even if the Ghost-Face King comes out, it may not cause any damage. It's only 10 minutes, so it won't matter if it kills a few people. We, the Night Watchmen, are not gods and cannot prevent all damage. However, if we lose a core member as a result, it will definitely not be worth it. Lao Zhao. Can you hear me? Xiangnan, do you still remember the oath we made? Zhao Kongqing stared at the Ghost-Face King in front of him and said word by word. When the dark night finally comes, I will stand before tens of thousands of people. With the sword facing the abyss. The sky is stained with blood. I've made up my mind, Shonen. Stop trying to persuade me. Zhao Kongqing seemed to hear someone talking to Wu Xiangnan through his earphone, but due to the heavy rain, he couldn't hear clearly. Deputy Captain, I have already planted the flower mark on Lao Zhao. At the base, Qin Guanyun leaned close to Wu Xiangnan's ear and said, he can't die. Ask something important. Wu Xiangnan instantly understood what Qin Guanyun meant. Okay, Lao Zhao, go fight the Ghost-Face King. By the way, what's your bank card password? Zhao Kongqing, 0DQ. I have withdrawn all my savings and given them to Lin Qie. Forget it, let's ignore the crazy Wu Xiangnan. Zhao Kongqing clasped his hands together, and an invisible canvas covered the triangular area, covering him and the ghost-faced king. Forbidden ruins, unrestrained sky space. Deputy Captain, you stay at the base by yourself. I'm going to watch a good show. There's someone's passionate performance tonight. Do you want to come with me, Xiaonan? Forget it. The Deputy Captain and I will stay at the base together. You go ahead. Remember to record your wonderful life. Wu Xiangnan looked at Qin Guanyun's back as he rushed into the rainstorm and had never felt so relaxed. Wu Xiangnan lowered his head and spread out his sweaty palms, on which 2 sword marks were clearly visible. If only I could be like Qin Guanyun back then all these people wouldn't have left me. But now we are different. With Qin Guanyun in our 136th team, we will never repeat the mistakes of the Blue Rain special team. This time he will let everyone survive. The old city area of Tsangnan City, within the Nojie airspace. Ding ding ding. There were 3 consecutive sounds of metal clashing, as the straight knife and sharp claws collided, creating sparks. Although Zhao Kongqing does not have the Forbidden Ruins, his strength is unquestionable. Even the Captain Chen Mai cannot say that he is 100% sure to defeat him without using the Forbidden Ruins. But the Ghost-Faced King is a mystery from the Chuan realm after all, and his physical fitness is extremely terrifying. Although he had been severely injured by Chen Mai and his body was covered with scars, it was still not something Zhao Kongqing's mortal body could withstand. After 3 strikes, Zhao Kongqing was blown away by the Ghost-Faced King's terrifying power and fell on the muddy ground. Mythical creatures are amazing, right? Roar, roar, roar. The Ghost-Faced King didn't give Zhao Kongqing any chance at all, and a huge, ferocious ghost face appeared on the ground. Zhao Kongqing's expression changed instantly. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghostface reading the land. An unprecedented feeling of dizziness surged into his heart, and the world in Zhao Kongqing's eyes became chaotic and scattered, and he could not tell the directions, left, right, up or down. Ghostface reading, within the Forbidden Ruins, it can deceive the perception of all creatures with a lower realm than itself and invert space. This is bad. Although I can fight it with my will, my fighting power will definitely be greatly reduced. Zhao Kongqing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Although Ghostface can deceive the perception of living things, it is raining heavily today and it cannot deceive the rain. As long as we use rain as the standard, we can infer the true direction. The Ghost-Faced King stared at Zhao Kongqing, who had his eyes closed, leaned forward slightly, and then shot out like a cannonball. His body was so fast that it left an afterimage, and his sharp claws attacked Zhao Kongqing's neck directly. But just when the sharp claws were about to touch Zhao Kongqing moved. He suddenly turned sideways and narrowly avoided the grab. Then, he turned the straight knife in his hand and attacked the Ghost-Faced King's head. Clang! The Ghost-Faced King's sharp claws grabbed the straight knife. Bang! The Ghost-Faced King took advantage of the situation and kicked Zhao Kongqing away. The Ghost-Faced King didn't give Zhao Kongqing any chance to breathe and attacked again. Relying on his terrifying combat intuition and experience, Zhao Kongqing engaged in a melee with the Ghost-Faced King. But Chuan territory is Sichuan territory, not to mention it also has the Forbidden Ruins. And he, Zhao Kongqing, is just a mortal body without any forbidden territory. Bang! Zhao Kongqing was knocked flying again, spitting blood, his face was pale, and 2 ribs were broken. The Ghost-Faced King approached step by step. Zhao Kongqing! Zhao Kongqing! Don't hide. I know you are here. However, Lin Chie's voice came from outside the unrestrained airspace. No passage ahead. Lin Chie found the sign for the auxiliary Forbidden Ruins. Zhao Kongqing, open the door quickly and let me in. I know you are fighting the Ghost-Faced Men. I am very good at fighting now. Get out of here. This is the Ghost-Faced King. He is in the Chuan realm. He is 2 realms higher than you. You are here to deliver food to others, don't hold me back. Go home and eat. With me here, this thing can't hurt you. You want to be an unsung hero? I don't agree. If you want to eat, you have to wait until you kill the Ghost-Faced King before eating together. Lin Chie slammed the air wall next to the signboard. In the unrestrained airspace, Zhao Kongqing was knocked away by the Ghostface King again. Don't bother trying. You can't get in unless I die. Zhao Kongqing stood up tremblingly, blood constantly dripping from the corners of his mouth. His body had reached its limit and was exhausted, but the ghost-faced king was still full of energy. Zhao Kongqing held the knife in one hand and reached into his pocket with the other hand, taking out an emblem. On the front of the emblem, there are 2 cross-straight swords, and the 3 words Zhao Kongqing are engraved below. On the back of the coat of arms, there are a few lines of small words engraved. When the dark night finally comes, I will stand before tens of thousands of people, with the sword facing the abyss. The sky is stained with blood. In addition, there is a hidden needle. As long as the switch is pressed, the needle will pop out, and it is coated with a drug called Ghost Guide. Once this drug enters the body, it will burn all of a person's potential in a short period of time, allowing the forbidden area to be greatly improved. If there are no forbidden places, it will forcibly stimulate the body and stimulate the hidden forbidden places. In other words, ghosts and God's guidance can allow a person who does not have a forbidden place to obtain the forbidden place in a short period of time. The price is death. Zhao Kongqing clutched the emblem and looked at the approaching ghost-faced king, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? He took a deep breath and inserted the silver needle into his palm. In an instant, the severe pain and fatigue all over the body receded like a tide, and powerful strength surged up like a wave. At the same time, a mysterious force field radiated in all directions with Zhao Kongqing as the center. The ghost-faced king sensed the danger and rushed over at a faster speed. The rain hit the surface of the straight knife, and Zhao Kongqing's eyes flashed with brilliance. He raised his hand and slashed at a distance with the knife. A black crescent about 4 or 5 meters high flew out from the blade, cutting through the rain curtain, piercing through the space, and cutting off one of the ghost-faced king's arms. The ghost-faced king fell to the ground in a panic. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Annihilation of Life and Flashing Moon. Zhao Kongqing laughed loudly, ha ha ha. I knew it. I'm really a genius. This time, Zhao Kongqing did not give the ghost-faced king any chance and took the initiative to attack him. Under the effect of the Gishanian medicine, Zhao Kongqing once again fought with the ghost-faced king who had lost an arm. If Zhao Kongqing was given enough time, he would definitely be able to kill the ghost-faced king. But the effect of the medicine that Gishanian used is gradually disappearing. Bang! The ghost-faced king kicked Zhao Kongqing in the chest, and Zhao Kongqing fell heavily to the ground. Wujie airspace, outside the airspace, it has already entered darkness. Lin Qiye has entered the Starry Night Dancer. His eyes, which contain the power of the seraph, have been strengthened twice with the blessing of the Starry Night Dancer. Lin Qiye's eyes flashed with golden light, blazing and sacred. He stared at the air wall next to the unrestricted airspace sign, and used all his mental strength. Sizzle. A corner of unbridled airspace was torn open, and Lin Qiye drilled in. Just now I saw a flash of golden light. It must be Lin Qiye. A figure appeared not far away, it was Qin Guanyun. And my 2 flower marks are also here. I have to hurry in, or I'll miss the show. Unfortunately, Hongying and Lingxian went to another direction of the old city, so they got here a little late. Qin Guanyun used all his mental strength to activate the Forbidden Ruins, become stronger when facing stronger, and his physical fitness instantly increased to 8 times that of an ordinary person. At this moment, in Qin Guanyun's world, everything became so slow, the sound of rain falling on the ground was so clear, even the shape of the raindrops was clearly visible. Qin Guanyun followed his sense of the flower and walked to the side of the air wall, with the power of Shenchu's resurrection enveloping his entire body. Qin Guanyunshuan stretched out his hands, grabbed the air wall, and tore it apart with force. Ah! Qin Guanyun roared. Sizzle. A corner of Wujie airspace was torn open again, and Qin Guanyun also drilled in. Boy. You have to watch this knife carefully. Why? This knife will be very handsome. The light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes flickered and became brighter and brighter. He pushed aside the rain curtain and rushed towards the ghost-faced king. Raise your hand and swing the knife. A black crescent moon streaked across the rain. Cut off the hideous head of the ghost-faced man. At this moment, both of them were focused on the ghost-faced man and did not notice that Qin Guanyun had also entered the unrestrained airspace. Zhao Kongqing's body swayed and he fell down, and Lin Qie hurried to support him. Your body. Ahem, it's okay. You'll die if you keep going like this. He, I know. At least I got to experience the Forbidden Ruins before I died. And I did it. I thrust my sword into the abyss, staining the sky with blood. Zhao Kongqing stretched out his hand tremblingly. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Light it for me. Snap, snap. A flame ignited and lit Zhao Kongqing's cigarette. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Lin Qie. I killed the Ghostface King with one strike. Did you see that? I see. Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but smile. He was very happy. But what he didn't know was that the Ghostface King's vitality was far beyond that of the Ghostface Man. The key to the Ghostface King is not its head, but its hideous face. In the distance that the Ghostface King and Zhao Kongqing could not see, the headless corpse of the Ghostface King was slowly crawling up. Fuck, I killed the Ghostface King who even the captain couldn't kill. Do you think I'm awesome? With such a great achievement, if I can survive, I will definitely be able to become a general, right? Of course I can. Hee. Zhao Kongqing seemed to have thought of some scene and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. But the light in his eyes was gradually fading. Zhao Kongqing. You haven't become a general yet, you can't die. But Zhao Kongqing seemed to be unable to hear the sound. His eyes were blurry and he opened his mouth. Was I handsome just now? Handsome. Lin Qie's lips trembled and he nodded firmly, more handsome than anyone I've ever seen. Zhao Kongqing smiled with satisfaction and slowly closed his eyes. Zhao Kongqing, he is dead. However, Lin Qie did not notice that a small red flower was slowly blooming inside Zhao Kongqing's body. Indeed, Lao Zhao is really handsome. Qin Guanyun's voice rang out. Lin Qie looked back in surprise. Qin Guanyun. How did you get in? I just tore open the air wall and came in. Don't forget, I am also an agent of God. You should leave quickly. The Ghostface King has resurrected. It's very dangerous here. Danger. I love danger the most. Qin Guanyun walked up to the headless ghost-faced king, stared at the new ghost face growing on its abdomen, and said nervously. What I'm afraid of is that it's not dangerous enough. Qin Guanyun turned around and glanced at Lin Qie and Zhao Kongqing in the rain. You hold General Zhao and take shelter under the eaves first. I will come and meet this damn ghost-faced king. Hearing what Qin Guanyun said, Lin Qie didn't want Zhao Kongqing's body to be exposed to the rain, so he temporarily suppressed his anger towards the Ghostface King and walked under the eaves holding Zhao Kongqing. He also wanted to see what confidence Qin Guanyun had in making such big statements. The Ghostfaced King's heavy footsteps sounded, slowly approaching Qin Guanyun. The shock it received today was so great that it had to be cautious. The weak human being before was able to burst out such great energy. The one in front of him seemed to be more calm than the previous one. Roar. The Ghost-Faced King roared and moved like thunder, grabbing with all his strength and attacking Qin Guanyun's neck. Qin Guanyun did not react at all. As if he was frightened. Lin Qie felt nervous as he watched this scene. What on earth does he want to do? If we don't dodge now, it will be too late. Brush. Like using a sickle to cut grass. Qin Guanyun's head was cut off. There is another headless corpse in Wujia airspace. The ghost-faced king staggered as he rushed forward. He turned around and looked at Qin Guanyun's headless body in some surprise. It couldn't understand how the human who looked so powerful just now could be so fragile. It's not worth my full-strength attack at all. Then it turned its gaze towards Lin Qie and smiled grimly. Lin Qie. Lin Qie was also confused. This was different from what he had imagined. Seeing how arrogant Qin Guanyun was, he thought he could at least hold on for a while. He didn't expect that he would die so soon. Suddenly, Lin Qie thought of something. It seemed that he had died once when he first encountered the ghost-faced man. Lin Chia didn't have time to think too much, and slowly tightened his right hand around Zhao Kongqing's straight knife. "Hey, ghost-faced king, what are you looking at?" Qin Guanyun's voice sounded behind the ghost-faced king, sounding full of energy. "Your opponent is me." He clenched his right fist, raised his thumb, and pointed at himself. Lin Chia. Ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king felt like he had been tricked. It became enraged and kicked the ground with both feet, then turned around and charged towards Qin Guanyun like a spinning cannonball. Sizzle. Qin Guanyun was torn into two and blood was spilled all over the ground. The ghost-faced king laughed strangely. He said, "Is he going to die this time?" But with a flash of white light, Qin Guanyun was resurrected intact again. "Why, didn't you eat? Come again." Roar, roar, roar. The ghost-faced king was stunned, then roared again and rushed towards Qin Guanyun. "It's a little anxious." This time it tore Qin Guanyun into pieces and even swallowed some parts into its stomach. Then it breathed a sigh of relief. It couldn't be resurrected this time, right? Even Lin Chia breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally dead, and it was time for me to come on stage. Lin Chia tightened the knife in his hand. But the disappointing white light lit up again, and Qin Guanyun was resurrected. "Ghostface King, did you eat enough this time? How come you don't have any strength at all?" Roar. The ghost-faced king went completely mad. He chased Qin Guanyun and grabbed him, then killed him again. Brush. A white light flashed, and Qin Guanyun was resurrected with full blood again. "Come again." Before Qin Guanyun could finish his words, he was killed by the ghost-faced king who was guarding the corpse. Brush. Qin Guanyun was resurrected with full health. "You're about as strong as a woman." Qin Guanyun was killed by the ghost-faced man again. Brush. Qin Guanyun was resurrected with full health. "My grandmother is stronger than you. Little devil. You are the most useless person I have ever seen. What can I say?" Qin Guanyun is not an ultimate masochist, he just chooses to take this path because death can make him stronger. Every time he dies, Qin Guanyun will use all his strength to activate, become stronger when facing a stronger enemy. As Qin Guanyun was killed again and resurrected again and again, his strength became stronger and stronger. Even later on, Qin Guanyun had to give up his defense and cooperate with the ghost-faced king before it could kill him. In the realm of a cup, the spiritual force is like water in a cup. Pond realm, spiritual power is like the water in the pond. A cup of water is about 500 milliliters, about 0.0005 tons, and a swimming pool of water is about 2,000 tons. Every time Qin Guanyun is resurrected, his physical fitness and mental strength are doubled under the effect of become stronger when facing stronger. In other words, Qin Guanyun can reach the pool realm after resurrection 22 times. What's even more terrifying is that other people's mental strength is improved, and then under the effect of the Forbidden Ruins, it is fed back to improve their bodies. Although the effect of this improvement is very powerful, it is far inferior to Qin Guanyun's direct doubling. A white light flashed, and Qin Guanyun was resurrected again. This was his 22nd resurrection, and he reached the pool realm. Clang. There was a sound of metal clashing, and Qin Guanyun grabbed the ghost-faced king's sharp claws with his bare hands. "Have you had enough of the trouble, little brat?" As Qin Guanyun continued to come back to life, Lin Chia began to talk to Zhao Kongqing's corpse. "I told you long ago, being a hero is not that easy. You sacrificed yourself for them here, and who knows? Did you know? Not far away in the city, there are still bright lights and bustling people. And you. But he died here. Silently. They don't know that the reason they can't see the darkness is because someone has blocked the darkness where they can't see. The price was his life. Is it worth it for you?" Lin Chia stared at Zhao Kongqing's pale face. "Do you think I'm afraid of death?" "You are wrong, I am not afraid at all. I once tried to end my life in the darkness, but the light saved me again and again. This light is not sentient beings. It's my family." Lin Chia looked up and saw Qin Guanyun, who was constantly resurrecting and being killed by the Ghostface King, and slowly spoke. All living things have never saved me, so why should I use my life to protect all living things? So I don't want to be a night watchman. Lin Chia turned his head again, staring at Zhao Kongqing with lifeless eyes. But you saved my family, you saved my whole world. What can I do for you? Lin Chia looked up at the short house in the distance again, lost in thought. What he didn't notice was that Zhao Kongqing, who had already died, twitched the corner of his mouth. After a long time, Qin Guanyun died several times, and Lin Chia finally made up his mind and murmured. In my life, I have been walking on thin ice and I feel guilty towards 3 people. One is my aunt who has been running around for me for 10 years, and the other is my cousin who has been dragged down by me for 10 years. And you who saved our family of 3. In exchange, your world. I'll keep it for you for 10 years. This transaction. But is that fair? Lin Chia lowered his head and looked at Zhao Kongqing lying in a pool of blood. He just lay there quietly, as if he was asleep, with only the sound of his gentle breathing. Etc. Breathing sound. Lin Chia was startled and grabbed Zhao Kongqing's wrist, then felt his pulse. Ahem, fair. Very fair. I agree to this deal. What's wrong with you? Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Chia was a little excited and his speech was incoherent. What are you talking about? I was the one who washed the stir-fried green beans on your dining table. Weren't you dead? How did you come back to life? Although Lin Chia believed him, his mind was still full of questions. So what if I'm resurrected? That kid Qin in the field has been resurrected more than 10 times. I only resurrected once, what's so strange about that? In fact, Zhao Kongqing himself couldn't explain why, he knew clearly that he was dead. From the invention of the ghost and god induction to the present day, no one has been able to survive after using it. He only remembered that when he died, he seemed to see a small red flower slowly blooming in his body. Then, the feeling of death began to gradually leave him, and the weak but vital power began to slowly revive. However, his body was too weak after using the ghost and god guidance. He had no strength at all when he was resurrected, and he couldn't even open his eyes. Only now did I regain some strength and be able to open my eyes and speak. Zhao Kongqing is now somewhat thankful that he couldn't open his eyes just now. Otherwise, given Lin Chia's personality, getting him to join the Night's Watch would be harder than climbing to the sky. You mean, your resurrection is related to Qin Guanyun? Is it him? Ahem, that should be right. Zhao Kongqing was still very weak, but in good spirits. Then when did you regain consciousness? Lin Chia's voice trembled a little, he felt something was wrong. Ha ha ha, cough cough, I didn't hear it before, brother Bo Bing. Lin Chia was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his big toe. He wished that it was himself instead of Qin Guanyun who was killed by the ghost-faced king. Lao Zhao, you. Lin Chia was about to say something when he heard a clang sound from Changzhou. Qin Guanyun grabbed the ghost-faced king's sharp claws with his left hand. Have you had enough of the trouble, little brat? His voice was low and powerful. The ghost-faced king was tired of killing Qin Guanyun, and even felt a little annoyed. It was stunned for a moment when its claws were caught by this sudden huge force. Before the ghost-faced man could react, Qin Guanyun threw a straight punch with his right hand. The power of this punch has exceeded the limits of human beings. Qin Guanyun died a total of 20 times. Every time he was resurrected, his physical fitness would double under the effect of become stronger when facing stronger. Including strength, speed, reaction, endurance, recovery, total mental strength, etc. In other words, Qin Guanyun is now 2 to the power of 20 times, not 20 times, of an adult in every aspect. The punching force of a normal adult man is about 100 kilograms, or 0.1 tons. So now Qin Guanyun's punch has the force of 0.1*2 20 tons, which is almost 100,000 tons. One punch weighs 100,000 tons. In Dolua Dalu, it can explode stars, in shrouding the sky, it can make the strong men on the surface unable to move, and in devouring the star, it can explode streets. This punch is enough to destroy a large mountain, let alone a small Ghostface king. Qin Guanyin threw a punch. The speed of the punch has exceeded the speed of sound. Quick. Too fast. The air on the fist blade rubbed violently against the skin and then ignited. The air and rain before the fist were squeezed and compressed. Then it's compressed and exploded, and then the explosion is compressed again. A blinding white light flashed by. The Ghostface King has been blasted into powder. Then the shock wave came. The powerful impact caused the rain to flow back, and the ground dried up instantly. When the shock wave hit, Lin Qiye hurriedly hugged Zhao Kongqing and turned around, leaning against the corner. Starry Night Dancer activates with all his strength, his body becomes 5 times stronger, and he is enveloped by the might of the Seraph. He was a little worried that Zhao Kongqing would be taken away by the aftermath of the battle, so he used all his strength to defend. Even so, the two were still pinned to the wall by the shock wave, unable to move. Bang. Unrestrained airspace exploded instantly like a balloon that was inflated, and the 3 signboards shattered to the ground. Boom boom. At this time, the explosion sound of this punch was heard, like a muffled thunder. Sorry, I just reached the pool state and I can't control my strength well. Qin Guanyin walked up to the two of them with a smile. Are you all right? Ahem, I'm fine. I wonder how Lao Zhao is doing now. Should he be sent for treatment immediately? For some reason, Lin Qiye's mouth felt a little dry and he felt like coughing. Hey, I'm fine. Hey kid, are you in the Qi realm? You beat up the Ghostface King in the Chuan realm with just 1 punch. That should be right, it's the Pool realm. Maybe I'm gifted and my strength is a little bit greater. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes. Listen. Is this human language? Is this a little stronger? By the way, didn't I kill this Ghostface King? How did he come back to life again? Lin Qiye was about to explain, but he heard Qin Guanyin say. Who doesn't have 2 resurrection skills these days? Didn't you also resurrect? Zhao Kongqing, _. Don't you know how I was resurrected? At this time, the heavy rain slowly stopped. The bloody smell of the battle and the stench of the ghost-faced men were all washed away by the rain. The air is filled with the fragrance after the rain. Qin Guanyin did not continue to tease Zhao Kongqing, and said seriously. The Ghostface King is different from the Ghostface men. Its weak spot is not its head, but the ghost face that resides on its body. Ahem, this news is very important. We will report it later. Bang, bang, bang. While the 3 were talking, the sounds of 2 quickly running footsteps were heard. Not far away, 2 soaking wet figures approached quickly. Both of them were wearing dark red cloaks and carrying long black boxes. They were Hong Ying and Leng Xian. Call. Seeing that Zhao Kongqing and Qin Guanyin were both fine, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Although Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan had already told them that Qin Guanyin had gone to rescue him and had planted flowers for Zhao Kongqing before, his life was not in danger. But they were still worried that the resurrected Zhao Kongqing and temporary team member Qin Guanyin would still be no match for the ghost-faced king and would be wiped out by him. So we tried our best to rush here, and fortunately, no tragedy happened. Old Zhao, you are showing off again. Hong Ying said angrily. If it weren't for Xiaoyun this time, you would have died long ago. Hong Ying's parents died in the fog many years ago. In Team 136, it was Zhao Kongqing who took care of her and treated her like his daughter. Although they are colleagues, their relationship is more like that of father and daughter. Old Zhao, please strictly follow orders from now on. Zhao Kongqing, who usually behaves like a carefree gentleman, became a little shy at this moment, like a child who has done something wrong, and said. Ahem, the situation was tense at the time. If we let the ghost-faced king kill people, then no one in the area behind us would be spared. You can't afford to sacrifice your life for this. Fortunately, nothing happened this time, it won't happen again. Perhaps because she noticed Zhao Kongqing's still seriously injured body, Hong Ying did not continue to talk to him. Leng Xian, you stay and deal with the battlefield and clean up the mess. Xiaoyun and I will take Lao Zhao back. Although Hong Ying is young, she arranges things in an orderly manner. Although Lao Zhao has saved his life, his body has been damaged too much. He urgently needs the coffin test machine at the base to repair his body. I think, maybe it doesn't need to be so troublesome. A faint voice sounded, and it was Qin Guanyun who reached out to stop them. Just now I accidentally advanced to the Pool realm, and I have some new understanding of the Forbidden Ruins, transplanting flowers and grafting trees. What? You have been promoted to the Pool realm. Hongying and Lingxian turned their heads and stared at Qin Guanyun at the same time, saying in unison. If I remember correctly, it has been less than a week since you were promoted to the Lantern realm. It's only been a few days, and now he's been promoted to the Pool realm. Is this reasonable? Evildoer. Ignoring the shock of the two people, Qin Guanyun stretched out his right arm, spread his palm lightly, and a small orange flower slowly appeared. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly flew into Zhao Kongqing's body. The moment the orange flower entered his body, Zhao Kongqing felt relieved, his whole body felt indescribably comfortable, and his face turned rosy visibly. But in an instant, Zhao Kongqing felt itchy all over again. But the wound scratched by the ghost-faced king quickly sprouted and healed quickly. The scabs began to fall off within a few breaths, and even the broken ribs healed instantly. Even the life source consumed by the overdraft of ghosts and spirits is slowly replenished and completed. You. Lao Zhao, you are cured. What happened? How is that possible? I even feel that you have become stronger. Xiaoyun, what did you do? The two of them turned around and stared at Qin Guanyun, wanting an explanation. Nothing, I just transferred Lao Zhao's injuries to myself. I saw scars appearing on Qin Guanyun's body, and then they healed quickly. Her face turned pale for a moment, then rosy again the next moment. It only took Qin Guanyun one sentence to recover from his injury. Red Tassel. Leng Xian, degree. Lin Qie. Your Forbidden Ruins, transplanting flowers and grafting trees, is too exaggerated. Wrong, it's not this Forbidden Ruins that is exaggerated, but Xiaoyun. Ha ha ha, I'm healed. Zhao Kongqing's full-blooded laughter interrupted the three people's shock. I survived a great disaster, I will surely have good fortune in the future. Zhao Kongqing stood up with a somersault, not caring about the mud on his body at all, and took the long sword from Lin Qie. Zhao Kongqing squatted slightly with his feet one in front and one behind. He held the long sword at his waist and closed his eyes. A mysterious force field radiates in all directions with Zhao Kongqing as its center. What is this? Hongying and Lingxian looked at each other, and they were shocked again. Forbidden Ruins. Hongying knew how much Zhao Kongqing wanted to own a Forbidden Ruins. Every time Zhao Kongqing saw other teammates fighting, his eyes were always filled with deep envy and loss. Zhao Kongqing is a hero. He always yearns for supernatural powers and fantasizes that one day he will be able to go to heaven and earth. Having been a night watchman for so many years, he has been waiting for the awakening of his Forbidden Ruins, but he is already over 40 years old and has not waited for it yet. To this day, he uses the Guotian Yin. He finally obtained his own Forbidden Ruins, Annihilation of Life and Flashing Moon. He got what he wanted. But he also lost his life forever. But when he was falling into endless darkness, someone gave him new life. A small red flower bloomed, bringing him life. Another little orange flower bloomed, filling him with life. Zhao Kongqing raised his head slightly, opened his tightly closed eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Raise your hands. A knife slashed towards the sky. A black crescent about 5 or 6 meters high shot out from the blade, cutting through the air and flying into the sky. What is this? Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Destroying Life and Flashing Moon. Old Zhao, you have awakened the Forbidden Ruins. Ha ha ha, that's great. The captain and the others will definitely be very happy when they know about this. But Zhao Kongqing was not as happy as he had imagined. I used the Ghost and God Guide, so I realized my long-cherished wish and obtained the Forbidden Ruins, Annihilation of Life and Flashing Moon. Zhao Kongqing's voice changed from his usual unkempt tone, and he stared at Qin Guanyun with complicated eyes. Hongying exclaimed, no one who used the Ghost and God Guidance had ever survived. So I died. Zhao Kongqing slowly walked to the side of Qin Guanyun and said in a daze. If one can avoid death, who would want to die? I still have a lot of things to do. My children haven't grown up yet. I haven't become a general yet. It was Xiaoyun who had planted a flower in my body before. He resurrected me. It was he who gave me new life. It was he who gave me the possibility to realize my dream. Zhao Kongqing became more and more excited as he spoke. Suddenly, he knelt down. Bang. It was not the sound of Zhao Kong kneeling. It was Qin Guanyun who kicked Zhao Kongqing, who was about to kneel down, and sent him flying. Qin Guanyun rubbed his eyes and said helplessly. He's already an old man, why is he still trying to be so touching? Since the gods and ghosts brought about the Ming dynasty, no one has ever survived. But today, Qin Guanyun broke this rule. Hong Ying and Ling Xian knew clearly what this meant. If every watcher uses the ghost guidance once and then resurrects, then everyone can possess the forbidden ruins. The strength of the night watch will be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, the two of them no longer had any thoughts about anything else. Now that the Ghostface King has been dealt with and Lao Zhao has recovered, let's gather our troops. While speaking, Ling Xian cleaned up the battlefield a bit, and professionals would come to clean up later. Woof woof woof. There were a few sounds of dogs barking not far away. Now that everything is fine, I'm going home. My family is waiting for me for dinner. Lin Chiye said to Qin Guanyun. He could see that Qin Guanyun should have joined the night watch. Hey, Lin Chiye, do you want to go back on your word? You promised me that you would join the night's watch for 10 years. Zhao Kongqing's voice sounded from a distance, and he slowly walked over. Are you the agent of Seraph? Hong Ying was surprised. Yes, it's me. Old Zhao said, you agreed to join us, why are you going back on your word? Lin Chiye was speechless, but between integrity and family, he chose the latter. I didn't say that. Where's the evidence? You. Zhao Kongqing was speechless. Wait, I'll go get something. Qin Guanyun interrupted their conversation and walked to the place where the air wall was first torn. He bent down and picked up a cell phone. Fortunately, the phone is waterproof. Let me see if the recorded video is clear. Qin Guanyun walked over with his cell phone in hand, and turned up the volume very high. Walala. You have to watch this knife carefully. Why? This knife will be very handsome. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing covered his face with his hands, blushing with embarrassment. If he didn't know that he was no match for Qin Guanyun, he really wanted to snatch the phone away. When Lin Chiye saw this scene, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Guanyun moved the progress bar and the voice rang again. My life is like walking on thin ice. No, don't let me go. I promise to join the night's watch. Lin Chiye hurriedly tried to stop him, because if he continued to do so, he would explode in embarrassment. Hey, why does this scene seem familiar? Lin Chiye was worried. In that case, go tell your family. Then report to the base. Qin Guanyun knows the address. No, I can't go back. Because I'm afraid if I go back I'll never want to leave again. Who told you that night watchmen can't go home on weekdays? Qin Guanyun was speechless. Isn't that how it's played on TV? Watch less stupid dramas. As long as you have time and are not on a mission, you can go home anytime. It's just like going to school. Qin Guanyun paused, looked into Lin Chiye's eyes and said, don't worry about your family's safety. As long as I'm alive, they will be fine. To increase his credibility, Qin Guanyun pointed at Zhao Kongqing standing beside him and said, look at this uncle. He was severely injured by the Ghostface King and then used the ghost god to lead the oil to exhaustion and die. Now he is alive and kicking. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Chiye looked at Qin Guanyun's serious eyes, listened to his powerful voice, and laughed. Great. That's perfect. My aunt has prepared a sumptuous dinner today. Let's go to my house for dinner. Lin Chiye invited warmly, saying, try my aunt's cooking. It's absolutely delicious. Okay, I haven't had dinner yet and I'm a little hungry. Qin Guanyun responded first. Me. I'll go too. I'm the one who washes the green beans. Zhao Kongqing followed closely behind. Hong Ying and Ling Xian looked at each other and said, "You guys go ahead. We have something important to report to the captain in person." Lin Chiye's house, inside the house. My aunt looked up at the clock on the wall, lost in thought. The table was full of food, but it had already gone cold. Yang Jin picked up a piece of meat and put it into his aunt's bowl. "Mom, let's eat." "Hey, your brother ran out in the middle of his meal and hasn't come back yet. Is he in trouble?" "Don't worry, maybe his classmates saw that his eyesight had improved and insisted on taking him out to eat. But he went out without an umbrella." "Mom, the rain has stopped." Woof woof woof. There were a few dog barkings outside the door. It was Xiao Heilai. Yang Jin was stunned when he heard the shout. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. "Aunt, open the door. I just went out without bringing the key." When my aunt heard Lin Chiye's voice, she quickly stood up, took 2 steps at a time, rushed to the door, and quickly opened it with a creak. There were 3 people and a dog standing outside the door. Lin Chiye and Mr. Zhao, the physical education teacher, were already soaked through. The other young and handsome guy was indeed dry and spotless. At this time, you can see the magical greatness of the forbidden ruins of resurrection. Every time you resurrect, you will be wearing clothes, and they will be refurbished for you. This is convenient. If your clothes are dirty, you can just die and they will be clean. "Hey, Xiaoqi, don't just stand there. Hurry and bring your teachers and classmates in. Look, you ran out in such a hurry without an umbrella, you must be soaked. Hurry up and take your teacher to take a shower and change clothes, or you'll catch a cold." "Aunt, it's okay, we won't catch a cold." "Kid, how can you talk like that? If you're fine, how can your teacher be fine? Hurry up and take your teacher to wash and change clothes." "Don't mind, Mr. Zhao. Xiaoqi is a straightforward kid who doesn't think too much. Teacher Zhao, please wear Xiaoqi's clothes first. I'll wash your clothes and let them dry before Xiaoqi returns them to you." Lin Chiye and Zhao Kongqing couldn't resist their aunt, and they felt really uncomfortable being wet, so they went to take a shower and change clothes. In the bathroom, Lin Chiye and Zhao Kongqing looked at each other. "What are you looking at?" Lin Chiye stared at Zhao Kongqing cautiously, his hands tightly grasping his clothes. "What are you thinking? Do you want to go first or should I? Or should we go together?" "You first." "I'll go first, I don't know what you young people are thinking about all day long. Look at this kid, Xiaoqi, he's always forgetful and he didn't even introduce your name to me." My aunt was very happy. This was the first time in 10 years that she saw Lin Chiye bring his classmates home. She was always worried that Lin Chiye would become withdrawn and self-deprecating because of his eye problem. Today, his eyes have recovered and he has made friends. My aunt is really happy. "Classmate, what's your name? You must be Xiaoqi's deskmate, right?" "Yes, Auntie, my name is Qin Guanyun. You gave us 2 extra eggs that day." "Xiaoyun, how is Xiaoqi doing in school? How is he getting along with his classmates? Is there anyone who has a problem with him?" "He behaves very well and is well liked by teachers and classmates, especially girls." "Really? Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi has been a very lovable child since he was young." "Xiaoyun, why did Xiaoqi suddenly run out just now? Did you go to celebrate his eye recovery?" After hearing this, Yang Jin held his forehead with his hand and said, "Let me see how you explain it this time." It was raining heavily just now, and Mr. Zhao was not careful when walking, and fell into the sewer. Qin Guanyin lied without blushing. Qi happened to see him from the window, and rushed to save him. If he had been a little later, the real murderer would have been in great danger. "Ah. How could you be so careless? I'm old now, so it's inevitable that I'm a little bit powerless. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go heat up the food. We haven't eaten much yet, so don't be disgusted by it, you and Teacher Zhao." As my aunt said this, she got up and went to the kitchen to heat up the food. She also asked Yang Jin to chat with Qin Guanyun. "Ah Jin, you chat with brother Xiaoyun for a while. I'll go heat up the food for them." The corner of Yang Jin's mouth twitched. "Ah Jin, How are you doing in school? Number 1 in the class. Not bad, Jean. How many points did you get in the latest test? Chinese 98, Mathematics 97. What about English? It's not popular to learn this now. Learn it, maybe it will be useful in the future. It's okay, don't worry about me, I'll just watch. Qin Guanyin looked around boredly. The room was not big, but very warm. The furnishings in the house are simple, but clean and tidy. What is particularly eye-catching is the award certificates hanging on the wall, including Yang Jin's, Lin Chie's, and even my aunt's Outstanding Employee Award. Qin Guanyin glanced at the Outstanding Employee Award, which was presented by the Chang'an City No. 1 Parts Processing Factory. If I remember correctly, my father also works in this factory. After a while, Zhao Kongqing and Lin Chie had both taken a shower and changed into dry clothes, and their aunt had already heated up the meal. Come, I'll give each of you a bowl of chicken soup to warm you up. Tomato scrambled eggs, stewed old hen, stir-fried green beans, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised carp. Although they are all home-cooked dishes, they taste really good. It's so delicious that you can't let it go even if you slap your ears. Eat slowly, don't rush, there's more in the pot. With 2 more mouths to feed, they finished the entire table full of food in no time. Poor little black Scabby didn't get any leftovers, all he got were leftover bones covered in saliva. How could Roaring Sky Dog have never suffered such a suffering? In the past, it used to eat monkey meat and gnaw on monkey bones. Are you full, Xiaoyun? I'll serve you some more food. No need for burp, Auntie. I'm full. Thank you, Auntie. Teacher Zhao, would you like to add some more? No need for the hiccup, no thanks Ms. Wang. Then Xiaoqi, you stay and chat with the teachers and classmates. I'll clean up the dishes. Auntie, let me do it. I'll do it. Don't get your clothes dirty, I can do it myself, hurry up. It's okay, Auntie. I often help my mom wash the dishes at home. In the end, the aunt couldn't persuade Qin Guanyin, so she had to let him accompany her in the kitchen to wash dishes. The two chatted while brushing. Xiaoyun, how did you meet Xiaoqi and Teacher Zhao? How come you are clean while they are soaked to the skin? Auntie, I only met them when I got to the corridor. I have something else to talk to Chia about. What's the matter? Can you tell Auntie? It's our family. We have a little corgi. It's just the right time for her to grow old. She's so annoying when she cries all day at home. My mother wanted me to ask my classmates and see if anyone has a suitable dog so that we can get a dog together. Originally, this shouldn't be something I should take care of, but none of my mom's colleagues' families have anyone suitable, and my dad is too busy to take care of it. It fell on me. I see. I actually came here 2 days ago. It was a Jean who opened the door. You were just resting after your night shift, so I didn't disturb you. That time I saw the little black Scabby. His fur was shiny, his limbs were full of strength, his eyes were bright, and he looked very human. Auntie, how about you bring little Black Lie to our house to stay for 2 days? Or I can bring Coke over someday. My dog's name is Coke. In the living room. The little black cat, who was lying down and chewing a bone, suddenly perked up his ears, then jumped up and ran to the kitchen door. As if he thought of something, he slammed on the brakes, turned around and ran to a Jean again, spinning around in circles and whimpering all the while. Woo woo woo. Hearing the cry of little Hyla, the corner of Yang Jin's mouth twitched. I saw it last time and knew that this kid had no good intentions. Chia, what's wrong with your dog? Zhao Kongqing asked in confusion, why is it spinning in circles? Did it eat rat poison by mistake? No way, my little black cat is very smart. Lin Chia also noticed the strange behavior of little black cat, maybe he ate too many bones, so he turned around twice to digest the food. In the kitchen. Little Black Lie, a Jean picked him up from somewhere, he's quite smart. Auntie was a little hesitant, after all, she didn't know much about Qin Guanyin and his family. We have raised it for so many years and have a deep affection for it. If it and Jean don't want to, I can't force them. I see, that's right, a forced melon is not sweet. In the living room. The little black cat that had been spinning in circles suddenly stopped, gasping for breath, with an expression that looked like it had survived a disaster. Jean also breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke. No matter how poor my sky-roaring dog is, he can't lose his virginity to a British girl. Chia, check on your dog. Is he dying? Look, he's panting like crazy. It should be fine, probably. Jean, what happened to Xiao Hailo? Brother, it's fine. It's just full and bored. It needs some exercise. In the kitchen. You know a lot, kid. My aunt put the dishes in place neatly and started to wipe the table. Qin Guanyin thought that if his aunt didn't agree, then the dog matchmaking would definitely not be possible. So why didn't my aunt agree? Yes, this was my first visit, and I wasn't very familiar with Lin Chia and my aunt, so it was normal for me to be a little cautious. So how can I make my aunt feel familiar and let down her guard? I have no choice but to give it a try. Auntie, your walls are covered with award certificates. Yes, Jean and Xiao Qi are both very competitive and study hard. I also saw your Outstanding Employee Award. Hee hee. It was issued by the Sangnan City First Parts Processing Factory. My father also works in this factory. I wonder if you recognize him. Is your father here too? His last name is Qin, so what's your father's name? The factory is so big, I may not know him. My father's name is Qin Zhongming, have you heard of him, Auntie? Ah, it's Team Leader Qin. We are in the same workshop. Aunt turned around in surprise and began to look at Qin Guanyin. Before, I just thought that Xiaoqi was good-looking and sensible, but I didn't expect that he was actually the son of class leader Qin. Yes, I heard from Qin Ban that his son was studying in No. 2 middle school and had very good academic performance. I didn't expect that he was Xiaoqi's desk mate. Xiaoqi has been alone for so many years, with no friends or even peers to play with him. I am really worried about him. I really hope he can have his own friends, his own partners. Although he doesn't say it, I can feel that Xiaoqi always feels that he is a burden to me and Ajin. Aren't we a burden to him then? But silly child, we are a family. How can family members say who is a burden to whom? Xiaoyun is a good kid, and Qin class is also good. It would be great if Xiaoqi and Xiaoyun could become good friends, study hard together and grow up together. What a coincidence. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were Qin Ban's son. You and Xiaoqi are classmates, and your father and I are colleagues. What a fate. It's so late tonight, don't go home. I don't know where the rumor came from recently, but there's a murderer. And 2 unlucky students got into trouble. Qin Guanyin's mouth twitched. Is it possible that your nephew and I were at the scene of the murder and killed 2 murderers with our own hands? Listen to Auntie. Don't go back tonight. You and Xiaoqi sleep in the same room. I'll call Qin Ban in a while. Auntie, what about the dog? Little black lie, this is a stupid little dog that Jean picked up from somewhere. You can take him away any day when you are free. Is it possible? A forced melon is not sweet. Kid, why do you keep thinking about whether the melon is sweet or not? It's enough as long as it can quench your thirst. Hey, yes, Auntie. In the living room. The little black cat stuck out its tongue, panted, lay on the ground, and its ears stood straight up. Sudden. It jumped up again and looked at Jean pitifully. Jean was helpless. It seems that I never had any solution. I could only let Xiao Hei sacrifice his looks and let the British girl have him. English is good, you have to learn English. Chia, do you think there are any sequelae after my resurrection? What's wrong? Why can I see expressions of anxiety, anger, sadness, help-seeking, and a hint of smugness on a dog's face? You must be kidding. How can a dog have so many expressions on its face? Unless it's Roaring Sky Dog. Woo-woo. It's late at night. My aunt experienced great sorrow and joy that day and went to bed early. Zhao Kongqing also returned to the base. The night after the rainstorm was very quiet, with only a few insects chirping, making it seem even more peaceful. The lights of thousands of homes and the stars in the sky have all fallen asleep. There were indeed two young men who had trouble falling asleep. Guanyun, are you asleep? Asleep. Ah, what's that thing you put on your waist? It's so hard, it's poking me. Oh, cell phone. Due to his previous eye problems and his poor family background, Lin Chie rarely saw a mobile phone. I can't sleep. Lin Chie turned over and faced Qin Guanyun. The 1.5-meter single bed is a bit crowded to sleep on. If you can't sleep, count sheep. 1 black goat, 2 black goats. Can you go for a walk with me? Let's go. The two men, wearing only shorts and with their upper bodies naked, quietly climbed onto the roof. With the strength of the two of them, they wouldn't alarm anyone, except the dog. The two of them lay on the eaves, looking up at the night sky, with stars running through the sky and the bright moon hanging high in the sky. 10 years ago, I climbed up to the roof and saw him. Then I became blind and fell off the roof. I was sent to the hospital as a mental patient and have been regarded as a heretic ever since. My aunt and Jean were also dragged down by me and couldn't live a good life. Now that I think about it, failure is always present throughout my life. It seems that I am surrounded by tragedy and regret everywhere. Wait, Qin Guanyun interrupted Lin Chie, it's okay, I just wanted to interrupt you for a moment. You know what I've seen in the last 10 years? Angel King Michael, you are the agent of the Seraph. Oh, by the way, you are the night watchman, and you all know my information. Then do you know who my agent is? Yeland. Yes, so you can resurrect infinitely. Yes, but that's not what I want to tell you. What is that? I am Yolanda's chosen agent, which means he is alive now, so he won't be seriously injured and trapped in a special place inexplicably. Will Yeland be trapped too? Who knows? Even the 5 gods of creation in Greek mythology could be trapped and killed. Oh. Chia, what do you think is the meaning of life? I didn't think about it that much, I just knew I wanted to protect my family. Let me put it another way. If your family no longer has to worry about their lives or food and clothing, what would you do? Silence, with only the sound of insects chirping. Have no idea. Why don't you join me in the Night's Watch? I have promised Zhao Kongqing that I will join the Night's Watch for 10 years. I know, but no matter how you put it, it seems like we are trying to coerce you, which is not our intention. I don't want to be a hero, but I will keep my promise. Silence again. You are very sensitive. Qin Guanyun spoke first. Well, I mean you are very emotional and thoughtful, but you are lonely and you have no friends. Hee, if you were like me, blind, and then treated as a mental patient for 10 years, would you be able to be optimistic? I was not able to become a scum or a demon who took revenge on society because my family brought me light and warmth. Yes, if I were you, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Qin Guanyun said again. But I know that you are eager to communicate, to make friends, and to get out of loneliness. Qin Guanyun tilted his head, looked at Lin Chie, and said, you asked me to come up tonight, which was the first step for you to get out of loneliness. Of course, it could also be that I'm too handsome, attractive to men, women, young and old, and even you, Lin Chie, can't control me. Vomit. Lin Chie made a retching expression, then chuckled. Then Qin Guanyun, let me ask you, what do you think is the meaning of life? Ha ha ha, what can I do if I don't live? I can't die. You're packing milk. In fact, I think that life doesn't need any meaning. Qin Guanyun thought for a moment and said, does everything I do have to have any meaning? That would be too tiring. I can lie down when I want to, stand up when I want to, kneel down when I want to. If I want to do it, I do it. If I don't want to do it, I don't do it. Are you sure you're talking about life, not strangers? But when I have a choice, I still hope that I can do good things. Why? Because I don't want, and I don't want my friends and family to live in a world of uncertainty and deception. Even if he is a bad person, he still hopes that he lives in a good world and that he is surrounded by good people. So, I'm going to do something great now. How old? It's about the size of Tsangnan City. After saying this, Qin Guanyun closed his mouth and his eyes. Lin Chie turned his head, looked at Qin Guanyun, and slowly opened his mouth. I saw small orange flowers slowly emerging from all over Qin Guanyun's body. This is Qin Guanyun's Forbidden Ruins technique, transplanting flowers and grafting trees. Zhao Kongqing relied on this to revive and recover from his injuries. What is he going to do? First, individual orange blossoms appeared, then patches of orange blossoms, and finally the mountains and fields were covered with orange blossoms. In Lin Qiye's eyes, Qin Guanyun was like a giant dandelion. With him as the center, it continued to sow seeds throughout Sangnan City, seemingly endlessly. If Lin Qiye had the patience and energy to count, there should be 2-20-5 orange flowers. Orange blossoms fell on everyone, including the 2 dogs. Sangnan City is a special medium-sized city with a total population of about 800,000. Qin Guanyun's process of marking orange blossoms lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, about 200,000 orange flowers flew back into Qin Guanyun's body. At this moment, a map of Sangnan City in the spiritual world appeared in his mind. Qin Guanyun is located in the center of the map, a big green sphere. There is also a small green dot nearby, that is Li Fei. Other than that, it was all orange dots, connected to him by a thin line. Through the forbidden area of Qijing, transplanting flowers and grafting trees, Qin Guanyun can understand the physical condition of everyone in Sangnan City. The brain's thinking speed is 2 to the power of 20 times faster than that of an ordinary person. It runs at a rapid speed, like a sophisticated computer, processing every individual's situation at all times. Qin Guanyun divided the mental system of his brain into 2 areas. One area handles normal life communication and takes charge of everything. Another area is like an independent computer, which handles simple mechanical observations and calculations. At this point, every person or humanoid creature in the entire Sangnan City was marked as Orange Blossom by Qin Guanyun. Although we can't say that they can't live, they can at least be unable to die. After a long time, Qin Guanyun opened his eyes and found himself lying on Lin Qiye's bed. Oh no, I was too focused on processing the transplantation just now. Qin Guanyun quickly reached behind his waist. Luckily, Qin Guanyun breathed a sigh of relief. The phone is still there, it hasn't been stolen, and there's a lot of valuable information in it. Leaked, Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing were photographed checking into a hotel. Middle-aged Uncle Zhao Kongqing pretended to be handsome. Can Brother Bo Bing Lin Qiye walk to the other side? Lin Qiye made a bed on the floor and slept on the ground next to him. He closed his eyes and breathed evenly and forcefully. Qin Guanyun tilted his head, glanced at Lin Qiye, then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Using the Forbidden Ruins, transplantation, to mark more than 800,000 people in a city with orange flowers was still a bit difficult for him who was in the Qi realm. If not, when Lin Qiye puts away the mortal divine realm, that Sangnan City will be shattered. Sangnan City was wiped out by Shiva's grudge 10 years ago. Shiva's grudge, sequence 008, a top forbidden object that carries the sacred remains and soul of the Indian god Shiva. As long as a sufficient price is paid, any concept written on it will be erased. Qin Guanyun murmured in his sleep. This world. It has changed. Peace Affairs Office, basement, conference room. Everyone from Night Watch Team 136 was there, except for temporary member Qin Guanyun. Okay, I emphasize again, all information about Guanyun must be kept absolutely confidential. Captain Chen Mai's voice was extremely serious. His future achievements are limitless. Today's meeting is over. Let's go back. I want to be alone. At this moment, small orange flowers slowly emerged from the void and fell on everyone. This is. Everyone was horrified and tried their best to do something. Captain Chen Mai instantly drew his sword and slashed at the orange flower, but he was unable to stop the orange flower from moving forward. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan tried to dodge, but to no avail, the orange blossom still fell steadily on him. Leng Xian drew his gun, Hong Ying danced with it, and when Qimo launched the Forbidden Ruins. Si Xiaonan stared blankly at the small orange flower, and seemed to think it was quite beautiful. This is Guanyun's Forbidden Ruins. Don't be nervous. Zhao Kongqing, who originally wanted to have fun, saw that the situation was about to get out of control, so he hurriedly explained. Hong Ying and Leng Xian also remembered immediately and hurriedly put away their weapons in embarrassment. At that time, they only saw a single orange blossom, but now a large patch of it appeared and they couldn't make any connection between them for a moment. Old Zhao, have you seen it a long time ago? Hong Ying said. Are you deliberately not telling us, waiting for us to make a fool of ourselves? Wen Qima said. I heard that you got the Forbidden Ruins, destroying life flashing moon, which is a high-risk Forbidden Ruins. It's very powerful. Shall we practice with it? Leng Xian took out a Desert Eagle and loaded it. See Xiaonan, ******. No. I really didn't remember it. Zhao Kongqing was sweating profusely. I just want to have some fun, is it that obvious? Unfortunately, I am only at the lamp realm now, and I can't beat anyone. Ahem, it's okay. Nothing happened. Captain Chen Mai coughed twice awkwardly. Old Zhao, what's going on? Explain it to me. After Guanyun was promoted to the Qi realm, he developed a new ability of the Jinshu, transplanting flowers and grafting trees. Zhao Kongqing paused and continued, in addition to resurrecting the dead, it can also transfer injuries. During the battle with the Ghostface King, he resurrected more than 10 times. According to what you said about the effect of becoming stronger when facing stronger, combined with the characteristics of resurrection, his mental strength should have grown to an unimaginable level. Then the number of orange flowers he can mark must be astonishing. I guess he is marking the entire city now. He wants to protect everyone in this city. What? Everyone couldn't believe it. Click. Everyone turned around and saw that the handle of Captain Chen Mai's chair had been broken by him. He lowered his head and his shoulders shook. I want to be alone after the meeting. Chen Mai's voice was also trembling. After everyone left, Chen Mai slowly stood up and walked to the coffin testing machine. From the secret compartment of the coffin, he slowly took out an ancient parchment scroll, which was filled with a strong smell of death. A muffled groan. When Chen Mai's fingers touched the parchment scroll, the deathly aura began to burn his soul. At the same time, Chen Mai's Forbidden Ruins, Black Impermanence, was deployed, and with the help of the power of the Palace of Yama, he slowly suppressed the aura of Shiva's resentment. Over the past 10 years, its power has been growing, while my power has been weakening, and it has become increasingly difficult to suppress it. 10 years ago, that child created a miracle that allowed me to survive until now. 10 years later, this child brought hope of life again. The next morning, my aunt prepared breakfast and went to work. The three of them had breakfast together. Guanyun, aren't we going to school today? Should we go there directly? Yes, but we need to go back to my house first before going to the night watch base. Ah. Didn't you say that we shouldn't let ordinary people know about the existence of the night watch? Lin Chia approached Qin Guanyun and lowered his voice. Why did you say it out? What if Jin asks about it? It's okay, he definitely didn't hear it. Brother, where are you going? I don't want to go to school anymore. Jin interrupted. Look, you didn't hear it. I should cooperate with you in the performance, but I turned a blind eye. Jin suddenly wanted to sing. Children should stop asking about adults' affairs. Qin Guanyun said with a smile. Woof woof woof. The little black cat came out from somewhere and barked twice, as if speaking up for its owner. Ha ha ha. Qin Guanyun turned his head to look at the little black scabby and laughed even louder. Don't worry, I'll go and bring your wife to you right away. Woo woo. The little black scabby walked away with his tail between his legs again. In the old city, the two walked quickly and soon arrived at Qin Guanyun's house. As soon as I opened the door, Coke pounced on me. Click. Qin Guanyun hugged Kaylay with one hand and closed the door with his other hand without even entering the house. Let's go back to your house. Aren't you tired after running for so long? Oh, that's right. It's not night yet. The speed just now was indeed a bit difficult for you. You just thought of it. Your Shinshu, resurrection, only improves strength, not brain power, right? I have an idea. Qin Guanyun's eyes lit up and he threw the coke towards Lin Chia's chest. Lin Chia hurriedly caught it. What idea? Lin Chia suddenly had a bad feeling. Suddenly, Lin Chia felt a sense of weightlessness and his body turned sideways. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Lin Chia said in horror, put me down quickly. It turned out that Qin Guanyun directly picked up Lin Chia and carried him sideways. I'll hold you, and it will be quick. You are shameless, so am I also shameless. Don't be afraid, it will happen quickly, in the blink of an eye. What if someone sees us? Everyone in this city has been marked by me. I know exactly where they appear. Qin Guanyun said confidently, I promise that I won't run into anyone on the way to your house. As he spoke, Qin Guanyun exerted force with his legs, and his leg strength, which was 100,000 times that of an ordinary person, instantly burst out. Bang! A small hole was stepped out on the ground. Qin Guanyun only used a small part of his strength and reached a speed close to the speed of sound. Qin Guanyun was holding Lin Chia, and Lin Chia was holding the dog. The two men and the dog were like a cannonball, launched out in an instant. Qin Guanyun only took a few jumps to jump from his home to Lin Chia's home. Sure enough, I didn't meet anyone the whole time. Swoosh bang. Qin Guanyun descended from the sky holding Lin Chia. Woof 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 woof. Little Hei Lai ran out first, and when he saw the coke in Lin Chia's arms, he shouted even more happily. Brother, what are you doing? A Jin also ran out, his voice trembling a little. When he saw Lin Chia being carried like a princess by Qin Guanyun, he felt like the sky was falling. A Jin, it's not what you think. Lin Chia covered his face with his hands and explained. Since I met Qin Guanyun, I don't have to worry about physical death anymore, but I have experienced social death several times. Can you come down first before we talk? My hands are a little sore. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Guanyun hugged Lin Chia with both hands and gently threw him to the ground. Lin Chi did a 360-degree turn and then a 180-degree turn in the air and landed steadily. Woof woof. The little corgi girl in his arms cheered for him. Ah Jin, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm holding Chia like this so that I can travel faster. Don't get me wrong. Brother, do you believe him or do you believe I am Erlangshen? Lin Chia thought for a while and said, to be honest, he carried me and ran much faster than I could have run by myself. As soon as coke was put on the ground, it started running happily, not afraid of strangers at all. Sometimes it circled around Qin Guanyun, and sometimes it jumped around in front of Lin Chia. Until it saw the little black scabies. Love at first sight, unable to extricate oneself from falling in love. Just like Dong Yong saw the 7 fairies, Su Xian saw the white snake, and the toad saw the swan meet. So, coke happily chased the little black lily around. The little black lizard lay on the ground, closed his eyes and rested, ignoring everything. When Xiao Heilai first heard Qin Guanyun talk about pairing up with a dog, he felt resistance in his heart. What kind of person is worthy of my sky-roaring dog? Until coke ran around in front of the little black lily, the strong smell of female hormones kept drilling into his nostrils. What's going on? It smells good. The little black scabby slowly crawled up, put his nose behind coke's butt and began to smell it. It smells so good. No matter how extraordinary and magical Xiao Tian dog is, it is still a dog and cannot restrain the instinctive reactions of its blood. Seeing that Xiao Heilai had lost his mind and was drooling as he rode on Kailei, Yang Jin could not help himself and said, Brother, let them be alone. Let's go to the house and rest for a while. You two must be tired from running around just now. Alas, Xiao Tian dog, this is all I can do. At least I can save you from the embarrassment of a live broadcast. Okay, Guanyun, let's go inside first. Wait, Qin Guanyun took out his cell phone, snapped a few photos, and said, okay, let's go inside. Yang Jin was itching to watch from behind, but he was actually a little curious himself. The three of them closed the door and hid in the window to watch the two dogs doing their work. Guanyun, do you think it's a good match? Yes, I read in the book that it is possible. What book? Prenatal Care for Bitches. No, it's Xiao Moshu. Is it reliable? It's reliable. All my friends found their partners from this website. If we can solve people's problems, how much more can we solve dogs' problems? When female dogs have their period, they will emit a special smell. When male dogs smell it, they will react instinctively, Qin Guanyin explained. 20 minutes later. The life essence was released, the bow shrank, the lock opened, the two dogs separated, and both collapsed to the ground. Coke, omega equals. Small black scab, O, T omega T, O. Little Black Lie's eyes were dull, he had no desire to live and felt his body was hollowed out. Ha ha ha. Looking at the two dogs, Qin Guanyin couldn't help laughing. He wondered what state the baby born by Coke would be in. Demigod. Okay, Qie, you go to the base first. Qin Guanyin picked up Coke. I'll go home to send Coke back first, and I'll be there soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Guanyin jumped up and disappeared. Ding dong. Welcome, two agents of God. This time it was Si Xiaonan who opened the door. Xiaonan, why can't I see Hongying? I'm on duty today, and Sister Hongying is at the training ground downstairs. Si Xiaonan smiled sweetly. Come on, let's go down together. Everyone is here. After saying that, Si Xiaonan closed the shop door. As the three of them entered the training ground, they heard a bang and saw Zhao Kongqing fall heavily to the ground. Bah, old Chen. We agreed to suppress the Forbidden Ruins, and you cheated. Sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. Chen Mai spread his hands helplessly. I think you are seeking revenge for personal gain. You are obviously jealous of me. Come again. Let's stop here today and welcome our new teammates first. Chen Mai pointed at Lin Qie at the door. Qie, the uncle who just spoke is the Captain Chen Mai, and the long-legged beauty is Hongying, the one you met yesterday. That one is. Qin Guanyin briefly introduced her to Lin Qie. Hello everyone, I am Lin Qie, the agent of Angel King Michael. TSK, our 136th team now has 2 divine agents. Our future is limitless. Qie, Lao Zhao has already told us about your situation. You are also a pervert like Guanyin. All the team members started talking at once. Okay, Qie, your current situation is the same as Guanyin's. You are both temporary members. You will become official members after you finish the training camp. Chen Mai paused and said, by then, your swords, cloaks and emblems will be issued together. Follow the procedure and test your physical condition first. When Qimo walked to the coffin tester and opened the lid. Qie, lie down in it. Lin Qie looked back at Qin Guanyin, and Qin Guanyin nodded at him. This is a testing instrument specially designed for the night watch. In addition to some conventional data, it can also test the strength of mental power, the potential for mental power development, and the strength of the Forbidden Ruins development. Lin Qie lay down. Click. The coffin is closed. The test data slowly emerged on a yellowed old parchment scroll in Wen Qima's hand. Tester, Lin Qie, temporary member of Night Watch Team 136. Basic Strength, 2. Basic Speed, 3. Basic Reaction, 4. Basic Stamina, 2. Basic Recovery, 3. Total Mental Strength, 4. Note, the value for a normal adult male is 1. This data is already very strong for a newcomer who has just entered the realm of Chan. You should know that when Qin Guanyin was only resurrected twice at the beginning, the value was 4. When the members of Team 136 saw the remaining 2 data, they were shocked again. The last time I was so shocked was when I was testing Qin Guanyin. Spiritual Power Development Potential, 100%. Forbidden Ruins Development Potential, 100%. Test results are for reference only. Team 136 collectively suspected that the coffin tester was broken. If you knew, Captain Chen Mai's mental power development potential is only 76%, and Forbidden Ruins development potential is only 72%. Wang Mian, the captain of the God's Agent, masked team, has a mental power development potential of 83% and a Forbidden Ruins development potential of only 85%. Click. The coffin opened and Lin Qie crawled out. Guanyin, what's wrong? Why are their eyes red? Oh, it's nothing, the wind was too strong and the sand got in. Fuck, 2 perverts. Inhuman. Beast. Okay, Guanyun, let's continue practicing swords. Chen Mai threw his straight sword to Qin Guanyun, turned around and picked up the wooden sword on the weapon rack. Qie, you watch from the side first. Sometimes, talent and strength do not determine victory or defeat. What is more important is the reflex-like skills and firm belief. Captain, I'd better use the wooden sword. Are you getting too bloated? Old Zhao did say that you've become much stronger, but I'm going to let you know today that strength alone is not enough. Come on, with all your strength. Okay. Anyway, I have my orange blossom mark, so I don't have to worry about the captain getting hurt. Qin Guanyun took a false step, held the knife in one hand, stepped back and turned his palm, swung the knife outward with his left hand and then held it to the left side, brought his right fist to his waist, lowered his center of gravity, exerted force with both feet, and punched out with a straight punch. Qin Guanyun didn't use the knife in the end, and even when he punched he reserved some strength. Boom. When Chen Mai saw the flames produced by the violent friction between Qin Guanyun's fist and the air, he knew that something was wrong. Chen Mai directly activated the Forbidden Ruins, Black Impermanence, and the terrifying pressure from the King of Hell's palace descended, suppressing it with all his strength. Bang. A loud crash came from underground. What's that noise? Thunder. It sounds like it's coming from underneath. Is it an earthquake? Peace office, underground training ground. Captain, are you okay? Qin Guanyun lay beside Chen Mai, supported him, and patted the dust off his body. Ahem, it's okay. How could anything happen? Chen Mai pushed Qin Guanyun away and struggled to stand up. Snap. Just as Chen Mai finished speaking, a piece of ceiling fell and hit him hard on the head. Captain, shall we continue practicing swordplay? Well, Guanyun, considering that your strength has improved, your training plan needs to be changed. You should take a rest in the morning, and we will start a new course in the afternoon. How could this kid be so outrageous? I thought he would become very strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. It looked like he wasn't using his full strength just now. If he continues practicing, my old bones will be broken. Even the training ground below is about to be blown up. What a monster. Thinking of this, Chen Mai glanced at Lin Qie next to him and said, Qie, come here. It smells so good. Qin Guanyun helped the staggering Lin Qie out of the training ground and smelled the tempting fragrance coming from the activity room. The beating you received this morning was not in vain. The food cooked by the captain is absolutely amazing. Qin Guanyun smiled at Lin Qie. Captain, wasn't he practicing swordplay with me just now? How could he have time to cook? Who did that? The two walked straight to the activity room, and as soon as they pushed the door open, they saw a table full of takeout. You two should come and have dinner. We have specially ordered a lot of delicious food to celebrate your joining us. Hong Ying said happily, they are all my favorites. After dinner, at the underground training ground, everyone from Night Watch Squad 136 was there. We won't be training this afternoon. Captain Chen Mai said solemnly, Guanyun, I have something important to confirm with you. What's up? What we are going to discuss next concerns the fate of the entire Daxia. I hope everyone will keep it secret. Chen Mai said solemnly again, this is an order, and it is also my request. Seeing everyone nod their heads solemnly in affirmation, Chen Mai's expression eased a little and continued. Guanyun, your forbidden ruins, transplantation, can transfer damage, even death. Even if one dies due to exhaustion of potential and death due to the use of ghosts and gods, it can be transferred. Yeah. Yes, Lao Zhao is a living example. What's the price? The price is death, which I will pay. I will die. And then you, resurrect? That's right. At the same time, I can also use the forbidden ruins, become stronger when meet stronger, to double my strength. Then my strength after resurrection will be doubled. Abnormal. Is this still a human being? You get stronger every time you die. Beast. The other members of Team 136 couldn't help but complain. Chen Mai suppressed everyone's voices and continued. The effect of Guation Yin is, if a person does not have forbidden ruins, Guation Yin will forcibly stimulate his body and induce the forbidden ruins hidden in the origin of life that have never been revealed. In other words, Gishanian can allow everyone to obtain the Forbidden Ruins, but the types and levels of the Forbidden Ruins are different. The price is death, but you will transfer the death to yourself and die in his place. In other words, if you can infinitely revive, and have enough ghost and god guides, we can mass-produce owners of the Forbidden Ruins. Is it right? Yes. Anyone willing to give it a try? Leng Xian. Chen Mai shouted loudly. Here. Leng Xian walked closer to Qin Guanyun. Guanyun, can I trust you? Without waiting for Qin Guanyun to answer, Leng Xian asked again, if I can't trust my teammates, then it is only natural that I die. As he spoke, Leng Xian reached into his waist and took out a badge. Leng Xian, what are you doing? Captain, what if you fail? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were a little worried. I'm not afraid of anything. I believe in Guanyun. Zhao Kongqing had experienced it personally and had the most say. I also believe in Guanyun. He won't joke about the lives of his teammates. Lin Chiye was the second to express his opinion. I believe in Guanyun, just as I believe in Leng Xian's judgment. When Qima said. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan glanced at the sword mark in his hand and said nothing. Leng Xian, have you thought it through? Captain Chen Mai asked again. I've made up my mind. Leng Xian doesn't talk much, but he said a lot this time. I want my own Forbidden Ruins. I don't want to live by relying on a forbidden object. I want to protect everyone. There are 2 crossed straight swords on the front of the emblem, and the words Leng Xian are engraved below. On the back of the coat of arms, there are a few lines of small words engraved. When the dark night finally comes, I will stand before tens of thousands of people. With the sword facing the abyss. Blood-stained sky. Leng Xian pressed the switch, the needle popped out, pierced into the palm of his hand, and the ghost and god guide was injected into his body. At the moment the silver needle pierced the skin, Leng Xian felt an unprecedented power surging in his heart. The cells in his body were vibrating wildly, and a mysterious force field slowly enveloped Leng Xian. A feeling of divine enlightenment enveloped him, and Leng Xuanfu came to his mind and said, I heard the echo of breaking all laws. Could this be the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins 049, breaking all laws? Your Forbidden Ruins are used to suppress the Forbidden Ruins of others, and can even break some Forbidden Ruins, rendering them temporarily ineffective. The suppression and breaking effects of the Forbidden Ruins are related to the Master's realm and mental strength. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan murmured. Qin Guanyun, Sigma, degree winky face. I was so scared that I thought I had walked into the wrong theater. Ha ha ha, who wants to practice with me? Leng Xian, who is usually serious, laughed loudly this time. He touched the forbidden item, mobile armory, on his waist, and a sniper rifle Barrett appeared in his hand. Jinshu's, breaking all laws, was activated, and a special force field wave enveloped Leng Xian, as well as his guns and bullets. Lin Chiye frowned, and Leng Xian slowly disappeared from his perception range. Old Zhao, keep your distance and chop me. Zhao Kongqing didn't say anything more. He jumped lightly and after a few leaps, he was already 50 meters away. He drew out the straight knife, slashed from a distance, and activated the Forbidden Ruins, Annihilation of Life and Flashing Moon. A dark crescent flew out from the blade and headed straight towards Leng Xian. Leng Xian did not dodge. He held the Barrett at his waist with both hands and pulled the trigger. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the 12.7 mm bullet was fired at a muzzle velocity of 853 meters per second. In addition, the surface of the bullet is covered with a layer of light that can break all laws. Click. The moment the bullet collided with the black crescent burst instantly like foam. The crescent moon of Mianqing Shanyue did not block the bullet at all and it still flew towards Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's confident attack was instantly defeated by the bullet shrouded in break all laws, and he had no time to dodge. Not good. Chen Mai cried out inwardly and ran towards Zhao Kongqing at full speed. It's over. Old Zhao wouldn't die again just after being resurrected, right? It should be all right, right? Let Guanyun transfer the damage. Click. The bullet stopped, caught in the air between two fingers. The entire training ground was as quiet as a library, without a single sound. Ding dong ding dong. The bullet fell to the ground, making a crisp sound that was somewhat deafening. Although Barrett's bullets are fast, Qin Guanyun is faster than them. Old Zhao, don't be so careless next time. Qin Guanyun walked to Zhao Kongqing, patted him on the shoulder, and said slowly, of course, it's okay if you die accidentally. Ha ha ha, anyway I can revive you. Zhao Kongqing, So pretentious. I can't stand it. Hongying, degree nabla degree, Guanyun is so handsome, I like him so much. Si Xiaonan, Omega, Guanyun is so awesome. Aha. With a muffled groan, Leng Xian collapsed to the ground, and Wen Qimo beside him quickly supported him. Haha, is this what death feels like? It doesn't seem so bad. Leng Xian looked around and finally his eyes stayed on Si Xiaonan for a while, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he didn't say a word, slowly closed his eyes, and lost his life. Night Watch Squad 136, Leng Xian, died. The next moment, an orange flower bloomed in Leng Xian's body, bringing life and transferring death. Plop. Qin Guanyun's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. His face turned pale, and he felt as if his body had lost a lot of energy in an instant. Qin Guanyun's vitality continued to fade away, but it did not reach the point where he lost his life. In other words, Leng Xian's death did not lead to Qin Guanyun's death, but only caused a large loss of vitality. This is because Qin Guanyun is already strong enough, and transferring his life once is not enough to make him sacrifice all his vitality. It's like transferring the death of a mouse to an elephant. The elephant may only suffer minor injuries and lose some vitality. But if the death of 100 mice is transferred to the elephant, then the elephant will die. Transformations of death are not equivalent. In other words, the stronger I am, the less impact the transfer of death will have on me. It's so uncomfortable to be half dead like this. I might as well just die. In just 1 minute, Qin Guanyun had fully recovered thanks to his recovery ability that was 100,000 times greater than that of ordinary people. Leng Xian, who was indirectly resurrected by Qin Guanyun, has also woken up. He leaned weakly on the bench, supported by Wen Qimo. He was still very weak and pale, but his eyes were full of spirit. Thank you, Guanyun. Leng Xian said as he looked at Qin Guanyun who was walking towards him. Leng Xian's voice was low but serious. It's just a piece of cake. Qin Guanyun smiled slightly. He raised his right hand, and an orange flower appeared again, floating into Leng Xian's body. Leng Xian's face turned visibly redder, and infinite energy filled his body again. He was surprised to find that all the aftereffects of using the ghost guidance had disappeared, there was no trace of weakness, and his physical condition was even better than before. This is amazing. Seeing the miracle again, everyone still couldn't avoid being shocked. Guanyun, you will be our team doctor from now on. Wen Qimo exclaimed, your forbidden ruins is truly amazing. After hearing this, Si Xiaonan pouted and said nothing. The forbidden ruins in Guanyun cannot be used casually. It will only be used under special circumstances. From now on, Xiaonan will still be responsible for treating minor injuries and illnesses. Captain Chen Mai said with a smile. Everyone, keep training. The next day, Qin Guanyun and Lin Qie came to the Heping office as usual. The one staying in the hall this time was indeed Captain Chen Mai. Guanyun, come with me, someone wants to see you. After saying that, he walked forward. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Qin Guanyun and Lin Qie looked at each other and followed alone. Captain, who wants to see me? Secret. Who wants to see me at this time? Why does he want to see me? Because I am God's agent. No, Lin Qie is also God's agent. Or is it because I own many forbidden ruins at the same time? Could it be? Qin Guanyun followed Chen Mai to the underground first, past the training ground, and greeted his teammates who were in training. Then we walked through a long corridor that seemed to be gradually rising. At this moment, a map of Cangnan City appeared in Qin Guanyun's mind. This map was composed of moving green dots. According to the map, they seemed to be heading to the river. As expected, Qin Guanyin felt the air becoming moist and the sound of cicadas could be heard faintly in his ears. Squeak. Chen Mai in front stopped and opened the door, and a dazzling light shone into the corridor. Go ahead. He's waiting for you by the river. After saying that, he stepped back, waited for Qin Guanyin to leave the corridor, and then closed the door again. Qin Guanyin looked towards the river with confusion. It was already a little chilly in the early autumn morning, but the old willow trees by the river were still struggling to sprout new buds. A middle-aged man in a dark red cloak sat by the river, with a standard straight knife lying diagonally on the grass beside him. He held a fishing rod in one hand and took the cigarette from the corner of his mouth with the other hand, flicked the ash, and dropped it on the water, creating ripples. He was concentrating on fishing and didn't seem to see Qin Guanyin. Qin Guanyin didn't say anything, just watched him fishing. 10 minutes later, the man stood up. Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, the Supreme Commander of the Night's Watch. What? It's him. While walking through the long corridor, Qin Guanyin thought that the person who came this time might be a high-ranking official of the Night's Watch of Daxia, or even one of the 5 sealings, but he never expected that it would be Yi Fan, the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch. Hello, Commander Yi. Are you just passing through Tsangnan City? No, I came here just to see you. Then Commander Yi, you are looking for me. Hey, you've taken the bait. Yi Fan suddenly lifted the fishing rod, and a crucian carp weighing about 2.5 taels was brought out of the water, fell on the grass, and kept jumping. After catching a fish, Yi Fan stopped fishing and stared at Qin Guanyin, saying seriously. Qin Guanyin, what do you think of Daxia's situation? Internal and external troubles. Oh. Tell me more about it. After the fog invaded, the entire world except Daxia was shrouded in fog. And some mysteries often appeared in Daxia, threatening people's lives. In addition, there is the ancient god church, which is composed of the evil god's agents, trying to destroy humanity. Well, yes, this is an internal problem. What about external troubles? When the mist spread from Antarctica, the Western gods saved themselves by sacrificing their people. But when the fog spread to Daxia, the gods of Daxia chose to sacrifice themselves to save their people. They united together, destroyed their own cultivation and turned into a national guardian monument to stop the invasion of fog, and thus fell into reincarnation and rebirth. So now Daxia has no gods of its own, and the foreign gods are watching covetously, relying on a few human sealings to support it. Ahem, you know too much. Besides the external gods. Wait. Stop talking. Yi Fan interrupted Qin Guanyin from continuing to reveal the spoilers. Let's talk about something else. Yi Fan threw the fishing rod onto the grass and lit a cigarette. The crucian carp that had just been thrown onto the grass had its mouth open and seemed to be dead. The outer gods are blocked by people like us, so ordinary people in Daxia cannot perceive them well. Instead, it is the occasional mysterious outbreaks that cause the highest number of deaths each year. Therefore, what we need more and more urgently are ordinary night watchmen. Among them, only the night watchmen who possess forbidden ruins or forbidden objects can fight against the mystery. So we need you to mass-produce the night watchmen with forbidden ruins. I know, I agree, and I have a request. Qin Guanyin smiled. This is what I wish for. I sincerely hope that there will be fewer tragedies in this world and that everyone will have a good ending. I hope more people can live their lives in peace and not be killed by mysterious entities that suddenly appear. If I traveled to this world just to follow the original storyline and pretend to be the same cool person the original owner did, that would really be a bit boring. I don't want to be the only one alive in the end, and then become an omnipotent being and resurrect all the dead. I don't want that. Because at this time, the story has already come to an end. They are no longer involved in the whole story, there is less joy and more tragedy. Now that I have the ability to resurrect, I can't just save a few key people and ignore the lives of ordinary people. Before I traveled through time, I was also an ordinary person. As long as it's not too difficult, I can agree to it now. Hearing Qin Guanyin's answer, Yi Fan was obviously relieved. Even if you want to be the captain of a special team, I can prepare for you. Well, starting from this month, give my parents and Aunt Lin Chia 100,000 yuan every month. Qin Guanyin seemed to have thought of the request long ago, and send authoritative government officials to tell them that Lin Chia and I have been specially recruited as civil servants, and the salary and benefits are very good. That's all. That's all. Are you sure? I'm sure. Starting tomorrow you can send people to Tsangnan City. Before he finished speaking, Qin Guanyun had already turned and left. At the same time, in Yifan's eyes, 2 orange flowers floated out from Qin Guanyun's hands. One fell on himself, and the other drilled into the body of a dying crucian carp in the grass. Yifan, the commander-in-chief of the night watch, who wanted to leave immediately, had to stop and wait quietly for the crucian carp to die. This wait lasted for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. Finally, the crucian carp died. The next second, an orange flower bloomed from its body. Crucian carp is resurrected. Not only that, the crucian carp quickly recovered its vitality and kept flapping its wings vigorously on the grass. Plop. Finally, it transformed into a cricket pupa and reached the river, swimming happily away into the distance. Yifan was stunned for a moment, then smiled again. This guy deliberately let the fish die after 10 minutes. Number 2 Middle School. The school bell rang, and groups of high school students walked out of the school gate, talking and laughing. Ruo, wait for me for a while. I'm going home today, too. Tianli pulled Han Ruo and said, I'm riding my bike. When I finish writing this, I'll take you home. Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. Han Ruo, as her name suggests, looked a little weak and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. 10 minutes later, except for the boys still playing ball on the playground, there were only a few students left on campus. Come on, let's go to the carport. Tianli packed her school bag and walked towards the carport hand in hand with Han Ruo, talking in low voices as they walked. Ruo, who do you think is handsome in our class? I don't know. Although he denied it verbally, the figures of Lin Chia and Qin Guanyun flashed through his mind quickly. Finally, the picture stopped and it was Li Yifei. I think Lin Chia is quite handsome, especially his eyes, which are very attractive, just like he is wearing beauty contact lenses. But I also think he seems a little weak, more literary. In comparison, Qin Guanyun is more manly, more sunny and tough. Tianli seemed a little infatuated. Ruo, do you know who I like the most? Oh, I don't know. Number 2 Middle School has relatively strict controls on premature love. Unless they are very good friends, no one will tell others about the person they secretly love. Guess what? Qin Guanyun. No. Lin Chia. No. The two talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the bicycle shed, which was empty. Could it be Li Yifei? Han Ruo said the name she didn't want to say. Hey, the person I like is you. After the last 3 words were uttered, Tianli's mouth suddenly opened in an astonishing arc, like a carnivorous plant preparing to hunt, revealing sharp fangs that looked like barbs. Her pupils had disappeared, leaving only the whites of her eyes. Han Ruo widened her eyes and subconsciously opened her mouth, wanting to scream for help. The next moment, Tianli's entire head split open from her mouth, opening wide enough to swallow a living person whole. Then, this bloody mouth swallowed Han Ruo in an instant and started chewing continuously. Han Ruo fell into endless pain and darkness. She felt her flesh and skin slowly melting away, and her bones being chewed into pieces by surprise. When Han Ruo was about to die, the last image that appeared in her mind was Li Yifei. In the classroom that afternoon, she suddenly felt someone was looking at her from behind, so she turned around and her eyes met Li Yifei's, who was staring at her. There seemed to be endless tenderness hidden in his eyes, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Han Ruo died. The next moment, an orange flower bloomed from Han Ruo's body and from the mouth of Tianli, who had turned into a monster. The whites of the monster Tianli's eyes trembled rapidly, and she seemed to be in some discomfort, as if she had eaten something indigestible. Suddenly, its bloody mouth opened again, and with a wow sound, it spit out a complete Han Ruo. Aside from being covered in slime and unconscious, she was otherwise intact. The monster Tianli's bloody mouth slowly returned to its original shape, and in a few seconds she turned back into the ordinary high school girl she used to be. She was breathing heavily, seemingly exhausted. The spread of the Nanda snake demon's infection is limited, and it takes 3 days for a child to infect one. After the infection is successful, it will consume a lot of physical strength and take a long time to recover. If the infection fails, the damage to it will be greater. Although the combat power of the sub-body is not high, it is still able to deal with the unconscious Han Ruoro with ease. Tianli looked at Han Ruoro lying on the ground and approached her step by step with an expressionless face. 20 minutes ago, on the way home. Oh no. I forgot to bring my homework. Li Fei scratched his head. My homework is still in the drawer in the classroom. Study, what the hell, said Wang Liang, who went home with Li Fei. Don't take it. It would be bad if you run into a murderer on the way back. No, that's the assignment from the old witch of physics. If I don't finish it, she'll kill me. I don't want to be kept in her office after school. Well, you should go get it. Wang Liang said sympathetically when he heard that it was a physics homework. Go quickly and come back soon. There are still hungry teammates in the canyon waiting for you to save them. I'm going home to play a few rounds first. Li Fei sighed, turned around and walked towards the school. It took him another 10 minutes to reach the school gate. At this time, all the students who were supposed to leave had already left, and the entire school was empty. Li Fei just entered the school gate and walked to the tree-lined path. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill came over his heart, and a feeling of impending death enveloped him. What's happening? Who is draining my life force? I'm going to die if this continues. Li Fei's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and an evil and cold aura took over Li Fei's body. His body expanded rapidly like a balloon, black scales grew on the surface of his skin, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a monster with a human head and a snake body. Hiss. In order to resist the inexplicable loss of vitality, the Nanda snake demon had to reveal its true form. Who is it? No, I have to start early. Fortunately, the loss of life stopped after a while. If it continued, it would not be able to bear it. The Nanda snake demon's consciousness faded, and Li Fei quickly returned to normal. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted after just walking such a short distance. I need to exercise more in the future. Li Fei seemed to be unaware of what just happened. He muttered to himself as he walked, I want to be a hero in the future. There is a playground on one side of the tree-lined path and a parking shed on the other. Li Fei, who was about to continue on his journey, suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, so he turned his head to look. I saw a bloody mouth wide open, and Han Ruoro was spit out from it. Li Fei was so frightened that his legs went weak. He quickly rolled into the bushes, held his breath, and squinted his eyes to observe. Han Ruoro was lying on the ground, her body covered in mucus, unconscious. The bloody mouth on the side gradually shrank, and after a few seconds it turned into a high school girl. Tianli. Is she a monster? What happened to Han Ruoro? Tianli seems to have bad intentions towards her. Watching Tianli approaching Han Ruoro step by step with an expressionless face, Li Fei felt conflicted. What should I do? Should I step forward? Don't I want to be a hero? Forget it. I'm a little tired from walking so fast. But, do I have to watch Han Ruoro being killed by Tianli? Don't be impulsive. Han Ruoro might have been killed by the monster Tianli. If you go up now, you might just die. It's better to observe calmly, protect yourself, and wait until the monster leaves before going to the night watchman for help. Li Fei. What are you doing lying in the grass? The physics teacher always likes to get off work overtime after work before leaving school. As luck would have it, I saw Li Fei lying in the bushes. Forehead. Li Fei got up with a blank mind. Before he could think of how to answer, he heard Tianli's voice. Teacher. Come here quickly, Han Ruoro has fainted suddenly. What, where is it? The physics teacher followed Tianli and saw Han Ruoro lying on the ground. The school hospital is closed at this time, Li Fei. Hurry and help her to my car. We'll take her to the hospital. Li Fei had no choice but to help Han Ruoro into the physics teacher's car with the monster Tianli. Li Fei, Tianli, and I will take Han Ruoro to the hospital. Don't hang around in school, go home quickly. Li Yifei watched the monster Tian Li and the physics teacher drive away and breathed a long sigh of relief. I silently said in my heart, I wish you good luck, Han Ruoruo. And the physics teacher. At this moment, Li Yifei no longer had the idea of going back to the classroom to get his homework. He turned around and rushed out of the school gate, running towards the Hepping office. Study, what the hell? I want to join a mysterious organization and become a hero admired by everyone. Night falls at the peace office. Ding dong, welcome. Qin Guanyun carried a big bag of food and pushed open the door of the office. He saw Hongying sitting upright in the chair, lost in thought. Sister Hongying, the salty tofu pudding you like is sold out this afternoon. Qin Guanyun walked to the table and took out the takeaway bag while saying, so we bought you sweet tofu pudding. Without hearing Hongying's response, Qin Guanyun walked to her side, waved his hand and said, Sister Hongying, what's wrong? Guanyun. You're finally back. Hongying stood up, grabbed Qin Guanyun's wrist, and walked quickly underground. Don't worry about eating yet. Something happened. A mystery has arrived, and it's very tricky. The two pushed open the door and walked into the activity room, and found that everyone was there except Zhao Kongqing. In addition, there is another old acquaintance, Li Yifei. The moment he saw Li Yifei, Qin Guanyun understood that the plot of the Nanda snake demon had begun. No wonder, I was wondering why the wood I marked on Li Yifei disappeared. I guess Han Ruoruo has triggered the flower. Qin Guanyun. You have joined this organization too. Li Yifei was surprised again when he saw Qin Guanyun. They said that you and Lin Qiye were both specially recruited as civil servants. It turns out that you have joined this organization. Qin Guanyun touched his nose and smiled, almost the same, everyone here is a special civil servant. We can talk about your matters later. Let's talk about the case first. Chen Mai interrupted. Okay. Li Yifei swallowed his saliva and recalled, in the evening, I went back to school to get my homework. Li Yifei carefully described again what had just happened, and everyone frowned as they listened. I've asked Lao Zhao to go to the hospital and follow Tian Li. We haven't taken action yet to avoid alerting the enemy. After Li Yifei finished speaking, Wu Xiangnan continued, from the current information, this mythical creature has a very strong camouflage ability. It can transform into someone else and still communicate normally with others. Then should we just ask Lao Zhao to kill Tian Li? Hong Ying's eyes lit up. If there is only one mysterious one, it is indeed true. Wen Qima sighed. What if Tian Li is just one of the many hidden monsters? Lin Qiye, who was standing nearby, said, after killing Tian Li, it will cause other monsters to riot and cause huge casualties. That's not good. Xiangnan, have you found any information about this monster? Chen Mai asked in a deep voice. Not yet. There are all kinds of strange folk legends, and the mystery of its birth is also varied and numerous. It takes a long time to search a lot to find its specific information. Nanda Snake Demon. Qin Guanyun, who had been silent, interrupted Wu Xiangnan, it originated from rural legends. This kind of snake demon has super camouflage ability and wisdom. After they swallow creatures, they can plant snake seeds in their bodies, turn the bodies into their offspring, and control their actions. However, there is a limit to the output of snake species. The mother snake can only produce one offspring every day, and it takes 3 days to produce one offspring. After successfully swallowing, it will consume a lot of physical strength and need a long time to recover. If the swallowing fails, the damage to it will be even greater. After hearing Qin Guanyun's introduction to the monster, everyone looked at each other in surprise. After all, Qin Guanyun had only joined the night watch for a few days, and everyone was still reluctant to believe it. That's exactly what happened. Wu Xiangnan said in a deep voice, when Qin Guanyun mentioned the Nanda snake demon, I opened the internal database and searched it. The result of the search was just as Qin Guanyun said. Guanyun, how do you know it so clearly? Hong Ying asked the question on behalf of everyone. Oh, I saw it in an ancient book called Slaying the Gods. What ancient book? Why have I never heard of it? When can you lend it to me? Hong Ying's eyes were full of curiosity. The original copy of the ancient book has been destroyed. I will write it down for you when I have time. Hong Ying, crazy. So, this snake demon is more troublesome than we thought. Wen Qima said in a deep voice. Since it can spread disguises through its offspring, we cannot confirm its true form. Lin Qie analyzed, and we still don't know when it was born, and how many people it has infected so far. We must prepare for the worst. Perhaps the entire number 2 middle school has been infected. Number 2 middle school has become a monster school. Wu Xiangnan said slowly, in fact, this monster may have infected not only the school, but also other places in Sangnan City. What do you mean? Li Yifei suddenly shuddered. Qi Yi. Qin Guanyun suddenly shouted, take Li Yifei to rest, he is tired. When Lin Qie saw the look Qin Guanyun gave him, he instantly understood what he meant and flew out with Li Yi. After a while, Lin Qie returned to the underground activity room again. He was really tired after being worried all day, and he fell asleep quickly. Lin Qie walked to Qin Guanyun and said, Guanyun, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with him? I just think that what I'm about to say next might be better avoided by him. Qin Guanyun glanced at Wu Xiangnan and said, what is the worst possible consequence of this Nanda snake demon? The Nanda snake demon has produced a large number of offspring. A large number of snake demons have been hidden in Sangnan City. The Crow of Disaster is calling out warnings, and the snake demons are rioting, causing large-scale casualties. Crow of Disaster is a forbidden creature that comes with its own forbidden ruins. When a major disaster is about to happen in an area, it will scream in advance to give a warning. After hearing Wu Xiangnan's answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the situation was still very serious. Since the Crow of Disaster hasn't made any movement, it means the situation is far from being that dangerous. Qin Guanyun smiled confidently and added, don't worry, I'll take care of you even if the worst happens. As Qin Guanyun was talking, he walked to the middle of the crowd, looked around and asked, so what is the difficulty in dealing with this snake demon? First, find out how many infected people there are, and then find all its offspring. Lin Qie answered cooperatively, before they have any reaction, quickly deal with them together with the mother. Judging from the situation, is Qin Guanyun ready to start showing off? 81. Qin Guanyun paused, there are a total of 81 Nanda snake monsters in the entire Sangnan City. How did you know? Is this true? According to my Qinghua's feedback, these 81 snake monsters are scattered all over Sangnan City. It will take a lot of manpower and resources to find and kill them all at once. Qin Guanyun smiled and said, by the way, I have already marked all humanoid creatures in Sangnan City with orange flowers. I know their physical conditions very well. What? You can also understand other people's physical conditions. Guanyun. Why is my waist always aching lately? Guanyun. I have a stomachache when I have my period. How can I treat it? Ignoring his teammates' shock, Qin Guanyun continued, and, as long as they are still in Sangnan City, I can clearly know their location, with an error of no more than 2.5 centimeters. Where is my privacy? I want privacy. I don't want to be monitored. Leng Xian, who has always been a cold-blooded sniper, suddenly shouted. Do you want privacy or an extra life? Hee hee, it seems that privacy is not that important. Leng Xian scratched his head. So we have to find an opportunity to gather all the snake monsters together and deal with them together. Qin Guanyun glanced at Lin Qie. Lin Qie understood what he meant, and continued, since the first place where the snake demon was discovered was number 2 middle school, it means that number 2 middle school is basically the base camp of the snake demon, and the number of people infected here should be the largest. Therefore, tomorrow when school starts, a large number of snake demons should return to school, which will be the best time for us to deal with them. That's right. Don't worry tonight, just have a good sleep. Qin Guanyun's tone gradually became serious, with me here, no one will be infected by the snake demon anymore. Early the next morning. Peace office, conference room, everyone is there. This Nanda snake demon incident has caused more than 80 casualties. If it is not handled properly, it will cause even more serious losses. Captain Chen Mai said solemnly. He looked at Qin Guanyun and continued, but fortunately, we have Guanyun, so we can still control the situation. So, Now I appoint Qin Guanyun as the Commander-in-Chief of the Nanda Snake Demon Purge Operation. Captain, Qin Guanyun is only a temporary member now. He should not participate in the mysterious Purge operation before he is officially promoted. Wu Xiangnan frowned slightly and expressed a different opinion, not to mention letting him be the Commander-in-Chief. I know, but is there anyone better than him to deal with the Snake Demon? This operation is also a good training opportunity for him. What's more, he can provide a guarantee for himself, Chen Mai added in his heart. Everyone present must obey his orders. Including me. Snap. 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 Amidst warm applause, Qin Guanyun walked to the monitor in the conference room, on which a map of Changnan City had already been opened. Qin Guanyun raised his hand and pointed to the time on the monitor. It's 7.25 points now. The students of number 2 middle school should be doing their morning reading at this time. Qin Guanyun drew a circle around number 2 middle school on the map as he spoke. Based on the locations of the infected people on the map in my mind, there are a total of 72 people infected within number 2 middle school, and the remaining 9 are scattered throughout the city. So we have to split our forces into 2 groups. One group will go to number 2 middle school to deal with the large number of snake demons, while the other group will quickly rush to various parts of the city to deal with the snake demons scattered throughout the city. First, the first team that needs to go to number 2 middle school includes Lin Qie, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, Lao Zhao and me. Why us? Hongying asked. First of all, judging from the existing intelligence, this mythical creature is good at camouflage, lurking, and infection. Its own realm is not high, so the few of us are enough to handle it. Secondly, Lin Qie and I are students of number 2 middle school and are familiar with the situation there. Sister Hongying and Xiaonan are also very young and beautiful. After dressing up, sneaking into number 2 middle school will not arouse suspicion. What about Lao Zhao? The process of encircling and suppressing the snake demon is bound to cause riots. We need Lao Zhao to set up the no-ring airspace. Zhao Kongqing nodded and understood the mission. Qin Guanyun continued, in addition, the true form of the Nanda snake demon is most likely in number 2 middle school, so we still need Sister Hongying's combat power. After all, Qie and I have rarely participated in actual combat. The corners of the others' mouths twitched when they heard this, but you defeated the ghost-faced king of Sichuan in one battle. What about me? What should I do? Si Xiaonan's soft voice sounded. You are a mascot, and you can provide first aid if any students are injured. Si Xiaonan, equals Omega Smiley Face O. Ahem, Team 2, Captain, Vice Captain, Wen Qima, Leng Xian. Each of you has top-level combat power, and you will definitely be able to quickly eliminate the snake demons scattered everywhere without causing any disturbance. Chen Mai and others nodded in agreement. Qin Guan opened another form, which was filled with information about the students of number 2 middle school, including their home addresses and their parents' workplaces. The home addresses of 5 students were marked in red. Based on the location of the snake demon's offspring, I have deduced their identities. Next, the second team just needs to follow my instructions and go to the designated locations one by one to kill whoever you see. Without further delay, let's get started. The meeting is adjourned. 20 minutes later. 5 figures carrying different boxes stood at the entrance of number 2 middle school. Guanyun, why is your school uniform the same as my previous school? Hongying looked down at her high school uniform and said with some surprise. School uniforms are the same across the country, and generally they are as ugly as possible. Qin Guanyun first looked at his own boy's uniform, then at Hongying's girl's uniform. Besides, whether a school uniform looks good or not depends on the individual. People like you, Sister Hongying, would look good even in a sack. Hongying's red and white short-sleeved shirt looked particularly bright in the sun. Her school uniform was just the right size, with smooth lines that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Hongying tied her hair up in a high ponytail, and the collar of her white shirt was slightly turned up, revealing her slender neck. She also carried a long black box on her back, and her whole body exuded endless energy. Si Xiaonan next to her looked a bit like a junior high school student who had stolen her sister's clothes. The number 2 middle school uniform she was wearing was a bit too big for her, but it gave her a different kind of cuteness. Si Xiaonan, O degree Omega degree O. Guanyun, you are quite good at talking. How many girls have you deceived? Hong Ying looked at Qin Guanyun with a smile. The best solution to this problem is not to solve it. Qin Guanyun pretended not to hear and turned to Zhao Kongqing and said, Old Zhao, wait outside the school first. I'll leave the fish that slipped through the net to you. Qin Guanyun pointed at the earphone and said, wait for my message before deploying unrestrained airspace. Our mission this time is to eliminate the snake demon with minimal impact while ensuring that no one is injured or killed. As he spoke, Qin Guanyun walked towards the wall not far away. The wall is more than 2 meters high and is made of pointed iron railings to prevent students from climbing over it. There were also several banners on the wall next to it. Successfully climbing over the firewall is not good, but failure is not a guarantee. Successfully climbed over the wall, university turned into a junior college, and I have to carry bricks every day. Failed to climb over the wall, the boy became a girl, and the girl became a woman. Qin Guanyun ignored the content of the banner and jumped in. After a while, Hong Ying and Xiaonan also turned over quietly. What about Nanaya? Before he finished speaking, a black box was thrown over, and then Lin Chia jumped high into the air, clasped his hands under the iron tip, pushed hard, and easily passed over. Old Zhao lent me his straight knife, which delayed me for a while. Lin Chia took the long black box handed to him by Qin Guanyun and explained. Then follow the plan. Lin Chia will go back to the class to get close to Tianli. The two of you will go to the principal's office and control the principal first. Qin Guanyun pointed to the invisible headset on his ear, I'll stay here first. If there's anything, we can communicate through the headset. After waiting for the three to leave, Qin Guanyun picked up the headset and was about to speak. Seeing Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan running back again, she said a little embarrassedly. Where is the principal's office? Qin Guanyun pointed to the building in the middle of the school and said, the building in the middle is the administration building. I'm not sure exactly where the principal's office is. You can ask inside. On the other side. Qin Guanyun's voice rang out from Chen Mai's headset. Captain, please find a place to pull over. In the Xingfuziching community on your right, there is room 501, Unit 2, Building 3, and there are 3 people at home. They are Tian Li's family members, her parents and her younger brother, all of whom have been infected. There is no one in the 502 households next door, so you can handle it with confidence without worrying about affecting the surrounding residents. They have not yet left for work or school, please deal with it immediately. Please reply if you receive it. Chen Mai received it. Chen Mai parked the car and ran quickly towards the place Qin Guan mentioned. Guanyun is a really good kid. He has potential, aspirations, and the ability to lead. We just need to show him a path and a broad stage. He himself will reach the top. While thinking, Chen Mai had already arrived at the door of household 501 and knocked on it. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? What do you do? Open the door and check the water meter. Guanyun, I've reached the end of Section 2 of Tsinghua Avenue. When Qimo parked the car on the side of the road and communicated with Qin Guanyun through an invisible headset. Very good, Qimo. Qin Guanyun found a flat lawn, lay down, adjusted himself to a comfortable position, and continued. On the ramp to the north of the road, there should be only one man riding an electric scooter approaching you. He is the father of Lu Xiaoyan, a student at the second middle school, and he is infected. Please stop him and control him. Got it. When Qimo stood up, opened the trunk, and took out a traffic police uniform and hat. But he was clearly walking on the motor vehicle lane. How do you know he was riding an electric scooter? Qin Guanyun smiled and turned over on the grass, speed. He moved fast and slow, sometimes standing still, and sometimes reaching 40 kilometers per hour. And he sometimes drives on the motorway, sometimes on the non-motorway, and sometimes even on the sidewalk. Understood. As he spoke, when Qimo had already changed into his police uniform and looked in the rearview mirror to make sure there were no omissions. So when Qimo took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to stop the man riding the electric scooter. Hello, master. Hello, officer. Let's go to the side and talk. I'll ask you, where should we go? Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan walked silently in the dark garage, with only a faint sound coming from the headset. Xiangnan, there are 3 infected people in the car in the northwest corner of the garage. They should be Lu Xiaoyan's mother and the 2 Uncle Wangs. Please monitor closely. Can monsters do that? They're shedding their skin. Oh, that's what I mean. I don't trust you. I arrived at the 35th floor of Building B of the New Century building. Very good, Leng Xian. Qin Guanyin sat up from the grass and continued. In that office in the southeast corner of this floor, 2 people have been infected. They should be the father of Zhao Xiaofeng, a student from the 2nd middle school, and her good aunt. Leng Xian listened to Qin Guanyin's voice and walked straight to the office in the southeast corner. Without knocking, he pushed the door open. At the same time, Qin Guanyin's voice sounded in everyone's earphones. There are 9 offspring of the Nanda snake demon outside the school, and they have all been found. Attention all 2nd team members. Please dispose of it harmlessly immediately. Old Zhao. Expand the unrestrained airspace. Got it. Chen Mai put down the meter reading record in his hand, turned around and pulled out a straight knife from the black box behind him. A blinding light flashed, and the knife came down, beheading the 3 men. The moment they landed on the ground, their heads exploded and turned into the heads of hideous flesh and blood monsters. I'm going to Xiankio, officer. The men seemed to have something else to say. Receive. When Qima suddenly turned around, walked to the car, opened the trunk, took out a waterproof woven bag, and spread it on the ground. Then he pulled out a straight knife from the trunk. The men suddenly had a bad feeling. With a hiss, his head turned into a ferocious snake head. Scales appeared all over his body and he rushed forward with a hiss. It's a pity it's too late. When Qima cuts 2 pieces with 1 sword, 4 pieces with 2 swords, and 8 pieces with 4 swords. The moment the men turned into a monster, he had already been chopped into even-sized pieces and put into a woven bag that had been prepared in advance. Receive. Wu Xiangnan walked to the shaking car. Puff. 1 knife. 3 candied haws were put on the string, each covered with a layer of sugar coating. Receive. Bang bang. 2 gunshots were heard, and the 2 snake demons fell to the ground without any struggle. Okay, the problem has been solved. All the snake demon descendants outside the school have been eliminated. Qin Guanyin stood up. At this moment, in the map of Cangnan City in his mind, 9 orange spots of light slowly dissipated. At the same time, Lao Zhao's unrestrained airspace unfolded, and an arc-shaped air wall, like a big bowl, was placed above number 2 middle school, isolating the inside and the outside. Next, we should focus on dealing with these snake demons in the school. Dealing with the snake demon is easy, but how can we get Lin Qie to kill Li Fei? At this moment, Hong Ying's voice came from the headset. Guanyun, Principal, we have controlled the situation. What should we do now? Wait for me. Grafting, the orange flowers planted can truly reflect each person's physical condition. So for Qin Guanyun, every orange flower is unique and represents a different person. Qin Guanyin followed the map in his mind and easily found the location of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. The women's room. Why are you 2 here? We saw her coming out of the principal's office, so we followed her to the toilet and knocked her out. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan carried a middle-aged woman out of the women's restroom. Her eyes were closed, and her no longer childish face was like a ripe fruit, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Her figure was voluptuous and well-proportioned, revealing a unique temperament and charm. Fortunately, it was class time and no teachers were passing by in the corridor. Is it possible that she is the principal's secretary? Hong Ying carried the middle-aged woman and brought Qin Guanyun to the principal's office. The office was empty. Ah. Did we make a mistake? Si Xiaonan was a little frustrated. Maybe that's right, Qin Guanyun pointed to a photo on the wall, principal of Cangnan No. 2 Middle School, Heng Shuaing. The person in the photo is the woman Hong Ying is holding. Qin Guanyun frowned. It's strange. According to the memory of my previous life, the principal should be an old man around 50 years old. When did he become a young woman? And there is no mark of my orange blossom in her body. Did she just come to Cangnan? Interesting, still pretending to be unconscious. Qin Guanyin slowly walked to Heng Shuaing's side, looked at her tightly closed eyes, and said, Principal Heng, number 2 middle school has been invaded by aliens. They devoured some students and teachers, and then disguised themselves as them, hiding among them, and constantly expanding their power. Number 2 middle school is in danger. Before I was 8 years old, I was responsible for communicating with aliens. I knew their habits very well. I could tell who was an alien just by looking at them. Cough, cough, Heng Shuaing finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Who are you? Why are you wearing the uniform of number 2 middle school? What do you want to do? No matter how slow their reaction was, they now knew that Qin Guanyin and the other 3 were definitely not ordinary students. Heng Shuaing's voice became serious, even a little hysterical. If you want to hurt the students, I will never agree to it even if I die. I believe the government and the law will do me justice. Principal Heng, don't get excited. We are from the National Security Bureau. Here are our ID cards. As he spoke, Qin Guanyin took out a certificate with a complete red seal and stamp. Zhao Kongqing, a member of the 1st Brigade of the National Security Bureau stationed in Songnan City. In order to facilitate operations, each night watchman holds a certificate, and the certificate is indeed authentic. However, Qin Guanyin is still a temporary team member and can only borrow Zhao Kongqing's skills for the time being. Heng Shuaing was also a worldly wise man. He took the document, checked it carefully, confirmed that it was correct, and returned it to Qin Guanyin. Captain Zhao, I can cooperate with you if you need me to, but I hope you can be more polite next time. Heng Shuaing said this and glared at Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying. Omega. Si Xiaonan, equals Omega smiley face. Okay, Principal Heng, no problem. We'll be more careful next time, Qin Guanyin agreed. The situation this time is a little special, so we have no choice but to resort to this last resort. How should I cooperate with you? Heng Shuaing added, I know the rules. I won't ask questions that I shouldn't ask. But I hope you won't hurt my students. Very good, Principal Heng, absolutely no problem, thank you for your cooperation. Qin Guanyin walked to the principal's desk and said, First, you should immediately ask each class teacher to send the seating chart of their class to your office. As he was talking, Qin Guanyin walked to the window and pointed at the playground outside the window. Then, we will have a baseline test, and the test will be held on the playground. I will decide the seating arrangements in the examination room. Boom, boom. Qin Guanyin held the seating chart for each class in one hand and tapped the table slowly with the other hand. This time, the operation to eliminate the Nanda snake demon was not as simple as imagined. If I remember correctly, when the snake demon offspring are close to each other, they have a common vision. If any of them died, or if the snake demon offspring were gathered together, with the wisdom of the Nanda snake demon, they would definitely sense the danger and would inevitably start a riot, causing heavy casualties. Although I can provide a backup plan, I can resurrect students who have been marked by orange flowers on the spot after they die. However, they only have one chance to resurrect in a short period of time. After I resurrect them, if they are not in a safe area and are killed by monsters again, they will truly die. So, I had to think of a way. Without attracting the attention of the Nanda snake demon, gather all its offspring and deal with them together. Boom, boom. Qin Guanyin continued to knock on the table. After resurrection, 20 times, Qin Guanyin's brain thinking speed has reached 2 to the power of 20 times that of an ordinary person. In order to be able to communicate normally in life like ordinary people, Qin Guanyin divided the mental system of his brain into 2 areas. One area handles normal communication in life and takes charge of everything. Another area keeps running at a high speed at all times, like a sophisticated computer. At this moment, a virtual number 2 middle school slowly appeared in his spiritual world. In the virtual number 2 middle school, every building is almost the same as the real one. The most important thing is that everyone in reality reflects truthfully in this virtual number 2 middle school. They all look like labels, most of them are normal labels with an orange background, with their names written on top and their physical conditions noted below. Wang Zihan, kidney deficiency, Li Yitong, uterine cold, Zhang Jiawen, abnormally developed apocrine sweat glands in the armpits, and Qingyu, weak body. But some of them have a dark red background, and in addition to the name, there is a note in the line below that says, descendant of the Nanda snake demon. Tianli, descendant of the Nanda snake demon 25, Lu Xiaoyan, descendant of the Nanda snake demon 39, Zhao Xiaofang, descendant of the Nanda snake demon 63. Principal Heng, can you lend me your notebook? Is that convenient? Qin Guanyun asked Heng Shuaing for consent while skillfully opening the notebook on the principal's desk. Use it at will. Heng Shuaing rolled her eyes at him. You opened it before I even agreed. Is this the attitude to borrow something from someone else? Papa. Qin Guanyun's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, his expression extremely focused. Heng Shuaing slowly moved behind Qin Guanyun and frowned. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan also walked behind Qin Guan, equally confused. Guanyun, what are you doing? Hong Ying asked the question on behalf of everyone. There are 3,125 teachers and students in number 2 middle school, 18 classes in grade 11, 22 in grade 21, and 20 in grade 31, and each class has about 50 students. I disorganized these 3,000 people and reorganized them into 60 square formations. Of course, the division of each of the 60 teams is still mainly based on the grade, and some classes even have basically no changes in personnel. I have already listed the names of each team, the responsible teachers, and the team positions. Now, Principal Heng Shuaing, please have the class teachers come one by one, starting with Senior 1 class. Buzz, the printer sounded, and a long list was slowly printed out. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, please stay here and assist Principal Heng. Qin Guanyun stood up and slowly walked out of the principal's office, leaving his back to the 3 girls. Creating something out of nothing is implicit, and creating nothing out of something is explicit. In the classroom, the biology teacher was talking a lot and was so absorbed in his lecture that he did not notice Li Yifei and Lin Qie whispering to each other. Qie, how's it going? Li Yifei lowered his head and held the book, then leaned out and asked Lin Qie in a low voice, after you sent me away yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night. Did you start the action today? Lin Qie glanced at Li Yifei and said, keep it a secret. Then let me ask something else. Li Yifei said persistently, Qie, you joined them, does that mean you also have that special ability? I'm so envious. What are your abilities? Using the spirit to sense things nearby, it's something like this. Lin Qie answered vaguely. So can you tell the difference between monsters and humans? Can. Then tell me, how many are there in our class? 3. One is Lu Xiaoyan, another is Zhao Xiaofang, and the other one is someone you know, Tianli. Hearing this, Li Yifei raised his eyebrows, didn't you notice? What did you find? Lu Xiaoyan, Tianli, Zhao Xiaofang, and Han Ruoruo, who has not woken up in the hospital, all live in the same dormitory. Could it be that the true form of that mythical creature is in the girls' dormitory? Lin Qie muttered to himself. He turned on the headset, lowered his voice and was about to speak, but Qin Guanyun's voice came from inside. Qie, you and Li Yifei should not go anywhere. Follow the teacher's arrangements. Also, I have a piece of news for you. Qin Guanyun's lips curled up slightly. Yesterday evening, there were actually 2 descendants of the Nanda snake demon in the hospital where Han Ruoro was. When Lin Qie heard this, he was stunned. Yesterday evening, it was the physics teacher and Tianli who took Han Ruoro to the hospital. It is known that Han Ruoro is definitely not infected, so besides Tianli, the other person infected is the physics teacher. According to Li Yifei's description, it was his physics teacher who found him hiding in the bushes. Then they must know that Li Yifei has actually discovered their identity as snake demons. There were 2 snake demons present at the time, and they could have easily killed Li Yifei, but why didn't they take action? Instead, he deliberately let Li Yifei go and asked him to report to the night watchman. So what is their purpose? The bell for the end of get out of class rang, interrupting Lin Qie's thoughts. As the biology teacher just stepped down from the podium, the head teacher pushed the door open with a list of names in his hand. The students who had already stood up sat down again when they saw their head teacher. Students, please be quiet and listen carefully to the school broadcast. Better come create. The moment the music sounded on the campus radio, every student quieted down, pricked up their ears, and listened attentively. At the same time, a magnetic male voice sounded along with the music. "Good morning, students. Today's break exercise is cancelled." Yeah. All the students were extremely happy. In order to welcome the upcoming Chinese culture study season, the school decided to use this break time to conduct a baseline test. Alas. The students immediately became dejected. This exam is very important, and students with excellent results may be directly admitted to Tsangnan University. In order to ensure the fairness of the exam, we set the exam venue on the school playground. Now, please take your own pen and pad, follow the teacher's instructions, and go to the examination room in an orderly manner. When Lin Chie heard the male voice on the radio, he was stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Campus radio station. 2 unconscious students were lying on the temporary resting bed. Qin Guanyin leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, rested his chin on his hands, and looked at the playground outside the window. "Students whose names I call out, please follow me first. Those whose names I don't call out, please stay in the classroom and wait for other teachers to lead you." The head teacher held the list in his hand and read aloud. Lin Chie, Li Yifei, Lu Yuan, Tian Li, Zhang Jiawen, Lu Xiaoyan, Zhao Xiaofeng. The students whose names were called stood up and followed their class teacher to the playground. Li Yifei came close to Lin Chie and whispered, "Chie, why do we have to take the exam on the playground this time? We have always taken it in the classroom before. Society is progressing, times are changing, and starting on the playground will definitely become the trend of the future." Lin Chie talked nonsense in a serious manner. However, he knew clearly in his heart that this Chinese studies test held on the playground must have been set up by Qin Guanyin. What does he want to do? The same scene was played out in every class at the same time. Soon, 3,000 teachers and students were divided into 60 columns and gathered on the playground. Lin Chie's current, mortal divine realm, can sense everything within a radius of 20 meters. After using his mental power to investigate, he finally understood Qin Guanyin's plan. Qin Guanyin used a national studies exam to gather everyone on the playground, including all the descendants of the snake demon. This way they can be dealt with quickly and innocent casualties caused by snake demon riots can be avoided. Because when the snake demon offspring are close to each other, their vision is shared. Therefore, we cannot just call out the snake demon's offspring, we must arrange some normal students to be interspersed among them. In these columns, in addition to normal students, there are also a few night watchmen mixed in. Lin Chie and Li Yifei were in the middle and front row of all the teams, which was closest to the rostrum. On the podium, in addition to the principal, dean of studies and other school leaders, there was also a student sitting there. Who is this? Why is he sitting on the podium? I don't know, is he the student council president? He's so handsome. I've seen the student union president, but it wasn't him. He's not that handsome. Ah. Isn't that Qin Guanyin from our class? Why is he sitting there, and in the C position? Wow, so handsome. Qin Guanyin looked at the crowd of heads on the playground, and the virtual number 2 middle school in his mind was slowly spinning. There are 72 snake monsters in total, 30 of them around Chie, 25 around Hongying and Xiaonan, 14 in the square formation next to them, and 3 on the rostrum. How can one kill 72 descendants of the Nanda snake demon at the same time? It is still daytime and Chie is still a weakling. It would be a bit difficult for him to deal with 30 people at the same time, and he cannot guarantee that he will not hurt other students. Hongying can deal with about 10 of them at the same time. Xiaonan is still in the mascot stage and has basically no combat power, so it is difficult for him to deal with just one. There are 14 in another square that I can handle at the same time. But what about the rest? Get rid of them, it's easy. It is difficult to deal with them at the same time without causing casualties. In that case, kill them all. He. Qin Guanyin laughed with his mouth wide open. He reached out his hand, ignoring Principal Heng Shuang's coquettish voice, and pulled the microphone in front of her, saying, "The students whose names I call, please come up to the stage to receive your awards." What award are you getting? The exam hasn't even started yet. Shady dealings. Shady dealings. You are stupid, it is definitely not a prize for this exam, it must be for something else. Almost all the students started whispering, and some even took out small cards and started memorizing knowledge points. Qin Guanyin ignored it and continued. Senior grade 3, 5, Hongying, Si Xiaonan. Who are these two? Why haven't I heard of them? I'm from class 3, 5, of senior high school. There must be something fishy going on here. Hongying, carrying a long black box, walked out of the team with Si Xiaonan. Although they were just wearing ordinary school uniforms, it still couldn't hide their youthful and beautiful temperament. At the same time, Qin Guanyin's whispered arrangements came into their earphones. Class 2, 7, Lin Qiye, Li Fei. This is also a shady deal. I have never heard of Lin Qiye in their class. What a lie. Lin Qiye just transferred to our class. I heard he's a blind man with a strong will but a disabled body. Lin Qiye walked out of the square formation with Li Fei, who was looking around, and stood behind Qin Guanyin. Qin Guanyin looked at Lin Qiye meaningfully, and Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes. Grade 2, Class 15, and Qingyu. This is our Tsangnan City's genius. He always ranks first in the city in every exam, and his scores are so much higher than the second place. I heard that he has completed his master's degree in biology and clinical medicine. What a monster. A boy wearing glasses and looking gentle walked out of the square and came behind Qin Guanyin without any hesitation. Qin Guanyin turned off the microphone, stood up, and stretched out his right hand towards Qingyu. Nice to meet you, my name is Qin Guanyin. And Qingyu stepped forward and politely extended his right hand. Hello, you already know, my name is Qingyu. Didn't you say your name was Zhao Kongcheng? Heng Shuiying next to them interrupted their conversation. Let me explain. My real name is Qin Guanyin and my pseudonym is Zhao Kongcheng. What about your ID? The certificate must be genuine. No one would dare to forge it. After saying that, Qin Guanyin no longer paid attention to Heng Shuiying and turned to look at Qingyu. Do you know what I'm going to do? You just picked your friends out of the team. You should be protecting them, but the team will be in danger. Qingyu adjusted the frame of his glasses. But I can't figure out where the danger comes from. And why did you single me out? I can answer your last question first, because I like you. Qingyu's face instantly turned red and he was at a loss. Ha ha ha. Qin Guanyin laughed. Just kidding, I'm a straight man. As soon as the words fell, Qin Guanyin supported the table with one hand, flipped to the front of the podium, reached behind him, and picked up the microphone. Students, unfortunately I have to tell you that number 2 middle school has been invaded by aliens. The students were in an uproar. Are you kidding me? Only a fool would believe that. Qin Guanyin continued holding the microphone and said. The aliens devoured some students and teachers, then disguised themselves as them and blended in with everyone. They are constantly expanding their power. Currently, more than 70 people have been replaced by aliens. Number 2 middle school is now in imminent danger. The students still didn't believe it. Who are you kidding? Ha ha ha, he said there are aliens. Ha ha ha, buddy, do you believe it? Ha ha ha, bro, are you an alien? Say something, bro, don't scare me. Qin Guanyin took 2 steps forward. In order to ensure that our students are not held hostage or harmed by aliens. So, I decided. Kill all the students and aliens. Before he finished speaking, Qin Guanyin exerted force with his legs, pushed hard on the ground with his feet, and with a bang, he jumped into the air. Yolanda's divine power enveloped Qin Guanyin, and his body was dyed with a layer of gold. The body's power reaches 100,000 times that of an ordinary person's, and the blood is rushing through the body like a raging river, making bursts of whistling sounds. Under the gaze of more than 3,000 pairs of eyes, Qin Guanyin rose to the highest point in the air, then reversed direction, turned head down, faced the earth, and accelerated his descent. He put one hand together in front of his chest, and stretched out the other hand to press down from a distance. Ah, what's going on? How can he jump so high? Who is the alien? What does he want to do? On the rostrum. Si Xiaonan looked up, looking at Qin Guanyin, who was falling down from the sky with his hand outstretched, and murmured. Sister Hongying, do you remember the palm technique that falls from the sky? Qin Guanyun was descending from the air faster and faster. His body rubbed violently against the air, and the high temperature generated ignited his clothes. He fell towards the playground of number 2 middle school like a burning meteorite. Qin Guanyun had not landed yet, but the divine power on his body had already pressed down. Ah! On the playground, no matter they were real students or students disguised as descendants of the Nanda snake demon, they were oppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. It was like the fear of lower life forms facing higher life forms, which made them tremble continuously. Boom. All the students fell to the ground and lay prone, unable to move. What does he want to do? Hongying murmured in shock. Is this really true? This is too crazy. Si Xiaonan's face was full of disbelief. Only he can do such a thing. Lin Qiye had an expression that I had expected. Song. Qin Guanyun fell at a very fast speed. He mobilized all his strength and mental power, and with the might of Yolanda and the blessing of, become stronger when facing a strong opponent, he attacked with all his strength. A palm. It was printed all over the place. Boom. Smoke and dust rose up, and blood splattered everywhere. A huge palm-shaped pit appeared on the flat playground. The palm lines are clearly visible, with scarlet blood flowing in the uneven grooves. Just a palm. All the snake demon offspring on the playground were killed and crushed into meat patties. But it also affected 1/3 of the students, and 1,162 students died. Ah! Help! Help! I don't want to die. Ah! The surviving students were all terrified and just stood there screaming madly. Their bodies were enveloped by endless divine power and they could not move. Hee, you're being too arrogant this time. Qin Guanyun fell into a pool of blood with his upper body naked. He knelt on one knee and extinguished the flames on his body. It's really not comfortable to use up all my strength and mental energy at once. I need to slow down. Rostrum. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock and fear. Call the police. There are terrorists here. There are monsters here. Help. There's a killer here. Am I dreaming? Is this still a human? Who is the monster? Is he crazy? Why did he kill all the students? One palm, 1,000 strikes. When everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Guanyun on the playground, Hongying and Lin Qiye looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Hongying stretched out her hand and knocked on the long box behind her. A soft hum came from the box, and a long spear popped out from the side of the black box. It landed firmly in her hand. Hongying lightly waved the spear, and a rose-colored flame ignited at the tip of the spear, leaving a trail of flame in the air, pointing directly at the 3 teachers beside her. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing Hongying coming, the 3 teachers suddenly turned into flesh and blood monsters, revealing their hideous and terrifying bloody mouths. Hongying narrowed her eyes slightly, and without stopping at all, she fired a shot at the 3 monsters. A ray of fiery red light burst out from the tip of the spear, and the tip of the spear cut through the monster's body easily like chopping melons and vegetables. The flickering flames devoured the 3 monsters in an instant. At the same time, Lin Qiye pressed his finger lightly on the black box, and the side of the black box quickly popped open, and a straight knife shot out. Lin Qiye held the hilt of the knife. Clang! The straight knife is unsheathed. The blade cut through the air, creating a slight buzzing sound, and slashed towards the neck of the person next to him like lightning. Next to Lin Qiye is Li Yifei. Clang! Li Yifei looked at Lin Qiye in astonishment. He was stunned for a few seconds, then asked doubtfully. Lin Qiye. Why do you want to kill me? Lin Qiye said nothing. A long time. Oh, a heavy sigh was heard, and Li Yifei seemed to have become a different person in an instant. Interesting. How did you find out? His voice was deep and calm. You shouldn't be able to see through my disguise. I really can't see through you, but someone has already seen through you. Lin Qi said, glancing at Qin Guanyun who was still recovering on the playground. Oh. That boy. He told me that there were 2 infected people in the hospital yesterday evening. Lin Chie said calmly, according to your description, it was the physics teacher and Tianli who sent Han Ruoro to the hospital yesterday evening. It is known that Han Ruoro is definitely not infected, so besides Tianli, the other person infected is the physics teacher. You said that it was the physics teacher who found you hiding in the bushes, so they must know that you have actually discovered their identity as a snake demon. There were 2 snake demons present at the time, and they could have killed you directly. But why didn't they take action? Instead, they deliberately asked you to report it to the night watchman. Haha, yeah. Why? I'm curious too. Li Yifei sneered. Lin Chie didn't care about Li Yifei's ridicule at all, and said, I really can't figure it out, but there are people who can figure it out. Oh. That boy again. Lin Chie glanced at the figure in the playground again and continued. Nanda snake demon originated from rural legends. After it was born, it quickly mastered the rules of how this society operates with its super high intelligence and powerful camouflage ability. In order to achieve perfect disguise, he created a second personality from his subconscious mind. It's Li Yifei. He forgot his past, accepted the setting left to him by the Nanda snake demon, and always thought that he was an ordinary high school student. If nothing unexpected happens, with his natural abilities, he should be able to live freely in the world. However, about half a month ago, he learned about the tragic death of the Ghostface King, who was stronger than himself. It felt fear from the night watchman and was worried that it would suffer the same fate as the Ghostface King. He knew he couldn't defeat the Night's Watch, and he firmly believed that the most dangerous place was the safest place. So it wanted to use its talent for camouflage to blend into the Night Watch and become one of them. This time, the purpose of the snake demon crisis on campus is not to reproduce offspring. It just wants to show Li Yifei's value. It directed and acted out a play, causing Li Yifei to accidentally encounter the snake demon, subconsciously suggesting that he go find the night watchman. But unexpectedly, an accident happened when it was trying to swallow Han Ruoro, and it failed. Fortunately, Han Ruoro fell into a coma. It itself couldn't figure out the situation, it just felt that things would get worse and worse if it delayed any further. So it had no time to adjust and continued to expand according to its original layout. However, there was a twist in this plan. Wait. Li Yifei interrupted Lin Chie, he deduced all this. He said he saw it in an ancient book called Slaying the Gods. In order to prevent you from rioting and hurting students when he dealt with you, he gathered all the students on the playground under the pretext of a national studies exam. When no one reacted. Just one hit. I will kill all your descendants. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Li Yifei laughed. In order to get rid of my offspring, you deliberately sacrificed more than 1,000 students, and you still keep saying that you want to protect them. This is simply ridiculous. It's just another kind of monster. You are wrong. With Qin Guanyun here, no innocent person will be allowed to die. Lin Chie remained unmoved. By the way, your offspring outside the school have also been dealt with. Hiss, hiss. You have seen that all your descendants have died in battle. No one is there to act with you, and no one can resist with you. At this point, you decided to stop and put aside the idea of joining the Night's Watch, and decided to stay out of trouble. But you didn't expect that he had already seen through you. Lin Chie looked at Li Yifei with some regret and said, your idea is really good, but it's a pity that you met him. Ha ha ha, very good. Li Yifei laughed again, I didn't expect that I would fall into the hands of a little kid. Then, his smile quickly faded, and the black pupils in his eyes turned into vertical pupils, filled with hatred. After all this talk, it's still a matter of seeing whose fist is bigger. Are you so confident that you can beat me? Li Yifei's body expanded rapidly like a balloon, black scales grew on the surface of his skin, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a monster with a human body and a snake tail. Nanda Snake Demon. The next moment, a shrill scream resounded throughout the playground. The remaining 2,000 teachers and students in the entire number 2 middle school were first frightened out of their wits by the tragic death of their classmate, and then when they saw the Nanda Snake Demon again, they were so frightened that their eyes rolled back and they foamed at the mouth. They were once again enveloped by Qin Guanyun's divine power and were unable to move. They could only lie on the ground, trembling and whimpering. The huge body of the Nanda snake demon did not affect his speed, it roared and rushed towards Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly rushed towards the open space next to him. He rolled half a circle, stood up quickly from the ground, his right hand holding the hilt of the knife, his eyes full of solemnity. After so many days of training, it's time to test the results. The Nanda snake demon crawled rapidly, and its sharp claws swung out in an instant, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The moment the sharp claws swung out, Lin Chiye dodged to the side again. The snake demon's sharp claws grabbed the wall behind Lin Chiye, like a knife cutting tofu, easily leaving several cuts. Lin Chiye had just avoided a claw attack when the thick snake tail of the Nanda snake demon flew from the flank. Lin Chiye had no way to avoid it, and its lightning-fast sword swing collided with its sharp claws. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and the blade created dazzling sparks on the black scales. Then a huge force shook Lin Chiye away, almost knocking him to the ground. Lin Chiye managed to stabilize his body, and relying on his dynamic vision and fighting instincts, he fought with the snake demon again. And Qingyu and Si Xiaonan ran to a safe place as soon as Li Fei started to transform. At this moment, Qingyu's eyes were fixed on the Nanda snake demon, his eyes full of excitement and curiosity. This world is much more interesting than I thought. You actually find these disgusting monsters here interesting? Si Xiaonan was speechless. Yeah, this is so interesting. And Qingyu turned around and pointed at Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye. Are you from the same organization? Why do they all have superpowers, but you don't have any? You. Si Xiaonan puffed up his cheeks. Our forbidden ruins are different. They are good at fighting, and I am good at assisting. At this point, Si Xiaonan suddenly understood something. You're trying to trick me. What is the forbidden ruins? Forget it. Your memory is going to be erased anyway, so there's no big deal in telling you. Si Xiaonan smiled. Clear memory, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses. Si Xiaonan continued, children born after the fog descends have a chance to develop strange powers in their bodies. After being stimulated by special circumstances, they develop powers similar to those of a domain. They vary from person to person. We call them forbidden ruins, which is what you call superpowers. So you are an evil organization. Fighting some demons and monsters. We are the Night Watch. We are an organization that represents justice. We are heroes who defend our country and our people. And Qingyu's mouth twitched, and he pointed at Qin Guanyun who was lying in a pool of blood. I have never seen any decent organization or hero massacre people at will. Si Xiaonan, Sigma for all, Sigma, *K. You see it now. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. Si Xiaonan's tone gradually turned serious, and he pointed at Qin Guanyun in the playground. As long as that guy is here, no innocent people will die. Exclamation point. And Qingyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. In other words, the guy in the playground can resurrect everyone, so they are so unscrupulous. Just now, this naive guy mentioned that he would erase everyone's memory later, so he felt confident introducing these things to me, which means that there is basically no possibility that he is deceiving me. She just said that children born after the fog falls have a chance to develop strange powers in their bodies, which are stimulated by special circumstances and thus produce forbidden ruins. So what are special circumstances? Death is probably the most special one. In this case, there is an opportunity right before us. This is crazy. This is so interesting. And Qingyu stopped talking to Si Xiaonan. He stared at the battle between Lin Chiye and the Nanda snake demon. Two completely different looks, calm and madness, flashed in his eyes at the same time. He silently took a small step forward. At this time, Hongying had also completely dealt with the remaining 3 snake demon offspring. She came to Si Xiaonan's side and watched Lin Chiye fighting with the Nanda snake demon with a smile. I'm here to check the results of the past few days of training and see how Chiye performs in actual combat. Sizzle. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the snake demon's sharp claws slashed directly at Lin Chiye's neck from above. However, Lin Chiye's back seemed to have eyes, and he rolled forward suddenly, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then, he used inertia to bounce up from the ground, holding the handle of the straight knife tightly with both hands, with the blade facing upwards, and stabbed it accurately into the snake demon's abdomen. The snake demon's eyes shrank and its body twisted rapidly to avoid the vital parts, but even so, the knife pierced into its body, leaving a long scar. At this moment, the snake demon howled, and black flames suddenly ignited on its body, and its speed increased instantly. The ferocious giant mouth bit towards Lin Chie, who was close at hand. At this time, Lin Chie rolled on the ground and tried his best to move to the side. But the snake demon's speed increased suddenly, and Lin Chie had no time to dodge. He was about to die in the snake's mouth. Hong Ying, who was originally on the sidelines, was furious. He quickly turned around to grab the spear and, with all his strength, shot a spear with a blazing wave of fire towards the Nanda snake demon. But it was too late. Hong Ying was still too far away from where Lin Chie and the snake demon were fighting. The spear was still flying in the air, and the snake demon's bloody mouth was already swallowing Lin Chie's head. Lin Chie could even see the flesh and blood wriggling in the snake demon's mouth and smell its stench. Alas, it still depends on Guanyun. I owe him my life. But at this moment, a figure happened to appear between Lin Chie and the snake demon, blocking its bloody mouth. A muffled groan came from Lin Chie's ears, and then warm blood flowed along Lin Chie's chest. It was not until this moment that Lin Chie realized that he had not died in Shiko. He saw clearly that it was a young man with glasses who blocked the fatal blow for him. His name seemed to be in Qingyu. There was no fear or pain in his eyes, only complete madness and calmness. He didn't look at himself at this time. The reflection in his glasses was the figure in the playground. Boom. The tip of the gun pierced through the body of the Nanda snake demon. The huge inertia lifted the snake demon up and nailed it to the podium. The black flames burning on the Nanda snake demon's body quickly extinguished, and a red flame ignited on the tip of the gun. The Nanda snake demon was still alive. It looked around and said, "Hee, is this boy your lover? Is he worth your life, for?" Pa. The snake demon spit out half of its body, and its sound was like an old bellows, leaking air everywhere. Lin Chie sat on the ground, without raising his head. He raised the straight knife in his right hand and threw it out with force. Base. The straight knife accurately cut off the snake demon's neck. It was completely silent. Nanda snake demon died. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Heng Shuaying all ran towards Lin Chie. The three of them stepped forward at the same time, but it was the principal Heng Shuaying who took the first step and supported Lin Chie. Lin Chie held half of the Anqing fish in his hand, feeling a little dazed. He was about to speak when he saw Qingyu slowly close his eyes. And Qingyu died. Aha! Suddenly, Lin Chie groaned, and a white palm pierced his chest. Lin Chie died. In a mental hospital. Lin Chie woke up suddenly and touched his chest with lingering fear. I didn't expect that she was from the Church of the Ancient God. Then when did she hide in the school? Was her purpose to kill me? Luckily, Guanyun is here. It's reassuring to have teammates like him. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared out of thin air in Lin Chie's eyes. Nick's treatment progress, 0%. What's going on? Why is the treatment progress reset to 0? Just when Lin Chie was feeling extremely surprised, another message popped up. Nick's treatment progress, 1%. The conditions for obtaining the reward have been met, and the random drawing of Nix's divine power has begun. What's going on? Didn't I finish extracting? Can you continue to extract? Could it be that after I die, the treatment progress will be reset to 0? And this new treatment progress is actually the result of my continued treatment. Thinking of this, Lin Chie instantly moved to the side of the goddess of night, Nix. At this moment, Nix was holding a pile of bottles and jars gently, without any sign of abnormality. Her treatment progress is slowly improving. Nix's treatment progress, 1%. Nix's treatment progress, 2%. Nix's healing progress, 21%. It slowly increased to the value before Lin Chie's death, and then stopped increasing. Immediately afterwards, a virtual lottery wheel emerged and began to spin rapidly. The dim eyes, the falling of thousands of stars, the twinkling of the dark night, the night's family, the extraordinary birth. When Nix's healing progress reached 1% for the first time, Lin Chie had already drawn once and obtained Starry Night Dancer. Falling thousand stars, twinkling in the dark night are all fine, they sound very high-end. If that doesn't work, dark eyes, or night dependence will also work. Looking at the rapidly spinning turntable, Lin Chia began to mutter, "Don't ever draw extraordinary fertility, don't ever draw extraordinary fertility." Lin Chia took a deep breath and stared at the turntable in front of him. With a thought, the turntable began to slow down. The pointer moved across each ability and finally stopped on an ability area. Extraordinary fertility. Lin Chia was stunned. What the hell is extraordinary fertility? Is this considered a divine power? Is this ability self-reproduction? Can it give birth to a bunch of children of God? That sounds pretty good. The moment the pointer stopped, the turntable in front of Lin Chia gradually disappeared. Extraordinary fertility turned into a black light and poured into Lin Chia's body. The same feeling as when he obtained Starry Night Dancer before. A mysterious energy was rapidly transforming his body. 5 seconds later, a few lines of small words slowly emerged. Extraordinary fertility. Extraordinary fertility, extraordinary fertility. What's the meaning? In the endless darkness, and Qingyu seemed to hear someone whispering in his ear, calling him softly. He seemed to see everything in the world, the truth, and a door. An unspeakable force seemed to be about to surge out from behind the door. At this moment, an orange flower slowly bloomed from nothingness. The orange blossoms enveloped Qingyu, drawing the power behind the door and transferring it to Qin Guanyun. The rostrum of number 2 middle school. Hongying has already started fighting with Heng Shuaying. The red-tasseled spear was flying, and a ray of red light shot towards Heng Shuaying. Boom. The snow-white palm blocked the rose-red flame, as if a fiery red rose was held in the hand. Ancient God Cult. Hongying gritted her teeth and attacked again. Ha ha ha. Heng Shuaying laughed while fighting with Hongying. I killed one of your 2 god agents, and the other one became a murderer. What a mockery. Don't be complacent too soon. Today you can't escape even if you have wings. The red-tasseled spear swept across, bringing up a wave of heat. Escape. It's all the fault of this stupid snake demon. Even with the blessing of the holy flame I gave it, it still couldn't kill Lin Chia, forcing me to be exposed. Heng Shuaying's eyes flashed with resentment, and he glared at the corpse of the Nanda snake demon. But fortunately, the final result is good. Hongying was unmoved by Heng Shuaying's words. A rose-red flame lit up on the tip of her spear, and she advanced step by step with the spear in the air. Suddenly, black flames enveloped Heng Shuaying's entire body. Her speed and strength increased instantly, and in a blink of an eye, Hongying was defeated. That kid in the field. After the black flames were ignited, Heng Shuaying became more than capable of dealing with Hongying's attacks. She was even able to shout to Qin Guanyun in the playground, "You killed so many students today, you will definitely be punished when you return to the night watch. The lightest punishment is life imprisonment. Do you want to stay in prison forever?" There was a flash of madness in Heng Shuaying's eyes, and his cheeks were abnormally pale. "Why don't you join our ancient god church? We are in need of a capable and resourceful god agent like you." Hearing this, Hongying suddenly retracted her gun stance, retreated to Xiaonan's side, and looked at Heng Shuaying on the podium with a half-smile. She was still trying her best to persuade Qin Guanyun. "If you can join us, I will personally introduce you to us. We can satisfy you in terms of wealth and status. Even if you want me, it's not impossible." The half-kneeling figure in the playground finally stood up. "Really?" Qin Guanyun's magnetic voice rang in everyone's ears. The next moment. On the playground. Orange flowers bloom above the blood flowers. Under the orange flowers, the dead students slowly came back to life. No matter if they were originally fragmented or falling apart. Everything is intact now, even their school uniforms look brand new. What's going on? What happened? Did I just die? I clearly remember being shattered into pieces. Look, the bloodstains and the gullies are still there. I seem to see an orange flower, and then I came back to life. Me too. That orange blossom looks like it came from him. The more than 1,000 teachers and students who had just been resurrected were somewhat at a loss. They followed their life instincts and realized that it was Qin Guanyun who resurrected them. The 2,000 teachers and students who had survived the tragedy witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. It's him. Qin Guanyun. I know him. He killed those students, and then he resurrected them. So is he a man or a god? On the rostrum. There was also an orange flower blooming on the body of An Qingyu and Lin Qie. What? What happened? Heng Shuaing was extremely shocked. No. Why is this happening? Heng Shuaing couldn't bear the blow and started to speak incoherently. You all clearly died. Why did you all come back to life? I'm dreaming. Do you have a forbidden place similar to Lord, Whisper? Are you lying to me? Heng Shuaing's eyes became more and more crazy. I want to wake up. Don't try to trick me. In an instant, black flames ignited on Heng Shuaing's body, and she slashed her neck with a knife. The knife came down and hot blood gushed out. So this isn't a dream. Blood gushed out of her mouth and nose. It's good this way. With the soul contract, I will die if I fail to complete the mission. Heng Shuaing died. Qin Guanyun slowly walked up to the podium and squatted beside Heng Shuaing. I said, although I can't make you unable to live, I can at least make you unable to die. The next moment, an orange flower slowly blooms in Heng Shuaing's body. By transferring the death of a mouse to an elephant, the elephant will only suffer minor injuries and lose some vitality. But if the death of 100 mice is transferred to the elephant, then the elephant will die. Qin Guanyun, who had died 20 times, was like an elephant, and the more than 1,000 teachers and students who died in the school were like mice. At the beginning, if the deaths of 2 students were transferred, Qin Guanyun would die once. So, before his death, he activated the Forbidden Ruins, become stronger when facing stronger, to double his strength, and then died again, and finally triggered the Forbidden Ruins, Resurrection. After Resurrection, Qin Guanyun's strength doubled, and the cycle continued. But as Qin Guanyun's strength grows stronger, he needs to transfer more death to himself before he can die. Qin Guanyun turned into a flickering white light, dying and coming back to life again and again. He transferred to receive the entire school's death and died again 27 times. Qin Guanyun's total number of deaths reached 47 times. In the realm of a cup, the spiritual force is like water in a cup. Pond realm, spiritual power is like the water in the pond. In the river realm, spiritual power is like flowing water. A cup of water is about 500 milliliters, about 0.0005 tons, and a river contains about 40 billion tons of water. Qin Guanyun, who died 47 times, has a total mental power of 0.0005 2 carat 47 times that of a realm. That is 147 trillion times. Using water as an analogy, Qin Guanyun's total mental power has reached a terrifying 70 billion tons. Not only that, every time Qin Guanyun resurrects, his physical fitness will double under the effect of, become stronger when facing stronger. The punching force of an adult man is about 100 kilograms, or 0.1 tons. Then his current punching force is 0.1 2 carat 47 tons. That is 15 trillion tons. What concept? The mountainous area of Mount Tai is about 242 square kilometers, and the altitude of the top of Mount Tai is about 1,524 meters, so the volume of Mount Tai is approximately 12.463 times 10 carat 10 m carat 3. The main component of Mount Tai is gneiss, and the density of gneiss is 2.5 g/cm carat 3. Multiply it by the volume 12.463 times 10 carat 10 m carat 3. So the final result is 3.116 times 10 carat 14 kg, which is almost 300 billion tons. The power of Qin Guanyun's punch can reach 50 times the weight of Mount Tai. In addition to strength, Qin Guanyun's physical strength, speed, reaction, endurance, and recovery have also reached 147 trillion times that of ordinary people. My Sichuan state seems to be a little different from others. Qin Guanyun felt the changes in his body. Others cultivate their mental strength first, wait for their mental strength to strengthen, and then feed back to strengthen their physical body, but I strengthened both my mental strength and my physical body at the same time. My body seemed to no longer be flesh and blood, it seemed to have been strengthened to a special level, like a special magic weapon. Do I want to be holy in the flesh? Qin Guanyun's body contains unimaginable power. With such a small size, even the space around him seems to be overwhelmed. As he walked slowly, the space around him creaked as it was squeezed. Qin Guanyun tried his best to restrain his breath, and the space around him slowly returned to calm. Call. Hong Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Si Xiaonan grabbed Hong Ying with one hand and patted his chest with the other. Qin Guanyun was so terrifying just now that he gave them the feeling of a black hole, a dense humanoid weapon that exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Guanyun, are you okay? Hong Ying walked forward bravely. It's okay. I can't be better. Qin Guanyun has completely restrained his breath and looks like a normal person. What about your breath just now? Oh, I died about 20 times again and accidentally broke through to the Sichuan realm. What? Hong Ying. How long has it been since you awakened? You have been promoted from an ordinary person to the Chuan realm. Moreover, the aura you just had is not the aura of someone who has just entered the Chuan realm. It is even stronger than some of the peak Chuan realm masters. Si Xiaonan, degree. Guanyun. You, monster. Animal. At this time, Lin Qiye also woke up, looked around, and said, Guanyun, is everything over? There are still some small tails. As he said that, Qin Guanyun raised his hand, and a yellow flower slowly fell into Lin Qiye's body and disappeared. Did your flowers change color? I was accidentally promoted to Sichuan, and the flower seeds were upgraded again. Qin Guanyun said lightly. What? Lin Qiye was shocked. I thought you would be promoted quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. What a monster. Qin Guanyun smiled, then looked to the other side, and happened to meet the eyes of Qingyu, who had just opened his eyes. A hint of regret flashed across Qingyu's eyes. This time, his bet was right, and he would indeed be resurrected. But he also lost the bet, and he did not awaken the Forbidden Ruins. Can I join you? Qingyu stared at Qin Guanyun. Although he already had the answer in his mind, he still couldn't help but ask. Not for the time being. Qin Guanyun refused decisively, and then pointed at Lin Qiye. Why don't you ask him, after all you just saved him? Qin Guanyun also saw the scene of Qingyu flying into the snake's mouth. Qingyu shook his head, with you here, he won't die. Very smart indeed. Qin Guanyun exclaimed. Lin Qiye stepped forward and said sincerely, Qingyu, thank you. If you have any request, I will definitely help you if I can. Qingyu adjusted his glasses with his hand and stared intently at the other side of the podium, where the head of the Nanda snake demon fell to the ground. Give me the head of the snake demon. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Guanyun, who nodded. Okay, you can take it away. Qingyu quickly walked to the snake demon's head, picked it up with both hands, and then ran away. Qingyu looked at the snake demon's head in his arms and didn't feel any fear or disgust at all. His eyes were even full of curiosity and desire. Hey, the guy with the glasses. Remember to finish today's homework. Qingyu, who had already run a long way, heard Qin Guanyun's voice in his ears. Doing homework? Oh, and they'll wipe the memory. I will record everything that happened today and put it somewhere I will look at it every day. This man named Qin Guanyun is indeed a person worthy of trust. A smile appeared at the corner of Qingyu's mouth. On the rostrum. Qin Guanyun touched his chin and said, Hong Ying, is, Dream Whisper, 100% successful. Forbidden item, Dream Whisper, it can erase memories in a certain range and weave a new dream. For ordinary people, there is no possibility of failure, Hong Ying explained. Well, then I feel relieved. Qin Guanyun nodded. In fact, when Qin Guanyun transferred Qingyu's death, Qingyu awakened. To be precise, some of the characteristics of the key to the door have been awakened, but this is not something Qingyu can bear at the moment. Fortunately, Qin Guanyun was there to bear the impact for him. The polluted power from the key to the door was continuously transmitted to Qin Guanyun through grafting. Just to resurrect Qingyu, Qin Guanyun died 10 times. Qingyu's awakening still depends on himself. Night Watch Squad 136, the Nanda snake demon eradication operation was a complete success. Disband. Qin Guanyun held the sleeping Heng Shuaing in one hand, Lin Chia held the black box diagonally on his left, and Si Xiaonan held Hong Ying on his right, who was carrying the black box diagonally on her back, and they walked towards the school gate together. At this time, it was already evening, and through the Wujia sky space, the sky was covered with fiery clouds. Night, peace office, underground meeting room. Very good, this Nanda Snake Demon Purge operation was a complete success. Captain Chen Mai was very happy. Moreover, we did not cause any casualties in this operation, and even the impact on ordinary people was minimal. We even captured a believer of the ancient god cult alive and have handed him over to the higher authorities. Chen Mai turned to look at Qin Guanyun. Guanyun, as the commander-in-chief of this operation, you are very likely to receive the Spark medal. The Night Watchman's merit levels are divided into 4 levels: Spark, Starlight, Star, and Starry Sea. Among them, Spark is the easiest to obtain, and it can be obtained after completing an important task or protecting the safety of a large number of people. The difficulty of obtaining the remaining Starlight and Star medals increases in sequence. As for the Sea of Stars medal, it is the highest honor for the Night Watchman. There are no more than 10 people in the whole of Daxia who have this medal. This medal, along with your reward for mass-producing the Night's Watch, will be distributed after you complete your training and officially join the Night's Watch. Hong Ying raised her hand and interrupted, Captain, I think Guanyun may not need to participate in the training camp. Yes, he is already that powerful. Si Xiaonan agreed in a low voice. Even if he is already in the Qi realm, he has to participate. In addition to learning the skills of the system there, he can also be promoted to the Chuan realm faster. It's a rare opportunity. Chen Mai refused directly. Captain, Guanyun is already in Sichuan province. Besides, where can I make friends with, what? Chen Mai suddenly realized, his face full of shock, you said Guanyun has been promoted to the Sichuan realm. It's only been a few days. Zhao Kongqing, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Leng Xian all looked at Qin Guanyun as if he were a monster. Who would have believed that a high school student could be promoted from an ordinary person to a Sichuan-level person in less than a month? Have I been living like a dog all these years? The word monster cannot even describe how perverted you are. Ah, beast. Does this make sense? Qin Guanyun smiled shyly. I was promoted accidentally, without any accidents, it was simple. Well, Guanyun, you still have to participate in this training camp. You will make some new friends there. After all, we are all old. Hey. Who are you talking about being old? It's you, Uncle Wu, and Uncle Zhao who are old. Xiaonan and I are not even 18. Hong Ying retorted with a pout. Ahem. Chen Mai coughed twice, changed the subject, turned to look at Wu Xiangnan, and said, by the way, Qi Mo, is Yuan Gang still the head coach of this recruit training camp? Yeah, it's still him. It's still what that kid said. Chen Mai thought for a while, smiled playfully, and turned to Qin Guanyun and said, Guanyun, if it's not a critical moment, don't tell others your true realm. Then I will temporarily suppress the information about Qin Guanyun's realm and give those guys a surprise, haha. It's been a busy day, so let's stop here today. Everyone go back and have a rest. The meeting is adjourned. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when they returned home. Qin's father and mother were still not resting and were waiting for Qin Guanyun. Coke was still standing guard at the door, and rushed over to greet him as usual. It's been half a month since the breeding, but Coke seems to have not changed much. Could it be that they didn't breed? Or should we be like Neza and have to wait for a few more years? It would be nice if someone had a fertility-related taboo. Extraordinary fertility. Unfortunately, Qie never got to draw this forbidden ruins. Xiao Yun, what unit do you work for? You're so mysterious. Mother Qin asked casually while cleaning up the dishes. We are in the Secret Service, so we can't just talk nonsense. Qin Guanyun took the dishes first. Mom, you should get some rest. It's so late. I can wash them myself. The next morning, at the Hepping office, underground training ground. In addition to the members of Team 136, there are 5 new faces. These 5 people were all men around 40 years old. Each of them exuded a vigorous aura, and their eyes were full of desire and gratitude. Guanyun, the 5 of them are the watchers of the surrounding cities. They are here to fulfill the agreement between you and the Commander-in-Chief, to help them obtain the Forbidden Ruins. Okay, I won't waste your time. You still have to rush back to your city. Now you can use the Ghost and God Guide. Qin Guanyun said, and 5 yellow flowers flew out from his palm and sank into the bodies of 5 people. The 5 people looked at each other, and a bearded watcher couldn't help but said, Mr. Qin, didn't you say that an orange flower would be given to us first? You haven't entered the Forbidden Ruins yet, so you can't see it. I've marked you with yellow flowers. Qin Guanyun explained patiently, also, the orange flowers have been upgraded to yellow flowers. Transfer of flowers and trees. Yellow flower, it can completely transfer all damage continuously, and the yellow flower will not disappear after being marked unless the host dies. In other words, after being marked by the yellow flower, as long as Qin Guanyun is willing, he can completely transfer all the damage to the host, so that the yellow flower host will no longer have a weak period, and it is not limited to transferring the damage received. Moreover, the yellow flower markings will not disappear unless the yellow flower host dies. Qin Guanyun's favorite thing is to die for others. In that case, I'll go first. The bearded man stepped forward and took out the emblem. Whatever, we can go together. The bearded man pressed the mechanism, and a silver needle popped out from the Night Watch emblem. He didn't seem to hesitate, and inserted the silver needle into his palm. The power of the ghost-inducing medicine was injected into his body, which began to burn his potential madly and stimulated his hidden forbidden world. In an instant, a mysterious force field emanated from the bearded man. Call. An alluring aroma filled the underground training ground. Is this the smell of grilled lamb kebabs? Qin Guanyun pinched his forehead. Hongying, wow. It smells so good. This must be the ruins of the gods. See Showdown, it's delicious. The bearded man looked at the kebabs in his hand and muttered, this seems to be the same kebabs we had last night. I did some research before coming here. He tried to recall, this seems to be a low-risk Forbidden Ruins exploration bag. Yes, that's right, it's the exploration bag. When Chimo responded, low-risk Forbidden Ruins sequence 542, exploration bag, you can take out something you have seen before. If the energy contained in the item you want to take is relatively small, you can even create it out of thin air. Sequences ranked between 400 and 599 are called low-risk forbidden places. These forbidden places have their own particularities, but are not too dangerous. If used properly, they may have miraculous effects. Well, in a sense, this is indeed comparable to Shinshu Zhenxiang. Qin Guanyun held a kebab of lamb in his hand. He bit the bottom end of the kebab from the side and pulled it, and the whole kebab went into his mouth full of oil. Boss, give me another 20 skewers of pork belly, with more spicy and cumin. The bearded man felt that the effect of the Gishanian medicine was gradually disappearing, but the imagined death and weakness did not come. Mr. Qin, what's going on? The bearded man asked, why am I not dead? Seeing that Qin Guanyun had no reaction, he just touched his stomach. The bearded man's eyes rolled and he understood instantly. He then activated the Forbidden Ruins exploring bag, and handed over 20 skewers of steaming pork belly. Why call me Mr. Qin? That's too formal. Just call me brother. Qin Guanyun took the 20 skewers of Wuhua and gave 5 skewers to Lin Qie, Hongying, and Si Xiaonan respectively. Then he explained. I used the yellow flower to improve the mechanism of triggering the Forbidden Ruins by ghosts and gods, omitting the process of death and weakness. It will be easier to obtain the Forbidden Ruins in the future. Qin Guanyun's casual explanation caused a huge storm. Even the teammates of Team 136 heard it for the first time and they were also shocked. Obtaining the Forbidden Ruins has never been so easy. It's a groundbreaking achievement. Guanyun, if that's the case, can we give a few more watchers to trigger the Forbidden Ruins at once? Captain Chen Mai looked at Lin Qie and said solemnly. After all, every time we have a night watchman with Forbidden Ruins, we can protect the peace of one more place. Qin Guanyun put down the stick, wiped the corner of his mouth, and walked to the center of the training ground. The next moment, a blanket of yellow flowers flew out of Qin Guanyun's body, continuously and endlessly. The yellow flowers, with Tsangnan as the center, gradually spread across the country and even the world. Moon. Michael looks at the earth. A yellow spot, like a drop of ink falling into a basin of clear water, quickly spread across the globe. Is this his breath? At this moment, throughout Daxia, all the Forbidden Ruins owners and all kinds of mysterious eyes saw a yellow flower falling towards them. Some people accepted the news calmly after receiving it, some rejected it out of caution, and some people could not be stopped unless their realm was higher than Qin Guanyun. There are many more ordinary people who live normal lives without noticing anything. When Qin Guanyun resurrected 20 times, he reached the pond realm, at which time he could release 10 million orange flowers. Now, he has died 27 more times and reached the realm of Chuan, where he can release 147 trillion yellow flowers. The number of these yellow flowers is enough to cover all humanoid life forms on the entire earth. Some yellow flowers even fell on the surrounding animals. In Qin Guanyun's mind, a world map with Tsangnan as the center is slowly forming. Another area of his brain was working at a speed 2 to the power of 47 times faster than that of an ordinary person. Like an independent computer, it processes every individual's situation at all times. Qin Guanyun gave orders to this area of the brain. When the main consciousness is not paying attention, grafting will only be activated if it is unnatural damage, and the rest do not need to be dealt with. Okay, next one. Qin Guanyun walked to the bearded man, who tactfully handed him a handful of skewers. At this time, the other members of Team 136 also slowly digested the shock they had just felt. They came up, surrounded the bearded man, and started to eat skewers. Brother Qin, Captain Chen, let me introduce myself again. I am Shinrong from Linbei City's 147th Squad. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Well, you have a great ability, why don't you join our team, huh? Hong Ying swallowed the treasure in her mouth, it hissed because of the spiciness. When Qimo also said vaguely, boss sure, another can of Coke. The members of Team 136 and Shinrong ate skewers while watching the other 4 people continue to awaken. Unfortunately, the next 4 people were not so lucky. They were all harmless Forbidden Ruins, with the Forbidden Ruins sequence after 600. Chu Yongxiang from the 139th Squad of the Hongsha City Night Watch obtained the harmless Forbidden Market sequence 628, Spicy Strips. Spicy strips, you can create spicy strips of various flavors out of thin air anytime and anywhere. Wu Jinrui from Taihua City Night Watch 142 team obtained the harmless Forbidden Ruins sequence 633, Termite. Cavities, it can help people eliminate cavity worms in the mouth. Ma Hongjuan from Lin Shui City Night Watch 148 team obtained the harmless Forbidden Ruins sequence 639, Needlework. Needlework, you can do needlework anytime and anywhere without being discovered. Zhong Weihua from the 151st Squad of the Xinbao City Night Watch obtained the harmless Forbidden Ruins sequence 645, Eternal Member. Permanent membership, you are a member of all websites and apps. Hong Ying, wow. I want this, spicy strips. Sigh. Si Xiaonan, this, eternal membership, is also great. Omega. Leng Xian touched his chin and said, this, needlework, seems good. Leng Xian, you. When Qimo was shocked. At noon, Team 136 and the 5 Watchers watched the latest episode of Talk Show and had a pleasant barbecue with various spicy snacks. Finally, Wu Jinrui from Taihua City also provided oral care for everyone. At the gate of the peace office, several members of Team 136 came out to see them off. Big Beard, if you have nothing to do, go around the country more often, and then come and visit us. Hong Ying waved at Shinrong. Got it, Miss Hong Ying. Shinrong turned to look at Qin Guanyun, and said with gratitude, thank you very much, Brother Qin, you are the patron saint of our Daxia. Not really. Qin Guanyun waved his hand and said with a smile, you can tell your captain when you go back. If anyone wants to awaken the Forbidden Ruins in the future, just use the ghost guidance. There is no need to go to Tsangnan. The headquarters will also notify all parts of the country of this news later. The 5 of them bowed together, said goodbye and left. Strange, I remember that my trouser legs were torn during the last training, but now they feel fine. When Chima touched his trousers in confusion, did I remember it wrong? Over the next 10 days, the Watchers in the Night Watch teams across the country began to use the Ghost Guidance, and almost all of them obtained the Forbidden Ruins. After using the Ghost and God Guidance, when everyone is silently resurrected, they will feel an inexplicable pull in their spiritual world, pointing to a figure in Sangnan City from afar. Although this was an absolute secret of the Night Watchmen, they still knew clearly who this person was because the figure of this person was so clear in their minds. Qin Guanyun, temporary member of Sangnan City Night Watch Team 136. In just a dozen short days, the number of people in the Night's Watch who possessed the Forbidden Ruin Sword, and the strength of the Night's Watch increased unprecedentedly. Now, it is no longer the Forbidden Ruins that limit the number of Night Watchmen, but the number of Ghost Guides. Shangjing City, the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watch headquarters. Yifan sat on a chair, smoking a cigarette, and seemed to be in a good mood. Boom, boom. You seem to be in a good mood. Zhuqin pushed the door open and closed it casually. How did you know that? You only smoke in the office when you are very happy or very sad. Zhuqin walked slowly to Yifan's side. Your eyebrows are almost flying to your forehead. You must not be sad, right? Take a look, it's just been delivered. Yifan handed a report to Zhuqin. Today's mysterious casualty summary, nationwide 0. So lucky today. Zhuqin was surprised. Take a look at these. Yifan handed him another dozen reports. Could it be? Zhuqin took the reports with trembling hands. Today's mysterious casualty summary, nationwide 0. Without exception, the contents of the reports from more than 10 days ago were all the same. Hiss. Zhuqin took a breath and looked at Yifan in disbelief. I didn't tell you these days that I sent people to check every city, and all the reports are true. Yifan was probably too happy. He took another cigarette, lit it, and said, I was more shocked than you at the time. This date starts from the day when yellow flowers filled the city. Zhuqin suppressed his inner shock and keenly perceived the key information. Could it be, it was him? Yes, it's him, Qin Guanyun. So, everyone in Daxia has become immortal. Yes and no. Yifan took a deep breath, passed through the lungs, returned to the cage, and said, only those who encounter mysterious unnatural death will be resurrected. Normal birth, old age, illness and death will not be resurrected. Also, not only Daxia, but also his yellow flowers appeared in the world outside the fog. Yifan added. Hiss. This is unbelievable. Zhuqin, who has always been known for his calmness, couldn't explain clearly when he was shocked. Then all the Night Watchmen became immortal when they fought against the mystery. That's true, but I won't tell them, and I ask everyone who finds out to keep it a secret. What you did was right. Zhuqin pondered for a while, then asked, then what state is he in now? Well, it's probably still in the pool, right? Yifan replied with some uncertainty. Besides, it seems that he is just a temporary member of the Night's Watch. Well, this year's Night Watch recruit training should start as soon as possible. Since we don't have any internal worries for the time being, shouldn't we go outside? It's time to go out. Then, the reward for Qin Guanyun. We've been preparing for this for a long time. We're just waiting for him to come out of the recruit training camp. Sangnan City. Since sending away the 5 Watchers, Qin Guanyun and Lin Qie lived a 9-to-9 life for the next 10 days, making progress through study and training every day. Of course, Qin Guanyun's training was different from Lin Qie's. In addition to learning mysterious knowledge together, Qin Guanyun learned more about how to attack. Because of Qin Guanyun's special forbidden area, he can completely ignore defense and just focus on his offense. Under such circumstances, he developed a tough fighting style, in which he fought for his life. Coupled with his inhuman reaction, speed and strength, after only a dozen days of training, the 2 close combat masters, Zhao Kongqing and Chen Mai, were no longer able to learn anything from him. In a few days, the new recruits' training will begin. Qin Guanyun was stunned. Has so much time passed? Then I will be able to meet Bailey Pangpang, Zhua Ge, Chao Yuan and others soon. So what should we prepare? Based on past years' experience, the new recruits' training should also be in Shangjing City. I'll have Hongying and Xiaonan take you two to buy some necessities this afternoon. I'll put it on my account. Chen Mai seemed to have remembered something. By the way, you have to buy your train tickets early. Those who go early can choose their dormitories first. Chen Mai felt a pang of pain when he thought of the little balance he had left. However, as the captain, it would be unreasonable for him not to be generous and buy some things for his two teammates when they went out for training. Hearing this, Qin Guanyun immediately remembered. Because of Lin Chiye's mortal realm, he is unable to leave Cangnan City, so the training location for new recruits this year has been changed to Cangnan. In the original novel, all the train tickets and cold weather items bought for Lin Chiye were wasted, which made Chen Mai feel very sad. Captain, we don't have to buy our tickets for now. What if the training base is changed? Qin Guanyun carefully put forward his suggestion. There are so many what-ifs. Chen Mai had already decided to spend a lot of money, and seemed unwilling to think about it anymore, lest he regret it too much. Buy it now. Buy it for tomorrow, the sooner the better. As he spoke, Chen Mai took out his mobile phone, opened 12307, and quickly bought tickets for Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye. Qin Guanyun was so fast that he had no time to stop him. Qin Guanyun watched Chen Mai's operation and the corners of his mouth twitched. The four of you should concentrate on purchasing necessities this afternoon. I'll go get the tickets for the two of you. Give me your ID cards. Chen Mai's tone allowed no room for refusal. Captain, you can't return the tickets once you take them out. Why retreat? You two have an advantage over others if you arrive a day earlier. I don't want my team members to suffer injustice there. The corner of Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched. These two guys are smarter than ghosts, and each one is more perverted than the other. Who can let them suffer any injustice? Qin Guanyun looked at Chen Mai's back as he hurried out the door, got on his electric scooter and left, and silently covered his eyes with his hands. Well, it seems that you have to spend this money, Captain. Is this history that even a time traveler cannot change? That afternoon, Hongying and Si Xiaonan took Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye to visit several large supermarkets in Cangnan. This Peppa Pig suitcase, and bought Lin Chiye a Hello Kitty suitcase, and then wanted to buy some cute little skirts. Wow. Xiaonan. That Peppa Pig suitcase is so pretty. Let's buy one for Guanyun. Hello. That Hello Kitty suitcase is so pretty. Let's buy this for Nanaya. Great. That pink electric blanket is pretty good too. Let's buy one for each of them. Hello, wow. Qin Guanyun held Si Xiaonan's mouth and said, you don't need to buy any of these warm clothes. A real man wouldn't be afraid of this little bit of cold. Lin Chiye. Well, boys do have more firepower. That lipstick of a man-attracting color is definitely suitable for you. Hongying held a lipstick with shining eyes, and she wished she could swallow it into her stomach. Qin Guanyun. In the end, at Qin Guanyun's strong insistence, those items that the boys didn't need at all were not stuffed into the two people's suitcases. There was no other way. Hongying and Xiaonan had to share it reluctantly, since it was their fault. It was not until the evening that Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye dragged their tired bodies back to their respective homes. Even with my ridiculously strong physique, I still couldn't handle the fatigue of shopping with girls. Xiaoyun, tell me where you went to work. Mother Qin looked at Qin Guanyun, who was pulling a Peppa Pig suitcase filled with pink clothes. She couldn't help herself and asked, you are the only child in the Qin family. Mom, what are you thinking? Qin Guanyun smiled helplessly. These were chosen for me by two female colleagues. I couldn't resist them, so I bought some pink clothes. Look, these are the clothes they chose for me. They are all for boys. Qin Guanyun said as he picked up a pink dress. Qin Ma. No, I got the wrong one. She bought it for herself and I accidentally put it here. Don't get me wrong, Mom. Qin Guanyun had to persuade Qin's mother with all his might before he could explain everything clearly. After a while, with the assistance of Qin Guanyun, Qin's mother quickly prepared the meal. At this time, Qin's father just got off work. A family of 3 and a dog, having a happy dinner together. Mom, we're going to training tomorrow. After they were almost done eating, Qin Guanyun was the first to break the silence. We may not be back until the Chinese New Year. The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant, and Coke under the table stopped moving and became quiet. Ah, so sudden. There are still several months until the Chinese New Year. Qin Ma's chopsticks, which were about to pick up some food, paused in midair for a moment, then she put them back into her bowl without picking up anything. I was notified suddenly today. All the luggage I just received was prepared for this training camp. Qin Guanyin lowered his head and ate his meal. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of seeing his mother's eyes. Mother Qin didn't say anything. She took a mouthful of white rice and put it in her mouth. It had no taste. Do I have to go? Is it okay not to go? Qin's father asked. I have to go. Qin Guanyin seemed to have thought of something. Dad, Lin Qie should go too. He's Wang Fang's nephew from your workshop. Him. Qin's father frowned. Isn't he a psychopath? I heard his eyesight isn't good either. So pitiful. Well, he recovered a long time ago. Didn't his aunt talk to you guys? Oh, I remember now. That's true. Since her nephew recovered, she has become more motivated. Father Qin recalled that it was true. Are you two colleagues now? Right. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green hills. The ringing of the phone interrupted the conversation between father and son. Qin's father picked up the phone, and the voice of Lin Qie's aunt came out. Captain Qin, it's so late and I'm still disturbing you. Haven't you rested yet? I haven't rested yet. I'm eating. Do you want to? It's like this, my nephew Xiaoqi said he was going to participate in a training camp with your Xiaoyun. After a long time, Qin's father hung up the phone and looked at Qin Guanyin and said, you and Lin Qie are both classmates and colleagues. You two should communicate more and help each other. Remember to call home more often. Of course, Dad. I play once a week. Although the training for Night's Watch recruits is completely closed, there are always more solutions than problems, and Qin Guanyin believes that he can do it. Eat more meat. You are growing up. I heard that soldiers have a hard time. Mother Qin picked up another vegetable and put it in her bowl, and then picked up a piece of meat and put it in Qin Guanyin's bowl. By the way, where are you training? It's in Sangnan. Hey, kid, you should have told me you were going to Sangnan earlier. I thought you were going to some remote corner. Mother Qin breathed a sigh of relief, and the vegetables in her mouth became more delicious. In the minds of adults, it is always more reassuring when children are close to them than when they are far away. The atmosphere became harmonious again, and the three of them talked about some interesting things they heard from others about being in the army. Coke under the table also started running happily. Oh, Mom. Qin Guanyin seemed to remember something. My salary for this month should have been paid. I don't have a bank card, so I asked them to transfer the money to your card. Have you seen the account? Kid, you've only been working for a month, how much can you have? 3,000 or 4,000 is already high. It's better not to look at it. Mother Qin smiled and said she wouldn't look at it, but she still couldn't help but open the mobile banking. This. When the light from the mobile phone screen shone on Qin Ma's face, her eyes widened and she was speechless. How much is it? Look how scared you are. Qin's father also came over curiously. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 100,000. Qin Guanyin lowered his head and ate his meal. This is just your monthly salary. Not your annual salary. It's just 1 month. Why are there so many? They're almost as much as your dad made in a year. The department we belong to is a bit special. The night watchmen are indeed the most special civil servants. What department is it? Can't you tell me? It's a secret. It's better not to tell your parents for now. Mother Qin accidentally glanced at the pink suitcase beside her. Suddenly, Qin's mother's face changed drastically. She stood up, picked up the broom next to her, and hit Qin Guanyin on the butt. And you said you were doing that. Otherwise, why would I pay you so much? Mom, stop hitting me. Let me explain. Qin Guanyin, who was at the top of Sichuan, was chased by a middle-aged woman who was just an ordinary person. These are all given by the government. Look at the transaction records. They are all legitimate wages. Hongying. You have caused me so much trouble. Just wait for me. Achio Hongying, who lived in the villa, turned over in her soft big bed and murmured, I am indeed a little tired from shopping today. I hope I won't get sick from it. Even if he is sick, it's okay, just let Guanyin transfer to him, he has thick skin anyway. On the big bed, besides a big pink bear, there was also a pile of colorful clothes. They were all bought this afternoon and credited to Captain Chen Mai's account. Early the next morning. At the gate of Hepping office, all members of Team 136 were seeing Qin Guanyun and Lin Qie off. Today, Hongying and Si Xiaonan specially changed into new clothes. Hongying wore a goose yellow dress, which made her look taller and more attractive. Si Xiaonan wore a pleated skirt, looking like a good student. As if to create a farewell atmosphere, it started to drizzle. Let's go quickly, or we will miss the high-speed train. Wu Xiangnan spoke first. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. Lin Qie responded seriously. Cough cough, wait a minute, let me think about whether there is anything else left behind. Qin Guanyun coughed twice. What's going on? The Night's Watch leaders haven't informed the captain and others about the change of training location yet. You've been dragging your feet since yesterday. I'm just asking you to attend a recruit training camp, not to go to the battlefield. Chen Mai stepped forward and patted Qin Guanyun on the shoulder. Your strength is already very strong, no one in the recruit camp can match you. Over the hills, even though my hair is white, I still keep talking. Chen Mai was interrupted by a cell phone ring. Hello. What? Everyone returned to the lobby of the peace office. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Guanyun, can the ticket be refunded? Wen Qimo was the first to break the silence. Once you take it out, you can't return it. Qin Guanyun said, glancing at Chen Mai. Chen Mai's face looked very green. Haha, I don't blame you. Old Zhao smiled and said meaningfully, after all, you reminded me. Who knows what the top management is thinking, suddenly changing the training location. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan also sighed, you didn't buy the winter gear. I didn't buy it. Fortunately Guanyun persisted. Lin Qie looked at Qin Guanyun with a smile. Then why did you spend so much? Chen Mai's expression improved slightly. I bought clothes and cosmetics for Hongying and Xiaonan. Qin Guanyun explained at the right time. No, you are wrongly accusing a good person. Hongying obviously would not admit it. Yes, you slander us. Si Xiaonan, who was in the same camp as Hongying, echoed. I have evidence. What evidence? Show it to me. Haha. Qin Guanyun laughed a few times. You caused me so much trouble yesterday, now I have caught you. He turned around, put the Peppa Pig suitcase down, opened it, and took out a pink dress. This pink dress and the goose yellow dress on Hongying are exactly the same except for the color. Hongying, Ha 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 ha, equals omega equals, the weather is pretty good today. Si Xiaonan, yes, winky face, the sun is really nice today. Everyone looked out the window and saw the slightly gloomy sky, with fine raindrops still falling. You two call this nice weather? All right. Chen Mai glared at the two beautiful girls. This month, the cleaning of the Hepping office will be done by you two. Early in the morning of the third day, Qin Guanyun and Lin Qie set off with two whales. The drizzle continued, but the sadness of parting was gone. Recruit Training Camp Base. Yuan Gang got off the helicopter and walked in the training camp that had been built overnight, surrounded by instructors. Commander, this is the list of new recruits this year. A soldier ran up quickly and handed the list to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang took a quick look and stood there in a daze. This time, there are actually two divine agents. What? There are actually agents of God? And two of them appeared at once. Chief, who are these two gods? Code name 003, Seraph Michael. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Seraph. It has been many years since we have seen a divine agent. Fortunately, he is from the Night's Watch. Chief, what about the other god? Codename 002, Yolanda. What? He actually has an agent too. These two agents of God are more powerful than each other. Sir, can we subdue them? Yuan Gang was silent for a long time, then he said calmly, contact the masked team and ask them to come and help me. Outside the training camp. At the military checkpoint, a special forces soldier holding a telescope frowned slightly and took out a walkie-talkie. Report, 2 people are approaching ahead. 2 young men, the taller one was carrying a large pink hair dryer, and the shorter one was carrying a pink cat suitcase. It was not observed whether they were carrying any weapons. It was drizzling. In order to prevent the newly purchased suitcase from getting dirty by the muddy mountain road, Qin Guanyun and Lin Chia decided to carry the suitcase forward. Guanyun, is there really a training camp here? Lin Chia shook his umbrella, and raindrops scattered everywhere. At this moment, in Qin Guanyun's mind, an exquisite 3-dimensional world map is slowly being generated. In this map, except for myself who is a tall figure, all other people are small yellow dots. Not far from where they were, there were a large number of yellow dots gathering. And to their southwest, about 1,000 meters away on the hillside, there was a single yellow dot. That was a sniper who had ambushed here yesterday. Except Yuan Gang, no one knew that there was a sniper lying in ambush here. But Qin Guanyun discovered him. Qin Guanyun smiled in that direction, threw the umbrella aside, raised his right hand, clenched his fist, then stretched out his thumb and index finger, made a pistol gesture, and pointed at his temple. Report to the commander, the boy carrying a large pink hair dryer. He spotted me from 1,000 meters away. Yuan Gang's intercom rang, and the sniper's unbelievable voice came from it. This is because it was raining to avoid the impact of reflections, and the sniper's position was more concealed. Yet he was able to find him. What kind of monster is he? Yuan Gang rubbed his temple. There must be a training camp. Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up soon. Qin Guanyun smiled and held up the umbrella again. In his spiritual world, 2 yellow dots broke away from the team and were approaching them rapidly. Buzz. A military off-road vehicle suddenly braked next to Qin Guanyun and Lin Chia. New recruits. Coming so soon. We are both from Tsangnan. Let me see the ID. After the officer confirmed that it was correct, he returned the document and pointed behind him. Get in the car. After a while, the SUV stopped. Qin Guanyun and Lin Chia jumped out of the car, holding their own suitcases, and stood in front of a huge iron gate. An instructor walked out from behind the door and looked at Qin Guanyun and Lin Chia seriously. You are Qin Guanyun and Lin Chia. You know us. Of course, Yolanda and Michael's agents. There haven't been any divine agents for many years. The instructor said with emotion, my name is Hong Hao, and I'm your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. You two are the only ones in the entire training camp right now. I have nothing to do right now, so I'll take you to get familiar with the place. Instructor Hong led Qin Guanyun and Lin Chia around the training camp. The training camp covers a large area, but has only 1 or 2 entrances and exits, all of which are strictly controlled. All functions are connected by a circular driveway inside, which surrounds a huge training ground. Dormitories, canteens, classrooms, supply stations, shooting ranges, and other buildings are surrounded by the circular driveway. Instructor Hong took Qin Guanyun to 2 3-story buildings and said, this is the dormitory building. You arrived first, so you can choose any one, but you have to share a room with 2 people. How about we stay in the same room? Lin Chia looked at Qin Guanyun. After all, they had slept in the same bed before. Let's have our own rooms. I'm not used to sleeping with the same sex or the opposite sex with clothes on. Lin Chia. A voice came from Instructor Hong's headset, let's test their strength. Hey, you don't seem to understand what I said. Instructor Hong changed his previous friendly attitude and suddenly raised his voice, saying, you can live on your own. Prove your ability. How do you prove it? With Qin Guanyun's superhuman physical fitness, as long as he wanted, he could even tell whether a mosquito 100 meters away is male or female, not to mention the sound of the earphone nearby. Let's have a sparring match. If you win, you can have a room all to yourself. Okay. Qin Guanyin smiled slightly. The three of them left the dormitory area, crossed the circular driveway, and came to the training ground. Wait a moment. Instructor Hong raised his hand. In the distance, two more instructors trotted over and stood side by side with Instructor Hong. You can start now. Instructor Hong nodded to Qin Guanyin. Qin Guanyin didn't care at all. He got ready to attack. Wait a minute. This time it was Lin Chie who interrupted, 3 of you against 1. Isn't that too unfair? Unfair? It's fair for him to occupy 2 people's beds. Instructor Hong sneered, if you want to gain privileges beyond the ordinary, you must have strength beyond the ordinary. Don't worry, we will only use the strength of the Zhan realm, be careful. After saying that, the 3 instructors rushed towards Qin Guanyin at the same time. Instructor Hong rushed straight towards Qin Guanyin, while the other 2 instructors attacked him on both sides. The 3 instructors originally had the strength of the Chuan realm. Although they were suppressed to the Zhan realm at this time, their rich combat experience, tacit cooperation among teammates, and strong physical fitness were not something that the newcomers who had just entered the Zhan realm could resist. While attacking, the 3 instructors couldn't stop complaining in their hearts. They didn't know what the commander was thinking. He was just a lamp realm. Even if he was an agent of God, he couldn't withstand the simultaneous attack of the 3 of us. In a flash, the fists of the 3 men were close to Qin Guanyin, but Qin Guanyin still had no reaction. Under the training ground, Yuan Gang and several instructors were looking at a large screen, which showed the scene of 3 instructors attacking Qin Guanyin together. Yelin's agent, I hope you won't let us down. Bang. But even until the fists of the 3 instructors hit Qin Guanyin at the same time, he still had no reaction. Yuan Gang closed his eyes with a little disappointment. Yes, it was the sniper's words that made me misjudge his ability and have overly high expectations. How is it possible that a night watchman who hasn't even participated in recruit training can defeat 3 senior instructors? If that's the case, what's the point of training new recruits? But suddenly, an arrogant voice came from the screen in front of him. Harder. Are you tickling me? The 3 instructors looked at each other, and when they saw that Qin Guanyin did not dodge, they reduced their strength. But, there shouldn't be no reaction, right? Huh. The 3 instructors retracted their fists at the same time, changed their formation, and attacked again at the same time. This time, the 3 of them gave their all without reservation. So what if you are God's agent? We don't believe you can hold on this time. Bang. Qin Guanyin still had a smile on his face and his body did not move at all. Push harder. Haven't you eaten? Qin Guanyin's arrogant voice spread throughout the basement through the screen in front of Yuan Gang. There was an uproar. Is this the God's agent? Can he withstand the full force attacks of 3 people of the same realm? He didn't even use the forbidden ruins, he just relied on the strength of his body. Does this make sense? The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked a bit like an agent of God. He held up the headset with one hand. Unlock the pond. Training ground. The 3 instructors withdrew their hands at the same time and jumped away, still surrounding Qin Guanyin in a triangle. The next moment, the strength of the 3 instructors suddenly increased, and in one breath, they were promoted from the Zhan realm to the Chuan realm. The 3 of them attacked at the same time again in tacit understanding. Their aura was not concealed at all, as if they were trying to remind Qin Guanyin not to try to resist this time. However, Qin Guanyin seemed to turn a blind eye to the improvement in the strength of these 3. Still standing there, with no intention of dodging at all. Bang. Ha ha. Qin Guanyin laughed, you don't even have the energy to hit someone, and you still say you're an instructor. After resurrection, 47 times, Qin Guanyin's physical strength has reached 1,000,000,000,000 times that of the normal level. The fists of the 3 instructors, hitting him, were really just like tickling. Have you had enough fun? It's my turn now. The 3 instructors suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly released their suppression, releasing all their strength. Bang. Qin Guanyin's attack speed was extremely fast. He launched 3 consecutive punches, but only one punch made a loud bang. Brush. The 3 instructors flew backwards, fell to the ground, and slid about 10 meters before the force on their bodies was completely released. Qin Guanyun had suppressed his strength to a very low level, but unexpectedly, he was still terribly strong. If I hadn't secretly used yellow flower to transfer most of the damage to myself, I'm afraid all 3 instructors would have been resurrected once. What is this? I hit myself. Ahem. Instructor Hong slowly got up and said with all his might, "What realm are you in, kid?" It should be Qijing, right? Qin Guanyun suddenly remembered what Qin Mai had told him. Guanyun, unless it is a critical moment, don't tell others your true realm. Ahem, it's okay if you don't want to say it. Once all the new recruits are here, we will conduct a unified test. Instructor Hong seemed to want to ask something, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't ask. He definitely didn't use his full strength. If you ask again, you think it's not embarrassing enough. Instructor Hong, can I have a room of my own now? Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye successfully chose the dormitories they liked. Of course, Qin Guanyun lived in one room all by himself. Lying on the hard bed in the dormitory, Qin Guanyun fell into deep thought. In his mind, a virtual Earth has slowly taken shape. Except for the territory of Daxia, most places are pitch black. Are there some human circles where my yellow flower can't be penetrated? Maybe I need to be promoted to the sea realm, and then develop, transplanting flowers and grafting trees, again, and then I should be able to pass through the human circle. But how to advance to the sea realm is a problem. With my current physical strength, if someone wants to kill me, they may need the strength of the Klein realm. Even if I take the initiative to transfer harm to others and die for others, it will take a huge amount of deaths for me to die once. Moreover, as my strength has greatly increased, even suicide has become difficult to do. Death is also a luxury. The original feeling of death is like the wind, always by my side, can never be found again. Who would have thought that the thing that limited my strength was inability to die? I need a more convenient way to die. Is there a way to die once and perish together with the enemy? The next morning, some other recruits arrived. Look, what is this person doing? Is he practicing Tai Chi? Haha, young people still practice Tai Chi. What's the use of being good at Tai Chi? Can you beat mystery? No, look at the light around him, isn't it distorted? How is it possible? Distorting space is something that even the infinite realm cannot do. How can a new recruit like him do it? Qin Guanyun was practicing Tai Chi in the middle of the training ground at this time, and he was oblivious to the conversations of everyone around him. Suck. Call. Qin Guanyun practiced very seriously, breathing slowly as he moved. Ever since he was promoted to the Sichuan realm, the strength of his physical body has reached an unimaginable level. Basically, all training methods have no effect on him. Unexpectedly, Qin Guanyun accidentally discovered that the Tai Chi practiced every day by the old men and women in the park in his previous life had a huge effect on his physical fitness. Qin Guanyun spread his strength throughout his body, stood up, and grasped the Chihuahua with his right hand. As Qin Guanyun's palm pushed slowly, the space around him began to make a cracking sound. No, I don't want to break the space, I want to touch it and stir it. Qin Guanyun adjusted his state, inhaled, bent his left foot inward, and slowly opened his right arm. At this moment, the space around him no longer had the sound of shattering, but instead slowly fluctuated along with his palm, as if he had put his hand into a tank of water, stirring the space. Stirring the space like water is obviously more difficult than breaking it up. Qin Guanyun's physical strength exploded with all his strength, but he controlled it firmly within his body. His bones radiated a bright glow, like rare treasures, sacred and full of power. The blood in his body was surging at a rapid speed like a raging river. His skin seemed to be ignited by the powerful energy and blood, and it also flashed a faint light that was invisible to the naked eye. His current state was like he was wrestling with space, and was evenly matched with it. After finishing a set of Tai Chi, Qin Guanyun was sweating all over and all his strength was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, with a recovery ability that is 100 trillion times greater than that of ordinary people, Qin Guanyun's condition has completely recovered. Phew, it feels so good, let's do it again. In the basement of the training ground, Yuan Gang and a group of instructors looked at Qin Guanyun on the screen with different expressions. What kind of boxing technique does he practice? How can it distort space? This is amazing. This is the first time we have seen a boxing technique that can disturb space without relying on the forbidden ruins. Ask him if he can contribute it. Chief, if this boxing technique is popularized, it will definitely bring great improvement to our night's watch. No, you are wrong. Yuan Gang rubbed his temple and said helplessly, this boxing is just an ordinary boxing. It's not that this boxing is strong enough to disturb space, but that Qin Guanyun is too strong. How is this possible? The instructors were all shocked. He didn't use the forbidden ruins. Was he just relying on his physical strength? I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Even the 3 instructors who had fought with Qin Guanyun yesterday couldn't believe it. His body is so strong that it can disturb space. Any boxing technique can be transformed into magic in his hands. Yuan Gang's voice trembled a little. He can rival the strong men in the Klein realm just by relying on the strength of his body. The instructors were in an uproar. Then why are we training him? Yuan Gang scratched his head helplessly. I am a little worried about Mask now, but fortunately he is only physically strong. Phew, that feels great. Let's go back to the dorm and take a shower. After slowly finishing 9 sets of Tai Chi, Qin Guanyun's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and he walked towards the dormitory steaming. When I passed by Lin Chia's dormitory, I saw several people standing at the door of his dormitory. Young master, I have shown you so many places, except for the one that the recruits are not allowed to choose, this one is the best. It turned out that Bailey Pangpang had come, and Lin Chia seemed to have gone to the supply station. Qin Guanyun ignored them, opened the door and walked straight into his dormitory. Eh? Didn't they say that recruits are not allowed to choose this dormitory? How did he get in? Is he the instructor? Go, have you ever seen an instructor who is not wearing a special instructor uniform? I guess he is a relative, young master, that dormitory is better, how about we switch to that one? Go away, there's no need to bother with so much. I'll just stay in this room. Qin Guanyun felt that it was too noisy outside, so he closed his ears a little and went into the bathroom humming a little tune. My dark heart wants to be released, but my longing is stronger than my hatred. Do I have the potential to be a singer? Should I release a few singles? After taking a shower, Qin Guanyun wrapped himself in a bath towel, opened the bathroom door, and walked out naked. Suddenly, he found that there was another person on the bed next to him. The young man, dressed in black and with black hair, sat quietly cross-legged on the bed, with his hands clasped together and his eyes closed, silently reciting Buddhist scriptures. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practiced the profound Prajnaparamita, he saw that the 5 aggregates were empty. At this moment, hearing the sound of the door opening, he stopped chanting, opened his eyes, and met Qin Guanyun's eyes. When something is too big or too small, you will inevitably be attracted to it even if you don't look at it intentionally. Chao Yuan's gaze slowly moved downwards, then he quickly closed his eyes and began to recite Buddhist scriptures. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo magic spell, so big. Qin Guanyun moved stiffly and wiped his body with a towel as if nothing had happened. He put on oversized shorts and walked over to Chao Yuan. With one kick, he was kicked out. On the morning of the 3rd day, Qin Guanyun was awakened by the noise outside the corridor. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a group of people gathered in the dormitory opposite, and Bailey Pangpang was giving out luxury watches to everyone. Please don't misunderstand me, I'm not some rich kid. I'm just a kid from an ordinary family, I just want to get along well with you guys. This fat guy is really interesting. Although the atmosphere in the recruits' dormitory was ignited, there were still some people who remained unmoved. Chao Yuan, who was leaning against the wall, was looking at him coldly. On the right side of the girls' dormitory, Molly, who had long brown hair, was looking at Bailey Pangpang with disdain. What are you doing? Instructor Hong walked into the dormitory building with murderous intent, cursing, don't think you can act recklessly just because the training hasn't officially started yet. Instructor Hong wanted to say a few more words, but he saw Qin Guanyun leaning against the dormitory door, so he changed his words and said loudly, everyone gather at the training ground at 2 p.m. to start the physical fitness test. After saying that, he turned and left. Afternoon. Everyone changed into their military uniforms and stood crookedly on the training ground, whispering to each other. On the martial arts stage, more than 20 instructors stood there in an orderly manner with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, forming a sharp contrast with the recruits below. "Everyone, stand still," Instructor Hong yelled. "Before we start the training, we must have a clear understanding of your physical fitness so that we can conduct targeted training. Starting with you, form a group of 5 and go to the test machine next to you for testing." He was pointed out as a new recruit, walked out of the line, and walked towards the mummy testing machine next to the martial arts stage with the other 4 people next to him. The test results will be synchronized on the large screen next to the training ground so that all recruits and instructors can see them clearly. Tester Du Zhongyuan. Basic Strength, 2. Basic Speed, 2. Mental Power Development Potential, 36%. Forbidden Ruins Development Potential, 37%. Test results are for reference only. 5 testing machines were turned on at the same time, with a specially managed instructor recording nearby, and the testing speed was very fast. Most people's test results are within normal levels, and occasionally there are a few people with slightly better physical fitness, which is not beyond the understanding of everyone. "Next group, you go up," the instructor said, pointing at a young man who was chewing gum and wearing a military cap backwards. The boy glanced at the instructor and walked into the testing machine indifferently. Tester, Shen Qingzhu. Basic Strength, 3. Basic Speed, 3. Basic Reaction, 4. Basic Stamina, 4. Basic Recovery, 3. Total Mental Strength, 4. Mental Power Development Potential, 87%. Forbidden Ruins Development Potential, 88%. Test results are for reference only. All the recruits on the training ground were shocked. Does he own a super high-risk forbidden ruin? I'm so envious. Brother Shen is awesome. On the martial arts stage, all the instructors also looked over. Is this guy the owner of the ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, Sequence 068, Chi Min? How come his mental power and forbidden ruins development potential are higher than the captain of the masked team? It looks like a thorn in the side. Next group. Chao Yuan, who was dressed in black and had black hair, walked towards the test machine expressionlessly. Before entering, he glanced at Qin Guanyun and seemed to be saying, "I didn't mind your sneak attack last time, but watch out for me this time." Tester, Chao Yuan. Basic Strength, 10. Basic Speed, 9. Basic Reaction, 5. Basic Stamina, 8. Basic Recovery, 10. Total Mental Strength, 9. Mental Power Development Potential, 91%. Development Potential of the Forbidden Ruins, 93%. Test results are for reference only. The recruits on the training ground were shocked again. How come he is so strong? His physical fitness is 10 times that of an ordinary person. The development potential of his Forbidden Ruins is the highest we have seen so far. More powerful than the guy I just dragged. The instructor on the martial arts stage was also shocked and opened his mouth wide. Is this kid another super high-risk forbidden ruin? Sequence 031, Destroy the Black King. How come his mental power and the development potential of the forbidden ruins have reached more than 90%? That is a state that only agents of gods can achieve. Indeed, the first 30 in the Forbidden Ruins sequence are called the Realm of Gods, while the Black King's destruction, in sequence 031 is truly below the gods and above all living beings. Next group. You guys. Finally it was Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye's turn. 5 people entered the test machine at the same time, and the results of Lin Chiye, Bailey Pangpang, and others came out first. Tester, Bailey Tu Ming. Basic Strength, 1. Basic Speed, 0.5. Basic Reaction, 1. Basic Stamina, 0.3. Basic Recovery, 0.5. Total Mental Strength, 9. Spiritual Power Development Potential, 0%. Forbidden Ruins Development Potential, 0%. Test results are for reference only. Did this guy come in through the back door? I saw him handing out luxury watches this morning. He must have spent money to get in. Bailey Tu Ming, is he from the Bailey family? Tester, Lin Chiye. Basic Strength, 8. Basic speed, 8. Basic reaction, 10. Basic stamina, 8. Basic recovery, 8. Total mental strength, 10. Spiritual power development potential, 100%. Forbidden Ruins development potential, 100%. Test results are for reference only. The recruits on the training ground were in an uproar. What? 100%? Are you kidding me? Is this testing machine broken? The instructors on the martial arts stage couldn't help but talk to each other. I knew the God's agent was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. The leader of the masked team, who is also an agent of God, hasn't reached 100% yet. Spiritual strength and Forbidden Ruins development potential do not represent the final achievement. These values can also be improved through training. The agent of Seraphim Michael is indeed extraordinary. I don't know what the statistics of the other God's agent are. He really embarrassed our instructor Hong Hao for a while. Hong Hao's originally dark complexion instantly turned into the color of liver. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Qin Guanyun's testing machine. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the mummy testing machine emitted a short beep. Ka. The beeping sound stopped abruptly, and the test machine became somewhat withered and dead, as if it had suddenly lost its life. Squeak. Qin Guanyun pushed open the cover of the test machine from the inside, walked out puzzledly, looked at the shocked instructor next to him and said, "What's going on?" The instructor closed his wide-open mouth with his hands, turned his head and looked at Qin Guanyun like a monster, pointing at the big screen next to the martial arts field. Qin Guanyun looked in the direction of his finger. Tester, Qin Guanyun. Basic strength, 147 trillion. Basic speed, 147 trillion. Basic reaction, ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### Hashtag 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 hashtag. Warn. The test result has exceeded the maximum limit. Continuing the test will cause damage to the main body. Warn. The test machine has been permanently damaged. On the training ground. All the recruits were excited, their eyes filled with disbelief. Bailey Pang Pang patted his cheek. "Chia, am I dreaming? He just tested his physical fitness and broke this forbidden object. There must be a bug in the tester of this training camp, otherwise why would I be so low?" Lin Chia looked at Bailey Pang Pang speechlessly and said, "Qin Guanyun's test must be correct, he is so strong. And you, there is a high probability that you are this weak. Brother Shen, you know, I'm not good at math. How many zeros are this? With so many zeros, there must be trillions, right? Do we need to use scientific notation?" Shen Qingzhu turned the hat he was wearing backwards, lowered the brim, and said nothing. "Brother Shen, say something. Brother Shen." Chao Yuan held the knife, looked at the big screen, and remained silent. He held the hilt of the knife in his hand, opening and closing it. Several times he wanted to draw his knife to fight that man. But now he has some doubts. Even if he draws his sword, he may not be able to beat him. On the martial arts stage. This is the first time I've seen someone break a testing machine. Tens, hundreds, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, 147 trillion. Is this reasonable? Is this a new soldier? Is this still a human being? In front of him, I look like a rookie. I'm sorry, Instructor Hong, I shouldn't have mocked you. I thought he would be strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Yuan Gang rubbed his temple. It seems that I have to inform the masked team in advance so that they can unleash their full strength when necessary. At the same time as the test machine was damaged, in Shangjing, a low roar was heard somewhere underground in the Night Watch headquarters. Who killed my child? Qin Guanyun didn't care about people's eyes and walked back to the crowd silently. Seeing him coming, all the recruits consciously made way for him. Sure enough, I still like this feeling of showing off in front of others. After everyone had turned their gazes away and the place quieted down a bit, Yuan Gang silently took a step forward. He did not use the forbidden ruins, but just stood there. His aura was like a majestic mountain, pressing down on everyone's chest. He spoke slowly, his voice low and loud. After the test just now, all of you have a clear understanding of your own strength. I know that you are all geniuses from the entire Dacia, and some of you even have the coveted forbidden ruins and enviable family backgrounds. A rookie. A waste. A piece of trash. When facing the mystery, you will only kill yourself and drag down your teammates. If you encounter truly powerful people, you won't be able to withstand even one move. Familiar routine, familiar formula, achieving the same effect. As in previous years, Yuan Gang first belittled the new recruits, calling them trash, and then aroused their resentment and aroused their fighting spirit. What? Are you not convinced? Yuan Gang took in everyone's expressions. When he asked this question, he deliberately avoided Qin Guanyun's gaze. I don't accept it. The arrogant guy is still as arrogant as ever. May I have your name? Shen Qingzhu. Okay, who else is dissatisfied? I don't accept it either. And me. With Shen Qingzhu taking the lead, more and more people became dissatisfied. But at this time, more people in the crowd turned their eyes to Qin Guanyun. Qin Guanyun smiled helplessly. What do you mean? Do you want me to be dissatisfied too? But what he said was indeed right. Those recruits had never been exposed to mystery. If they really fought against each other, they would probably die without knowing how. On the martial arts stage, Yuan Gang's mouth curled up slightly and continued. Okay, since you all refuse to accept, I'll give you a chance. As he said that, he took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Get out of here." The moment he heard the sound, Qin Guanyun raised his head and looked towards the sky. In his mind, on the three-dimensional map, there were 7 yellow dots flying over the training camp. At this time, 5 yellow dots broke away from the team and were falling rapidly from the sky. The people in the audience waited for a while, saw nothing, and began to whisper impatiently. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Look! Someone fell from the sky. Everyone looked up suddenly. Under the azure sky, 5 black dots were rapidly growing. There were 5 people wearing gray cloaks and masks. Did they jump out of the plane? They don't even have parachutes on. Is it, Mask? Someone recognized them. One of the 4 special teams, the Mask. Hiss. As the crowd exclaimed, the 5 men were about to fall to the ground. The man wearing the horizontal mask stretched out his right hand and lifted up the speed of the 5 people slowed down suddenly, as if they turned into feathers in an instant and fell lightly to the ground. The gray cloak fluttered in the wind, and in the sunlight, 5 completely different masks sparkled. Wang Mian's eyes swept across everyone's faces and he said calmly, "Hello everyone, we are the masked special team." Everyone gasped. Qin Guanyun could feel that the man in front of him was also an agent of God, just like Lin Chiye. At the same time, Wang Mian also noticed the presence of Qin Guanyun and Lin Chiye, and his eyes met theirs. Yuan Gang's voice sounded again, "It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, all of you, no matter what means you use, as long as you can take off the mask of any one member of the Mask team, you will win. Of course, all members of the Mask team will suppress their own realm to the Zhan realm. In the same realm, if you win, there will be no need for this year's training camp. I will let you graduate tomorrow. But if you can't do it, then just be obedient. Obey all orders." When the recruits heard Yuan Gang's words, they were immediately excited. Good. It's a deal. Seeing that everyone's momentum had accumulated, Yuan Gang said expectantly, "Let me see what you are capable of next." After saying this, he turned around and left with the instructors. There were only 240 recruits and 5 teammates from the Masked team left in the entire venue. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "What are you doing? Go to the warehouse and get weapons." Qin Guanyun's loud voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. All the recruits woke up as if from a dream and turned around and ran towards the warehouse. The masked team just stood there quietly, waiting for all the recruits to run away, until only one recruit was left in the entire training ground. "Why don't you run?" Wang Mian looked at the new recruit in front of him with interest. They were both agents of God. "I am Wang Mian. Why should I run?" Qin Guanyun also looked at them with interest. "Qin Guanyun. They all went to the warehouse to get their weapons. Don't you need them? My fist is the best weapon. Very good, if there is a chance, let's spar again. Wang Mian nodded, Tianping understood, stretched out his right hand and lifted up, and the 5 people floated up instantly. Brush. A flash of light and shadow passed by, and the 5 people disappeared. At this time, in the basement under the training ground, the instructors were concentrating on looking at the screens in front of them. The screen showed the figures of new recruits everywhere, some were running to the warehouse, some were hiding in the dormitory. An instructor pointed at Qin Guanyun on the training ground and said, "Captain, why didn't the masked squad engage Qin Guanyun? Are they letting him win?" "Yeah, why not just eliminate him? He's the most threatening person, right?" "Shut up." Yuan Gang said in a deep voice, "Look carefully, Mask, is not you." On the ground, on the training ground. Qin Guanyun smiled, and performed the starting posture of Tai Chi, slapping his hands towards his sides. "You guys underestimate me too much." Bang. The space where Qin Guanyun's palm landed was shaking, like ripples on the water. In the void, a man wearing a crescent mask staggered and fell from midair. He held the dagger in reverse and looked at Qin Guanyun in surprise. "How did you find out?" "No one can hide from my eyes." Yuan Gang was right in reminding me. I shouldn't have underestimated you. The hazy moonlight enveloped the moon ghost, and he disappeared again. Qin Guanyun didn't think twice and slapped the nothingness on the left again. Clang. There was a sound of metal clashing, and Qin Guanyun's palm and Yugui's dagger collided. Bang. Qin Guan's palm did not stop at all, and hit Yugui's chest together with the dagger. The moon ghost was thrown into the air like a kite with a broken string, and his body turned into specks of moonlight and dissipated. At the same time, 3 moon ghosts appeared on the ground. 2 moon ghosts attacked the shoulders from both sides, and the other one, holding a dagger, attacked the face. 3 3-month ghosts attacked rapidly at the same time from different directions. Qin Guanyun frowned. At this moment, in the map in his mind, the yellow dot representing the moon ghost was simultaneously divided into 3. In other words, this is not an illusion, the ghosts in these 3 months were real. Since it's all true, then, I just need to attack one. Qin Guanyun's eyes narrowed, his legs slightly bent, and his fists clenched at his waist. He leaned his left shoulder forward slightly, took a small step forward with his left foot, and threw a straight punch with his right hand. Blast out instantly. Shit. This is a new recruit. Yugui hurriedly unlocked all his strength and instantly ascended to the sea realm. Boom. The power of this punch exceeded the limit of space, and the void began to shatter. A shock wave spread rapidly from the tip of his fist, and the entire recruit training camp shook violently. A strong wind blew up at the tip of the fist, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, only Qin Guanyun was left standing there, and the moon ghost had disappeared. Qin Guanyun glanced in the direction of the warehouse and quickly chased after it. Underground. Boom. There was a loud bang above my head, and dust began to fall from the ceiling. Instructors. Why don't we go somewhere else? They won't knock this place down, will they? No, they've gone far away. Just now, Masked has already lost. He has already unlocked all his strength. If he doesn't unlock his strength, he'll be beaten to pieces by that brat. Captain, can we win this battle against Mask? Yuan Gang rubbed his temple helplessly and said nothing. My temples have been rubbed raw these past 2 days. Even the Masked team can't win, what else can I do? Why don't we ask his previous team what his weaknesses are, an instructor suggested. Are you sure you're not trying to bribe him? Warehouse area. Lin Chie, Bailey Pangpang, and others have been surrounded by the other 4 members of the Masked team. Boom. Everyone was shocked when they heard the loud noise coming from the training ground, except Lin Chie, who seemed to be thinking about something. At the same time, the expressions of the other members of the Mask team changed, and the original cat and mouse game suddenly became extremely ugly. What's going on? Why did the moon ghost release its full strength? Is that God's agent so powerful? Brush. The moonlight surged, and the moon ghost suddenly appeared next to the whirlpool. I say, you are too weak. You used your full strength and still made such a big noise. Xuanhua looked at the moon ghost beside him and spoke frivolously. Ahem, that kid is simply a monster. Moon ghost said with some fear, if I don't release my full strength, I'll be killed by that kid. What? You said you couldn't beat him even with your full strength. Yeah. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yue still nodded. It should be that his forbidden ruins just happened to restrain you. I want to see how strong he is. Can I say that I didn't see him use the forbidden ruins at all? Vortex. Sigma. He's coming after us. You'll see him soon. Boom. At this moment, a figure came running over at high speed. Because he ran so fast, he raised a cloud of dust. Such a big noise attracted the attention of everyone around the warehouse. Is it him? Qin Guanyun. He's finally here. We won't be wiped out. Qin Guanyun stopped suddenly and stood in front of all the recruits. Take the new recruits and move away. I'm afraid I might hurt you by mistake. Qin Guanyun turned around and said to Lin Qiye. Qiye, he's too pretentious. Bailey Pang Pang complained to Lin Qiye in a low voice. Even if his physical fitness is good, can he beat Mask? He is really capable. Lin Qiye said, but took a step forward and stood on the left side of Qin Guanyun. I say, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Shen Qingzhu was still so arrogant. I, Shen Qingzhu, have never had the habit of hiding behind others. As he spoke, he walked to the right side of Qin Guanyun and glanced at him sideways. Molly also took a step forward carrying the sword, but Chao Yuan, holding the sword, leaned closely against Lin Qiye. He already knew Lin Qiye's name. Qin Guanyun grinned and said, okay, the people I like are really not cowards. Under their leadership, none of the students around the warehouse retreated, and all of them stared at Mask with burning eyes. Get started. Superior. The next moment, flames, frost, strong winds, lasers and other attacks burst out. But at this moment, a deep purple vortex suddenly opened up in midair, sucking away all the attacks. At the same time, in the direction of Rose on the right, a pink sledgehammer appeared out of thin air, as high as a two-story building, and smashed towards everyone. Bailey Pang Pang reached into his pocket and was about to take out something treasure when Qin Guanyun reached out and held him down. Qin Guanyun bent his legs slightly and suddenly shot up. With one kick, he kicked the two-story high sledgehammer. Be careful. Moon Ghost exclaimed. Be careful. Shen Qingzhu and others exclaimed. Compared with the pink sledgehammer, Qin Guanyun's figure looked so small, like a tiny ant. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Bang. With a loud bang, Qin Guanyun and the pink sledgehammer collided. The pink sledgehammer flew backwards like a cannonball, faster than when it came. Rose, who was holding a sledgehammer, also flew out and disappeared. Masked team, oh. Many new recruits. Bang. Qin Guanyun fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Don't be happy too soon. The vortex on the left flicked its finger lightly, and the purple vortex appeared above everyone's head again. The flames, ice and other attacks that had been swept away by the purple vortex before were sprayed out. At the same time, there was a flash of moonlight, and the moon ghost beside Uzumaki disappeared. The attacks released by the purple vortex were like raindrops from the sky, flying towards everyone. Qin Guanyun took a deep breath, squatted down in a horse stance, and started the Tai Chi pose. He took a half step forward, turned his hand into a single whip, and slowly opened his right arm. As Qin Guanyun waved his hand, the space in front of him began to slowly fluctuate like a water surface. What kind of forbidden ruins is this? Tianping was shocked. This is not a forbidden place. This is a space that he forcibly twisted with the help of his powerful body. Wang Mian said with a heavy face. Qin Guanyun performed 6 blocks and 4 closures, holding the ball in front of his chest, sitting back and raising his arms, and breaking up with a false step. The space in front of him expanded rapidly like an invisible sphere, covering all the recruits. The overwhelming attacks released by the purple vortex all fell on this invisible sphere, as if they had hit an indestructible wall of air, disappearing without a trace without causing any ripples. What kind of monster is this? A cold sweat broke out on Uzumaki's forehead. That weird moon ghost guy couldn't beat him. At this time, the man wearing the horizontal mask slowly floated into the air. He clapped his hands lightly and whispered, "Double the gravity." Everyone's body suddenly sank and they almost fell to the ground. Under this heavy pressure, they could hardly move. Qin Guanyun, who received special care, did not seem to have any discomfort. Tianping frowned. Lunar experience. The originally heavy body suddenly became light, and many freshmen could not control their bodies and fell down. Qin Guanyun smiled. That's it. Before the laughter died down, Qin Guanyun leaped forward and rushed towards the balance at high speed. Just as his leg was about to touch the scale flew up with a whoosh. Now, Qin Guanyun couldn't reach him. He, Tianping laughed as he flew, "Are you angry that you can't fly? Fuck, this is so shameless." Bailey Pangpang, who was watching the game, couldn't help but curse. Chao Yuan couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that even if he drew his sword, he would be powerless against the creature flying in the sky. Oh. Really? Qin Guanyun didn't care at all. He had already thought about how to deal with the enemies in the air. Base. 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 Qin Guanyun stepped on the air and approached the scale in an instant. What? This isn't a forbidden place. How did you do it? Tianping dodged hastily. What kind of move is this? Wang Mian spoke in shock. Moon step. Qin Guanyun stepped on the air with strong force, generating a strong air-holding force, so that he could walk at a very fast speed in the air as if he were walking on stairs. Base. Base. Qin Guanyun approached again, the muscles in his right foot contracted and stretched rapidly, and he kicked out quickly. Brush. The attack that exceeded the speed of sound caused the air in front of the legs to compress, creating a vacuum, and emitting a sharp slashing wave. Lan Jiao. The balance was inevitable and was about to be defeated. Wang Mian, who was watching the battle on the side, suddenly changed his expression, drew his sword quickly, and, Yuan, slashed out instantly. Forbidden item, Yuan, sequence 301, can condense one's own speed into sword energy. The faster the speed, the stronger the sword energy. The danger level of this forbidden item itself is not high, but in Wang Mian's hands, it has a lethality comparable to that of an extremely high-risk item. Wang Mian only uses the acceleration of the Zhan realm to bring out a sword aura comparable to that of the Chuan realm. Clang. The sword energy and the slashing wave collided with each other, making a sound of metal clashing, and then annihilated each other. Tianping gasped, retreated behind Wang Mian in fear, and stood with Uzumaki. Not far away, Qiangwei, carrying a pink hammer, came over covered in dust and returned to Wang Mian angrily. The moon ghost reappeared again. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been hiding in the moonlight, ready to give Qin Guanyun a fatal blow. But until the end of the battle, he didn't find an opportunity. At this point, the two sides returned to the initial confrontation, but the balance of victory had begun to tilt. The king took a step forward and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of the knife. The rest of the mask team members scattered. Qin Guanyun also silently stepped forward, looking at Wang Mian quietly, and ignored everyone else. "You are very strong." Wang Mian spoke first. "Thank you," Qin Guanyun said without hesitation. "But worse than me." "Haha, who doesn't know how to brag?" "In order to respect our duel." Wang Mian paused deliberately. "I decided to use the strength of the Sea Realm." "Then you have already lost, right?" "You can't lose if no one finds out." "Shameless." "Thanks. But let me remind you." "What?" "It doesn't matter even if you unleash all your strength." "Why?" "Do you care whether an ant is from the River Realm or the Sea Realm?" Crunch. Wang Mian's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. Clang. Wang Mian suddenly drew his sword, and, Yuan, slashed out a deep black sword energy, as deep as an abyss and as deep as a prison. He used the acceleration of the sea realm and slashed out with the sword energy of the infinite realm. Along with the sword energy, a strange wave also spread out, and the ruins of time quickly unfolded. Faced with the lightning-like sword force, Qin Guanyun was not at all flustered. As his thoughts moved, the two areas in his mind that were originally clearly separated were instantly connected together. Link, Turing. Qin Guanyun had previously divided the mental system of his brain into two areas. One area handled normal life communication and took charge of everything. Another area dedicated to computing was named Turing. At this moment, the brain connected to Turing is running at a speed 140 trillion times faster than that of an ordinary person. Such a computing speed that exceeds the limit would have already made an ordinary person's brain burst into smoke. Only a body as abnormal as Qin Guanyun's could remain calm under such rapid operation. In the eyes of normal people, Wang Mian's speed is extremely fast, almost as fast as lightning. But in Qin Guanyun's eyes, Wang Mian seemed to be in slow motion, and the speed at which he swung his sword was almost the same as that of a normal person. Even the sword energy he swung out became slow. Qin Guanyun dodged Wang Mian's sword energy easily. Wang Mian didn't expect that Qin Guanyun could dodge so easily. After all, he had previously given people the impression of being an extremely powerful opponent. That's it. You swing the knife not much faster than an old lady crossing the street. Wang Mian's face darkened under the mask, and he continued to swing the second knife, the third knife, and the fourth knife. The dense sword energy intertwined into a sword net in front of Qin Guanyun, blocking all retreat routes and covering him. But in Qin Guanyun's eyes, Wang Mian's movements were indeed not much faster than the old lady's, and he could easily see the gaps in the knife net. Qin Guanyun didn't hesitate at all. He leaped forward and pounced on the sword net. In midair, Qin Guanyun turned smoothly and easily emerged from the sword energy in the sky. Moon step. Base. In midair, Qin Guanyun stepped on the air with strong force and walked at a very fast speed in the air. Instantly approached the king. Point finger. One of the Wing Chun moves, it is usually used when there is a gap in strength between you and your opponent. By concentrating the strength of your body on your fingers and delivering a strike in a flash, it can easily inflict heavy damage to the enemy. At this time, it was even more terrifying when used by Qin Guanyun, who had a strong body. Wang Mian didn't dare to take it head-on, so he turned sideways and used the Yuan in his hand to block Qin Guanyun's finger. Clang. The fingers collided with Yuan, making a sound of metal clashing. Ding. 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 A violent shock force was transmitted from the blade to Wang Mian's hand. He uncontrollably took a few steps back before he could release all the force. Wang Mian touched his cheek with his hand and found a crack on the mask on his head. It turned out that although Wang Mian blocked Qin Guanyun's finger with the blade of his sword, his finger wind penetrated Wang Mian's defense and attacked his face. If he had not been ready to dodge at any time and had not narrowly avoided the finger wind, he would have failed the competition at this moment. He originally thought that he had already unlocked the sea realm, and that just a few strikes would be enough to eliminate Qin Guanyun. He didn't expect that Qin Guanyun could actually crush his speed in the ruins of time. He originally thought that his few slashes were enough to knock Qin Guanyun out, but he didn't expect that Qin Guanyun could keep up with his speed in the ruins of time. Wang Mian took a deep breath, his eyes flashed with brilliance, he fought with all his might and used Haijing's full strength. The two fought together again. Clang. Aren't you the agent of Yolanda? He is not known for being good at fighting, is he? The king asked doubtfully as their sword fingers collided. Just because he's not good at fighting doesn't mean I'm not good at it either. Qin Guanyun's answer was still so pretentious. Wang Mian's Yuan blade collided with Qin Guanyun's marker one after another, causing dazzling sparks. Qin Guanyun's offensive was like a violent storm, forcing the king to retreat one after another. Wang Mian saw the right moment, opened the distance, used all his strength, and slashed out with another black sword. The timing of his swing of the sword was very clever, and it got stuck in Qin Guanyun's offensive line. Qin Guanyun didn't care at all. Brush. Lanjiao. Qin Guanyun's attack, which exceeded the speed of sound, compressed the air in front of his legs, creating a vacuum, and emitting a sharp slashing wave. The sword energy and the slashing wave collided with each other, and then annihilated each other. Qin Guanyun approached again and engaged in close combat with Wang Mian. Whenever Wang Mian was about to give up, he would distance himself and strike with his sword. Just like this, Qin Guanyun suppressed the King of Haijing for 10 minutes. If it weren't for Wang Mian's superb swordsmanship and rich experience, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. On the other side, the other members of the masked team suppressed their strength at the level of a lamp and engaged in a chaotic battle with the new recruits. At the end of the battle, only a small number of recruits who had not been eliminated were left, and they were slowly attracted to the battle between Qin Guanyun and Wang Mian. They stopped fighting along with the other masks, and sat together to watch the battle. Aren't they tired? Bailey Pang Pang sat on the stone, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. I don't know whether Wang Mian is tired or not, but Qin Guanyun is definitely not tired. Lin Chiye curled his lips. The moon ghost who was sitting next to him sighed, anyway, I've been beaten for a whole day, I'm really tired. Xuanhua and Shenqingzhu saw them resting comfortably nearby, and both felt extremely envious and looked at each other. How about we stop fighting and go over there to rest? It's not impossible. Walk. The balance still dangling in the sky looked at the mad Chao Yuan on the ground and sighed. Aren't you tired after yelling for so long? Let's go take a break. Roar, roar, roar. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Yuan, whose voice was hoarse from shouting, coughed a few times, and the black flames on his body gradually faded away, and his blood-red eyes gradually regained consciousness. Cough, 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 walk, 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 Amitba, I'm so tired. Chiang Wei and Molly also came over from the other side, holding hands, talking and laughing. You guys. What's this? Uzumaki looked at them and spoke with some surprise. What? Have you never seen Lily? Rose rolled her eyes at him and held Molly's arm tightly. Bailey Pongpong's hands trembled, and the huge sword in his arms fell to the ground in fright. Molly silently pulled her hand out, walked to Bailey Pang Pang, and suddenly said, Make way, give me some room. Ah. Oh, okay. So, the 9 people crowded on a rock and watched with great interest the 2 people fighting fiercely in the distance. Come on, Captain. Uzumaki shouted at the top of his lungs. Come on, Guanyun. Lin Chiye shouted. Qin Guanyun, cough cough. More cough cough oil. Seeing Lin Chiye cheering for Qin Guanyun, Chao Yuan didn't let go of past grudges and became a cheering club for Qin Guanyun. Come on, Guanyun. Beat him. Bailey Pang Pang also shouted. Underground, Yuan Gang and more than 20 instructors stood in front of a large screen, watching the fight between the 2 men intently. Do you think Mask can win? Needless to say. Although Qin Guanyun is also a divine agent, he is still a newcomer after all. His body is just a little stronger, but still a little tender compared to Wang Mian. Didn't you see that he has already beaten Wang Mian? How can he still look like a newcomer? He can even catch Wang Mian's knife with his hands. Is this just called a stronger body? From the beginning of the battle, Qin Guanyun used more powerful moves each time. He was proficient in both close combat and long-range attacks. There was absolutely no flaw. So what if Qin Guanyun really wins? Are we really going to let them end the training camp right away? Yuan Gang silently watched the battlefield between the 2 and slowly said, No, Wang Mian has not yet used his Trushenshu, Time Thug. Time Thug, a disorderly maniac outside of time. The owner of the Ruins of Gods can go back to the past to change history, and changes in the timeline will not affect the established past of the Ruins of Gods owner. However, the causal backlash caused by tampering with the timeline will greatly shorten the lifespan of the owner of the Shenshu. The further back in time one goes, the more changes one makes to history, and the more terrifying the reduction in lifespan will be. An instructor muttered, It's just a lesson for the new recruits. Is it necessary to use chronological thug? Everyone looked at him silently. It's not a big deal if Wang Mian loses, but it's a big deal if we lose our face. If we really lose, the higher-ups will probably beat us up. Seeing everyone's unfriendly eyes, the instructor hurriedly changed his words, Commander, you are wise. Clang. The two men's swords collided and came closer together again. Your health is failing, isn't it? Wang asked tentatively. How do you know? Did my sister-in-law tell you? Qin Guanyin asked in surprise. Ah. I will chop you to death. Wang Mian was furious and opened fire with all his might, with each blow becoming more ferocious than the last. Brush. The Lan Jiao and the sword energy collided rapidly, constantly destroying each other. Is winning this battle so important to you? It doesn't matter, but I'm not in the habit of admitting defeat. Very good. Clang. The two got close again. At this moment, Wang Mian's eyes under the mask suddenly rippled with invisible waves, and a powerful divine pressure burst out from his eyes, surging into Qin Guanyun's mind. Almost at the moment when the power of the god of time erupted, Qin Guanyun's eyes also shrank. A sacred and vibrant golden light emerged from his eyes, emitting an even more terrifying divine power. Two tall figures seemed to appear above the two people's bodies, one wearing a crown of time and the other wearing a white robe. Boom. Four glances collided. A gust of wind suddenly erupted from the center of their gazes, and the raging divine power, with the two of them as the center, dominated the entire audience. These two people glared at each other. Why did the wind blow? Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed. Lin Chia's eyes also lit up with golden light. He stared at the two people in the distance and said, now it is the gods behind them who are fighting. The divine power of Yolanda and the divine power of the god of time collided fiercely for several seconds. Wang Mian's eyes began to turn bloodshot, but Qin Guanyun remained calm. Boom. There was a slight sound, and Wang Mian suddenly groaned and took half a step back. At the same time, Qin Guanyun's eyes flashed with brilliance. The index fingers of the four hands are instantly transformed into protruding index fingers, and the thumbs are tightly clasped with the other fingers. Point the gun. Laugh. The wind from his finger was like a high-speed bullet, striking directly at the king's mask. This time, Wang Mian didn't have time to draw his sword to block. Snap. The invisible finger wind shattered Wang Mian's mask, and then turned into a gentle breeze, blowing on Wang Mian's face. Under the mask, a handsome and calm face was revealed, with an expression of helplessness. The crowd watching stood up suddenly and took a breath of cold air. Qin Guanyun is awesome. He actually beat the captain of the masked team. Great, we don't have to train anymore. The captain has already unlocked the power of the sea realm, but he still lost to him. In front of him, I feel like a rookie. Captain, are you going to use that trick again? Eh? Why do I say again? Downstairs, the instructor sitting in front of the screen felt their hearts skip a beat. He cut off the king's mask. Broken. Quick. Ask his former team what his weakness is. Ah. Do you really want to bribe him? Yuan Gang's expression remained calm, and he said calmly, don't worry, it's not over yet. What a pity. Wang Mian looked into Lin Chia's eyes and said softly. This recruit training must go on, so you must lose. Really? Qin Guanyun showed an inexplicable smile on his face. At the same time, the Turing in Qin Guanyun's mind started to run wildly, and the three-dimensional map began to rotate rapidly. The yellow dots representing each life flashed at the same time and then returned to their original state. Under Qin Guanyun's control, all the yellow flowers in the trillions of organisms on Earth flashed slightly, turned from light to dark, and then returned to bright in an instant, as if nothing had changed. Wang Mian looked at Qin Guanyun's smile and suddenly had a bad feeling. But now, he can no longer care about so much. He must win this battle. Then, ripples of time began to spread in his eyes. Timeline thugs, expand. The mask fragments shattered in midair and quickly flowed back to Wang Mian's face. Suddenly, the mask fragments in the air stopped flowing back. Crash. The fragments of the mask were scattered all over the ground. Boom. The king fell face down, unconscious. Not good, Captain. Team leader. The other four members of the mask team rushed over hurriedly. Tianping helped Wang Mian up, and the others stared at Qin Guanyun cautiously. That's awesome. Guanyun. Guanyun, you can actually defeat the captain of Mask, that's a special team. Guanyun is awesome. No need to train. Yay. The other recruits also rushed up, excitedly surrounding Qin Guanyun, while at the same time confronting Mask in a tense manner. Who? Wang Mian suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, as if he had just been rescued from drowning. I'm fine. Wang Mian first comforted his team members. Then he slowly stood up and stared at Qin Guanyun in the crowd with horror in his eyes. What did you just do? Wang Mian used the Shinshu, time thug, to go back in time. He wanted to go back to the time when the mask had not yet shattered. He was walking in the long river of time, and suddenly he encountered a wall. The wall was infinitely high upwards, infinitely deep downwards, infinitely far to the left, and infinitely far to the right. What is this wall? I built a wall for you. City wall. There is a forbidden ruin called City Wall. This city wall problem is actually more serious than losing the battle against recruits. This time when he went back in time, he encountered this wall, which almost blocked the entire world. No matter when or where, as long as he wants to go back in time, this wall will always be there. If he wants to get past this point in time, he must climb over this wall. The cost of climbing over this wall is too much for even 10 kings to bear. Unless he can become the god of time. The city wall is not a forbidden area. It is just a way for me to prevent you from cheating. How did you do that? With the Chrono Thug, you can go back in time and change history, which certainly makes you invincible. Qin Guanyun walked forward slowly, and the crowd automatically made way for him. The other, masked, hesitated for a moment, then moved aside, but still stared at Qin Guanyun. Qin Guanyun smiled and looked at the other masks, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I'm a good person, not a bad person. But, Chrono Thug, has an unavoidable disadvantage, which is that you will suffer the causal backlash caused by tampering with the timeline. The further back in time you go, the more you change history, and the more horribly your lifespan will be shortened. Just now I just wanted to go back 3 seconds, not to trace back to how the wall at the end of the universe came about. Could it be that there are a lot of changes to history? No, I just went back in time for this small area. Not this small piece." Qin Guanyun smiled and waved his hand. "Since I already know that you have time to retrace this move, I just took some time out of my busy schedule to connect the entire world. It harmlessly changed the world a bit." Hiss. What? What a joke. Even the human ceiling can't do that, right? Everyone on the ground and underground gasped. This was too unbelievable. But Wang Mian's suddenly enlightened expression made them believe it. A long time. Everyone slowly came back to their senses. How do you connect to the whole world? Wang Mian continued to ask. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. Through this little yellow flower. The next moment, small yellow flowers appeared in everyone's eyes. What little yellow flower? The little yellow flower in the story. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Oh, I know. As he spoke, he took out a monocle from his pocket and put it on. Finally, like everyone else, he saw the small yellow flowers floating in the space. As expected, the monocle is also a forbidden item, called Eye of True Vision, which is specially used to break illusions and can also see things that ordinary people cannot see. This is. Looking at the yellow flowers all over the sky, Mask finally remembered something. It's you, Yi Huang. It's Yellow God. Yellow God. Yellow God. I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Qin Guanyun was extremely shocked. Ah. What Yellow God? Looking at the crazy Mask in front of him, he felt for the first time that he had lost control of things, and the story seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Wait a minute, what is Yi Huang? What the hell is Huang Shen? In the end, it was Wang Mian who regained his composure first, and explained with a burning gaze. Originally, Daxia had 5 human ceilings, known as 1 sword, 1 rider, 1 zun, 1 master, and 1 nothingness. Some time ago, we spontaneously added a new human floor to our night watch. Because he gave almost everyone a small yellow flower, we respected him as the yellow god of one yellow dot. Huang Shen. He doesn't sound like a good god. Lin Qiye glanced at Qin Guanyun, whose face was ashen. I've seen Huang Hua before. He flew into almost everyone's body, and I couldn't stop him at the time, Shen Qing sighed. Me neither, Chao Yuan, Molly, and others also echoed. Human floor. What does this mean? Asked Bailey Pang Pang. The human floor, as the name suggests, holds up the entire human race. The members of the mask regained their composure, and Wang Mian said seriously, at least, he has now held up the entire daxia. Tianping went on to explain, half a month ago, yellow flowers suddenly appeared in every corner of daxia and flew into everyone's body. We also received orders not to stop it. The specific information of the yellow flower was classified as top secret. At first we didn't know what effect it had and thought it was just a mark. Until one day, I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. Tianping's tone gradually became excited. A night watchman died unexpectedly during a battle with a mysterious person, and the yellow flower in his body played a role at this time. The yellow flowers in his body bloomed quickly and resurrected him on the spot. And the state after resurrection is even better than any time before death. After that, we all clearly knew the effects of goldenrod in the body. He gave everyone a life. Give everyone a chance to be reborn. So Huangshen is the floor of our daxia. He provides support for everyone. After that, we were asked to keep this secret strictly. But we all know this secret and will never forget him. So we all respectfully call him the Yellow God. All the recruits were dumbfounded and looked at Qin Guanyun in amazement. Fuck you. I'm actually teaming up with someone like this. Ah, Yellow God is awesome. There's a monster among us. Ha ha ha, that's great, I'm not afraid of death anymore. Believe in the Yellow God and you will have eternal life. The recruits were excited. However, Qin Guanyun's expression was rather ugly. Huangshen sounded a bit like some evil god or lewd worshipper. Compared to the hustle and bustle above ground, the atmosphere underground is somewhat weird. Yellow God. My idol. I'm your fan. Ah, such a monster appeared among the new recruits. Who would have thought that the only human floor would be a high school student? But does that mean that, Masked, has really lost? It's bad. How can Mask win with Yellow God here? Our heads will be blown off by the higher-ups. Commander, what should we do? Yuan Gang glanced at him and said calmly, the training must be carried out. This is not for our face, but for the future of these children. That. It takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. Have you found the phone number of his original team? I've called, here you go. Hello. Who are you? A deep and rich voice came from the other end of the phone. Is this voice his? Yuan Gang's memory was pulled back to 10 years ago. At that time, there were two geniuses who illuminated the entire Shangjing city, but he could only look up to them. It's you, Chen Mai. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Xiao Gang. Is Pinga okay? He's very good, but he's becoming more nostalgic as he gets older. Tell me, what do you want from me? That temporary member of yours, Qin Guanyun. Yuan Gang paused and asked, what does he like? What are his hobbies? Him. By the way, why are you asking this? Chen Mai seemed to have expected something, and there was a smile in his voice. Yuan Gang was silent for a moment and said, it's a long story. There are too many excellent recruits in this training camp. We want to teach them a lesson first according to our past practice. Yuan Gang knew that if he didn't explain things clearly, Chen Mai would definitely not honestly tell him Qin Guanyun's weakness. He even suspected that Chen Mai wanted to embarrass them on purpose, but he had no evidence. But no one expected that even though Wang Mian, the captain of the masked team, cheated and unlocked his power to the sea realm, he still lost to him. He couldn't even use the forbidden ruins to go back in time. You know, training must be carried out. For the future of these children, we really have no choice but to find you. Yuan Gang's face felt a little hot and he felt himself blushing. Ha ha. Ahem. So that's it. Chen Mai couldn't stop laughing. In fact, from the moment Chen Mai heard Yuan Gang's voice, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Qin Guanyun would definitely give them a surprise, and Yuan Gang must have come for Qin Guanyun. But what they didn't expect was that this kid actually gave them a big one. Well done, Guanyun. I've long disliked these guys in Beijing. But what does Qin Guanyun like? Hey, he likes to die. Yuan Gang. As if he hadn't heard Yuan Gang's words, Chen Mai added, really. What he often said was, death is like the wind, always with me. Brother, I'll just take you as a joke, does he have any other hobbies? Other than that, he is quite short of money, and he seems to lack some means of range attack. Yuan Gang was lost in thought while holding the phone, short of money. That's easy. AOE seems to have some research results recently from the headquarters, so he should be able to use them. Are you okay? Tell him and Chia to come home when they are free. Beep, beep. Yuan Gang hung up the phone, stood up first, and walked towards the ground, and a group of instructors hurriedly followed. On the ground. When the noise slowly turned into silence, Mask realized the seriousness of the problem. They really lost. What should we do? We really lost. It's okay. It's not shameful to lose to Yellow God. But what about Yuan Gang? We promised him. I have a compromise solution, which is to train the new recruits who have been eliminated in advance, and then the remaining ones. No, they have to train together. They are a group and no one can graduate early. Then the only option is to bribe them. Why are you saying it so harshly? How can it be called bribery for scholars? Are you really going to be happy if this training camp ends here? Then they have to agree. Do you think they can be bribed? In fact, the most perfect solution is to let the captain go back in time. I can't do it. Wang Mian said in a deep voice, Yellow God created a wall to block my way. Even if 10 of me were to climb over this wall, I wouldn't be able to bear the cost. Hiss. As expected of the Yellow God. At this time, Yuan Gang came over quickly with a group of instructors. As expected, Qin Guanyun knew that Yuan Gang would definitely find him. Yuan Gang greeted the masked man and then walked in front of Qin Guanyun. I didn't expect you to be the Yellow God. I am not the Yellow God. Omega. I saw your fight, Qin Guanyun, you are very strong. Thanks. But you know, the training must go on. I know it's for the future of these children, not for your face. Yuan Gang's face and those of the instructors froze. Tell me, how can I make you admit defeat? Even if we admit defeat, Mask has already cheated and violated the rules, and his mask is broken. Wang Mian's face froze. Although the other masks were wearing masks, they must not be in much better condition. It doesn't matter, as long as you admit defeat, the others don't matter. The other recruits' faces also froze. Qin Guanyun and Yuan Gang made everyone look expressionless with just a few words. I am a principled person. After this battle, I can give you some compensation. My principle is, I will give you a red envelope of 5 million, and also give you a chance to obtain a special forbidden ruin. Ahem, mine. I will also give you a forbidden item as compensation. Make a deal. Then I announce it. Yuan Gang suddenly raised his voice. Wait a minute, Qin Guanyun suddenly interrupted him. What's wrong? Yuan Gang looked at him puzzled. I said, I don't have the habit of admitting defeat. Then what do you mean? Yuan Gang's face looked a little ugly. Qin Guanyun smiled and said, we can start over again. Start all over again. Yuan Gang was a little annoyed. I was watching your fight from underground, and I heard every word you said clearly. If time could be turned back, Wang Mian would have gone back long ago. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. I'm not in a hurry. Then what do you mean? Yuan Gang was a little anxious. He was really afraid that Qin Guanyun would go back on his word because this was the highest price he could offer. Wang Mian and others also had the same question, what did Qin Guanyun want to do? Just because Wang Mian can't go back in time doesn't mean I can't. Qin Guanyun smiled confidently. What do you mean, you also have a time-type forbidden ruins? Even if you have a time-type forbidden ruins, it can't be stronger than his divine ruins. Everyone present had the same question. Even if you are the yellow god, you can't be proficient in everything. Only the king looked thoughtful. Tell me a code that only you know. Qin Guanyin looked at Yuan Gang and said, after I go back in time, I will need this code to get the compensation you just promised. Genie Time. Although Yuan Gang was still a little confused about the situation, looking at Qin Guanyin's confident look, he chose to believe him. Okay, I won't take the opportunity to ask for more. Yuan Gang felt like he had been cheated. The more he said this, the more uneasy he became. Qin Guanyin ignored Yuan Gang and walked straight towards Wang Mian. At this time, Wang Mian already wanted to know what Qin Guanyin was thinking, but he still frowned. That wall in the Yellow God's long river of time is something I can't climb over even if I revive once. I estimate that I will have to revive at least 10 times. Don't worry, you won't die. Not even once. I will die for you. Let's start. Qin Guanyin looked at Wang Mian seriously and said in a low voice. Good. Before he finished speaking, ripples of time began to spread in Wang Mian's eyes. Time thugs, expand again. Yuan Gang and the instructors quickly retreated underground and returned to the moment when they hung up the phone. Then their time returned to normal and no longer reversed. Time for everyone on the ground was still rapidly reversing, and the recruits and other masks returned to watching the battle. Qin Guanyin and Wang Mian resumed their face-to-face confrontation. The mask fragments shattered in midair and quickly flowed back to Wang Mian's face. Wang Mian's face changed. Just at this moment, he could no longer go back in time. He came to the river of time again, and he encountered this wall head-on again. This wall is infinitely high upwards, infinitely deep downwards, infinitely far to the left, and infinitely far to the right. He was still so powerless. Go, climb over him. A voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. It's the Yellow God. Wang Mian's gaze became firm again, and he flew towards the top of the wall, trying to climb over it. At the same time, Wang Mian's life began to fade rapidly. His skin was no longer smooth, but slowly became wrinkled, and his black hair began to turn gray. Wang Mian gritted his teeth and rushed forward without hesitation. He believed in Yellow God. The next moment, a yellow flower bloomed inside his body. Endless vitality flowed out from the yellow flowers, nourishing Wang Mian's aging body. Wang Mian's body was like the dry land that finally received the rain, or like a camel that was about to die of thirst and finally drank the sweet spring water. The gray hair quickly turned black, even darker and brighter than before. The wrinkled skin became smooth again, and even the scars from previous battles disappeared. This is the support of the Yellow God. There has never been such a wonderful start. With the blessing of Qin Guanyin, Wang Mian's vitality continued to surge, and his flying speed suddenly increased. At the same time, under the effect of transplantation, Qin Guanyin's vitality was rapidly dissipating, but due to his abnormal physical strength, the dissipated vitality seemed a little weak. Even with his abnormal recovery ability, he didn't even show signs of weakness. Simply put, life recovery rate, blood loss rate. Qin Guanyin sighed, is it so difficult to die once? In fact, from the moment he met Wang Mian, Qin Guanyin began to have a plan in his mind. Qin Guanyin knew that Wang Mian's excessive time travel would consume his own vitality and even lead to his premature death. In other words, as long as Wang Mian uses Shinshu excessively, he will have the chance to die for him. But he never expected that his body would become so strong. Over the long course of time, Wang Mian finally climbed over that wall. In an instant, all the yellow flowers in the world flickered again. Qin Guanyin also disconnected from Turing. The fragments of the mask that shattered in midair quickly flowed back to Wang Mian's face, and the cracks on the mask began to recover. Qin Guanyin and Wang Mian's bodies once again returned to the state of their fingers and knives colliding. Wang Mian instantly released the time thug and withdrew from the long river of time. At this moment, he was full of energy and there was no sign that he had gone back in time. Even his own realm and strength had become more solid. Time went back half an hour. At that time, the two had not yet fought a duel of divine power, he had not yet used the finger gun, and Wang Mian's mask had not yet been broken. The people watching around seemed to have forgotten what had just happened and were still trying hard to cheer for the two of them. Only Lin Chiye and Bailey Pang Pang, who was wearing a monocle, still remembered what had just happened. Huang Wangmian was a little excited and seemed to want to say something. For him, being able to trace back the difficult nodes of such global events is also an extremely rare exercise. Wait, don't call me Yellow God from now on. Just call me Cloud God, or call me, the Yellow and Black God who controls life and death. Since then, a word has slowly spread among the Night's Watch. Believe in the God of Clouds and you will have eternal life. Underground. Yuan Gang and the instructors were still staring at the screen, but their expressions were somewhat confused. Were we also sent back in time just now? No, didn't Wang Mian just say that he couldn't go back? You just saw it. He did go back in time. But it seems that the time point we went back to is different from theirs. No, it's too brain-burning. Yuan Gang's cheek twitched. He suppressed the bad premonition in his heart, slowly stood up from his seat, and glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Time is up, the battle is over. Yuan Gang's voice came from the loudspeaker in the base, echoing clearly in every corner. The other, masks, sitting nearby finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost thought that even the captain who had unlocked his power would lose. Then we would be completely wiped out. Don't you think so? Which of us didn't use the power of the sea realm to fight that guy? They can't see. That guy must have noticed, but he probably didn't care. Well, at least the mask didn't break, and I was able to save a bit of my dignity. But why do I feel like the captain seems to have used time to go back, but why does he look so energetic? Cough, cough, cough. Tian Ping coughed violently. Stop talking, I'll ask him later. Molly and the others sighed. What a pity, the time is up and we haven't been able to cut off the mask. Ah. Is it really possible? Bailey Pang Pang looked around and adjusted his monocle on the bridge of his nose. What a pity. It's so uncomfortable to be the only one sober while everyone else is drunk. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't hold back any more words, and continued, I clearly saw that instructor. Woo-woo. Lin Chi suddenly covered Bailey Pong Pong's mouth tightly, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Only when he saw that Bailey Pang Pang had no intention of continuing to reveal more information did he let go of his hand. Bailey Pang Pang took a breath and asked, Did you see it too? Well, just pretend you didn't see it. I think Guanyin probably meant the same thing. How do you know that? So what do you think? We should cancel this training camp and let them face the mystery directly, okay? Bailey Pang Pang whispered, if Qin Guanyin has a backup, it's not impossible. So. Lin Chiye pretended not to hear, even if he wins, he has to pretend that he didn't win. At this moment, Qin Guanyin came over, heard the conversation between the two, nodded and said, Yes, I am not doing this for myself, I am doing this for the future of these 200 people. Lin Chiye looked a little embarrassed, he was giving his friend a blow-job when his friend came over. This is the pattern. Lin Chiye had no choice but to continue bragging. Qin Guanyin posed at the right time, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and full of compassion. Bailey Pong Pong's single eye can only see but not hear. He should not understand lip reading, right? Seeing such a great scene, Bailey Pang Pang was shocked and said, I am too narrow-minded. Half an hour later. All the recruits were gathered on the training ground. On the martial arts stage, more than 20 instructors and the masked team all stood there straight. Yuan Gang stood at the front and spoke slowly. I am very disappointed in you. You are slow in your actions. There is no order in your actions. What I said before was absolutely true. You are trash. Familiar words, familiar routines. Yuan Gang criticized and scolded the new recruits, but his eyes always deliberately avoided one area. Because Qin Guanyin was standing there. After brainwashing the recruits, Yuan Gang returned to the topic. This training camp lasts for 1 year and is divided into 2 parts. The first half of the year is pure physical training. We will use forbidden objects to suppress your forbidden ruins, and you will completely become ordinary people. During this period, we will train you in various ways to squeeze out every bit of your potential. This is not a joke. In previous years, some recruits could not stand the physical training and collapse to the point of wanting to commit suicide, but unfortunately, he did not do it. The second half of the year will be the practice of forbidden ruins and tactical theories. Enjoy your last moments, because your nightmare will begin tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Gang slowly left with the instructors, and the members of the masked team also disappeared into the night. Captain, did you go back in time just now? Masked and others had already taken off their masks, and Uzumaki asked in confusion. Yeah, but I didn't do it at first. But you don't feel weak at all? The Libra at the side also raised a question. What do you mean, you went back in time twice? Yes, it's a long story. Wang Mian coughed and continued, I was fighting with the Yellow-Eye Cloud God at a critical moment, and his finger wind shattered my mask. By the way, from now on we should call him Cloud God, not Yellow God anymore. He automatically ignored the other name, which was something like, the Yellow and Black God who controls life and death. Wang Mian recounted the battle between the two in detail. When it was said that Qin Guanyin was the Cloud God, everyone was shocked. They never expected that the Cloud God, who was revered as the human floor, was actually just a high school student. When Wang Mian talked about the first time he went back in time and encountered an insurmountable wall, everyone frowned nervously. Finally, with the help of Cloud God, I surpassed myself, climbed over that wall, and successfully went back in time. The masked men gasped. It's not shameful to lose to Cloud God. As expected of the Cloud God, he is so terrifying. We owe him a favor. I may owe more and more in the future. It is a blessing for Dacia to have such a Cloud God. In addition to being shocked, Uzumaki seemed to realize something. Captain. With the Cloud God here, aren't you invincible? The king smiled but said nothing. Underground. Jinatame. Qin Guanyin stood opposite Yuan Gang, smiling, and slowly uttered 4 words. I didn't expect you were also a little black guy. Yuan Gang's face was stiff, and he said helplessly, tell me, what do you want? From the moment the boy said these 4 words, he knew that Wang Mian had indeed traveled back in time for them. They lost completely, and they even had to make some deals with this guy just to have a superficial victory. No, I didn't ask you to do that. This is a deal between us. Then what did I promise you? Yuan Gang thought of something and added, don't try to ask for too much. I know my own style of doing things. A red envelope of 20 million, a chance to obtain a special forbidden place, and 2 forbidden items. Impossible. With my authority, I can only give you a red envelope of 10 million at most. Yuan Gang denied immediately. Also, I can only apply for 2 prohibited items at most. Ahem, I can't fool you. 10 million will be transferred to your bank card later. You can come with me to Shangjing to try out the special forbidden items after a while. Yuan Gang suppressed his smile and said, the other 2 forbidden items will be given to you after you finish your training. Young guy, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. I can actually use the 20 million application, but if I cheat you, it will be exposed, right? Okay, then what about the special forbidden ruins? Well, it's the organization's latest research result, which has not been announced yet. Yuan Gang added, it seems to be related to physical strength, but this forbidden ruins cannot be obtained stably yet. Good. Also, I hope you can cooperate with the training of the new recruits this time and give them some opportunities. Okay, got it. Qin Guanyin doesn't want to be a lonely strongman. He hopes that he can have some like-minded partners and go to the end together. Just like that, both of them thought they had gotten the upper hand and ended the secret conversation with a smile. Yuan Gang looked at Qin Guanyin's departing back and felt something was wrong. No, I have to find Wang Mian to confirm. Ring, ring, ring. The shrill ringing of the bell echoed throughout the dormitory area. I knew this was going to happen at 3 in the morning. Qin Guanyin quickly changed into his military uniform and ran towards the training ground. He was the first to arrive, and Lin Chia was the second. Instructor Hong looked at Qin Guanyin, who arrived first, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that with Qin Guanyin's level, the instructors would not say anything even if he did not participate in the first half of the physical training. When all the new recruits were present, Instructor Hong glanced at everyone and said loudly, "When you hear the whistle, no matter what you are doing, you must rush to the training ground within 3 minutes. Today is the first day. You can be late, but this won't happen again. Everyone, run 10 laps with weights on your back. You are not allowed to rest until you finish the run." Amid the wailing, all the recruits ran around the training ground. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the recruits were hungry and tired, and the occasional cool breeze was making it extremely painful. "Ah! My forbidden ruins is useless," someone exclaimed. He looked at a fat man on the left with a questioning look. "Don't look at me. I don't have any forbidden areas." Bailey Pang Pang said breathlessly. "What's going on? Are you guys like this too?" He looked at a thin man next to him. "Don't look at me. I am from the Divine Ruins. I can feel it." Lin Chie explained, but it seems to be suppressed. It should be because of what the instructor said before, the forbidden object that can suppress the Forbidden Ruins. The forbidden item in the training camp can suppress Shinshu and can only weaken it. Thinking of this, Lin Chie glanced around. Among the new recruits, besides himself, perhaps only Qin Guanyun can use Jinshu. "Hey, where's Qin Guanyun? He was next to me just now." Call. A gust of night wind blew by, and the recruits felt a little cold. Chow Yuan appeared out of nowhere and patted Lin Chie on the shoulder. "Chie, that gust of wind just now seemed to be Qin Guanyun." "Ah. Sigma, winky face. Abnormal." Qin Guanyun was like a force 6 gale. In less than 5 minutes, he finished 10 laps. "This, suppressing ruined steel, has almost no effect on my body. This kind of training is of no use to me. For me, running is not as good as practicing 2 sets of Tai Chi." After finishing running, Qin Guanyun returned to his original position, stood there alone, and observed others boredly. Apart from himself, Lin Chie was the one who ran the fastest and most easily. Bailey Pang Pang ran the slowest. He was at the end, moving forward little by little. Brother Shinqingzhu was lazy, sometimes jumping up and down, sometimes taking a few slow steps, as if he was taking a stroll in his own yard. "Hey Hu! Are you taking a walk? Run!" Instructor Hong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at him. The arrogant guy ignored him and continued to do as he pleased. "You like walking, right? You, add 20 more laps. Finish it within 2 hours. Otherwise, add 10 more laps. Keep going until you pass out from exhaustion." Brother Zhua glanced at him, spat to the side, and then started running seriously. Qin Guanyun watched this scene from the side, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Brother is indeed a cool brother, he has personality. I like him. He ran 30 laps in a total of 1.5 hours, finishing at the same time as Bailey Pompong's 10 laps. The others had basically completed their laps as well. At this time, the sky had begun to turn white. Drop. A sharp whistle sounded and Instructor Hong announced loudly. "The next 20 minutes is your lunch time. Everyone must be here in 20 minutes. Otherwise, you guys will have to drink juice." The recruits were stunned for a moment, and then all ran towards the cafeteria at the same time. When the freshmen rushed into the cafeteria, they were dumbfounded. There was nothing else on the table except a bowl of raw meat and a bowl of steamed buns. "Where's the rice? Where's the food? What, do you want to eat raw meat?" "No, eating raw meat can easily cause parasite infection. You have to eat without suffering." Qin Guanyun sat down without saying a word, picked up the raw meat, and started eating it with the steamed buns. While eating, he greeted, "If you don't eat, you won't be able to survive today's training. Besides, when you go to the battlefield in the future, no one can guarantee that there will be food everywhere." With Qin Guanyun's physical realm, he has long passed the stage of relying on food to replenish energy. At every moment, his body would automatically burst out with immeasurable energy, like a small nuclear fusion reactor, constantly generating energy and constantly annihilating it. Now he eats and sleeps more to maintain basic human living habits and enjoy delicious food. To be honest, raw meat tastes very bad, but he must set an example for everyone and let all the new recruits put themselves in the shoes of their predecessors and feel the hardships they had to endure in those difficult times. Just eat it without worry. I promise you won't have any health problems. Using a top-level forbidden technique like transplanting flowers and grafting trees to treat parasitic diarrhea and the like is a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Seeing this, Lin Chie also grabbed a piece of raw meat and started chewing it with his eyes closed. Chow Yuan, who was following Lin Chie closely, also started eating the raw meat without changing his expression. Bailey Pang Pang gritted his teeth, took out a steamed bun from the bowl and started to eat it. Molly was still hesitating, but when she saw Bailey Pang Pang started eating, she finally made up her mind and started to eat the raw meat. Zhua Ji's face darkened slightly. He thought the chef was looking for trouble, but when he saw that Qin Guanyun had already started eating, he snorted coldly and started eating as well. They must have their reasons for doing so. Gradually, more and more recruits started to eat the food, but most of them still refused to eat what was in front of them. In the room on the second floor, Instructor Hong lowered his head and looked down at the entire cafeteria, nodding slightly. Fortunately, Qin Guanyun took the lead, otherwise, not many people would be able to eat raw meat this time. Old Hong, why do I feel like Qin Guanyun is a bit like their leader? When a team has a strong and brave guy, he will naturally become the core. Time is almost up, let's go. Drop. Outside the cafeteria, a sharp whistle sounded again. The devilish training began again. The new recruits who had not eaten the raw meat buns fainted after running a few laps. They were then thrown onto stretchers and carried away by the cheerful medical staff. That night, Qin Guanyun opened his eyes, put on his clothes, and climbed onto the roof quietly. A moment later, Lin Chie and Wang Mian also appeared here. Only in the training base far away from the city can you see the starry night sky. On the windless night, there is only the sound of snoring. I've thought about it, and I still need to explain some things to you. After all, there are some things that only the gods' agents know. Wang Mian spoke first. For some reason, gods usually don't appear directly in front of people. If they want to do something, they have to find an agent. So the god gives part of his power to the agent, and in exchange, the agent needs to help the god accomplish certain things. Qin Guanyun seemed to be thinking about something. What does Yilan want me to do? Qin Guanyun began to examine himself once again. The two forbidden ruins become stronger when facing stronger, and grafting flowers and trees should be the forbidden ruins of his predecessor and himself. The moment I crossed over, they all belonged to me. As for resurrection, it was given to me by Yilan without him asking for anything. Exchange. Lin Chie also muttered to himself, as if he had thought of something. So in exchange, what do you need to do for the god of time? Qin Guanyun asked. Help him take something out. This thing is inside Takamagara. Takamagahara. The hometown of gods in Japanese mythology. Lin Chie was stunned. Qin Guanyun suddenly realized, yes, he remembered. What the king wants to obtain is one of the three great sacred treasures of Japan. Yasakani no Magatama. Thinking of this, Qin Guanyun's mind instantly connected with Turing, and a globe made up of stars quickly emerged. On the star-studded earth, the island country to the east of Daxia is in darkness. It seems that the yellow flower is not strong enough to break through the defense and cannot enter the human circle. Qin Guanyun disconnected Turing and returned to normal. Then why did you join the Night's Watch? Lin Chie continued to ask. If you don't join the Night's Watch, do you want to join the Church of the Ancient God? Wang Mian said calmly, they approached me before, but my philosophy is different from theirs, so I rejected them. Wang Mian thought for a moment, and then added solemnly, the people of the Ancient God Church are all a bunch of lunatics. If they can't get it, they will find ways to destroy it. I was assassinated by them 3 or 4 times back then. You must be careful. Yeah. Qin Guanyun and Lin Chie nodded. However, now that Huang Yunshan is here, their threat is much smaller. Wang Mian said, glancing at Qin Guanyun. Besides, they don't dare to come to me now. Why? Because they may not be able to beat me, and... Wang Mian's gaze fell on the shadows in the distance, where there seemed to be some shadowy figures. A smile appeared on Wang Mian's lips, and I have a group of very reliable teammates. Qin Guanyun and Lin Qiye were both stunned. They looked at each other and quickly turned their heads away. What neither of them could see was that the other had a smile on his face. I'm leaving first. Another mysterious, boundless realm has appeared in the north. Wang Mian turned around and said, when we meet next time, we will be outside the training camp. I wish you a triumphant return. Qin Guanyun and Lin Qiye waved to him at the same time. Wang Mian jumped off the roof, met the four people waiting in the distance, and disappeared into the night together. On the training ground, on the martial arts stage, a strange instructor was giving an impassioned speech. His name is Han Li. He is a close combat expert newly transferred from the headquarters. This is his first time leading new recruits. The greatest enemy of us Night's Watch is mystery. They have all kinds of abilities, but there is no doubt that their bodies are much stronger than yours. Everyone looked at Qin Guanyun silently. Qin Guanyun was standing straight at the front of the team. And what do we rely on to win this kind of battle? Report. It depends on the powerful Forbidden Ruins. A lazy voice sounded. Hey. What's your name? What's your Forbidden Ruins? Tell me. Shen Qingzhu, Sequence 068, Qi Min. Instructor Han. Are there any other answers? The instructor pretended not to hear and continued asking. Report. It depends on money. A little fat man raised his chubby hands. TSK. Can you kill the mysterious with money? Tell me, what's your name? What's your Forbidden Ruins? Bailey Tumming, I don't have any Forbidden Ruins. Your last name is Bailey. What's your relationship with the Bailey family? The patriarch of the Bailey family is my father. Instructor Han. The Bailey family can indeed use money to defeat Mishuji, so they can't afford to offend him. Instructor Han's cheek twitched. He was unlucky today and was not suitable for interaction. He simply stopped asking questions and just continued talking. To fight against the mysterious, in addition to the Forbidden Ruins, we also need a strong physique and fighting skills. Today I will mainly talk to you about the techniques of using a straight knife. On the martial arts stage, Instructor Han was explaining with great interest, and the new recruits in the audience were listening with great interest. Only Qin Guanyun and Lin Qiye found the talk boring. Chen Mai had taught all of this what the instructor said, and the two of them had already memorized it. Now, let's find someone to demonstrate it. Instructor Han had to find someone to interact with after talking about this. He was much more cautious in selecting the recruits this time, and he carefully observed the faces of the new recruits. After a while, his eyes lit up. He found it. This recruit is ordinary, doesn't look very strong, and even seems a little paralyzed. You, come up. Instructor Han pointed at Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan was stunned and glanced at Lin Qiye and Qin Guanyun. Seeing that they had no expression on their faces, he hesitated for a moment and walked onto the martial arts stage. Come on, let's practice. Instructor Han threw the wooden sword in his hand to Chao Yuan. Snap. Chao Yuan did not catch the sword, and the wooden sword fell to the ground. What do you mean? Pick up the knife. I can't touch a knife. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. What's wrong? I tell you to pick it up, so you pick it up. Can the chosen one you finally found still let you run away? I really can't. This is an order. Instructor Han yelled. Oh well. Chao Yuan bent down and picked up the knife. Boom. A dark evil aura suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire martial arts stage with Chao Yuan as the center. This evil spirit alerted all the instructors in the training camp. They looked at the training ground at the same time, frowning. The recruits had never seen this scene before, and they all opened their mouths in shock. Is he mysterious? How did he get in? What a mystery. This is the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins, Black King Destruction. Hasn't the Forbidden Ruins been suppressed? How come he can still use it? I don't know either. Maybe it's because his Forbidden Ruins are too strong. Hiss, it's so scary. On the martial arts stage, Chow Yuan was shirtless, with black evil flames entwined around him. He he he. Chow Yuan grinned and smirked at Instructor Han. Instructor Han. What kind of monster is this? My luck is so bad. The crazy Chow Yuan roared and slashed directly towards Instructor Han. Instructor Han stared at Chow Yuan, and just before he attacked, he quickly rolled sideways to avoid him, and picked up the straight knife on the ground with his backhand. Clang! The crazy Chow Yuan's wooden sword collided with Instructor Han's straight sword, making a sound of metal clashing. Although Instructor Han was unable to use the Forbidden Ruins, he could always accurately predict Chow Yuan's attacks. He relied on pure combat skills to fight against the crazy Chow Yuan. Unfortunately, he could block the attack but could not withstand the abnormal power. He could only barely protect himself and was defeated. Okay, let's end this test for the instructor. Seeing that Instructor Han could no longer bear it, Qin Guanyin finally walked slowly towards the martial arts stage. When the new recruits saw Qin Guanyin stand up, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other instructors who were watching from a distance also withdrew their gazes. With him here, there will definitely be no problem. When Instructor Han saw someone coming over, his face changed drastically. How can there still be someone who doesn't know how to live or die? I can't protect him without the Forbidden Ruins. After blocking several attacks from the mad Chow Yuan, Instructor Han turned around and shouted. Run! I can't stop him. Just at this moment, the crazy Chow Yuan noticed Qin Guanyin slowly approaching him. Are you provoking me? Roar! The crazy Chow Yuan no longer harassed Instructor Han. He leaned sideways and kicked the ground, slashing towards Qin Guanyin with a knife. Oh no, this new recruit can't stop him. Instructor Han gritted his teeth and rushed forward, saying that he would not let the new recruit get hurt in front of him no matter what. Bang! Hoo! Ho ho ho! The roar of the crazy Chow Yuan came to an abrupt end. A white hand tightly clasped his neck. The wooden sword wrapped in black evil flames slashed heavily on Qin Guanyin's neck. Click! The wooden sword broke into pieces of wood and flew in the air. Instructor Han couldn't control his body as he lunged forward and was also flying in the air. He opened his eyes wide in his mouth, but no words came out. Seeing that Instructor Han was about to fall to the ground, Qin Guanyin couldn't bear to see him fall flat on his face, so he stretched out his right hand and grabbed his neck. On the martial arts stage, Qin Guanyin turned his back to everyone, holding the neck of the crazy Chow Yuan with one hand and the neck of Instructor Han with the other. The mad Chow Yuan had a hideous smile on his face and was filled with helpless rage. Instructor Han was stunned and stuck out his tongue. Ho 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 ho! Guanyin! Stop trying to be cool! Lin Chiye shouted anxiously from the audience. Let go! You're strangling the instructor to death. Ah! Qin Guanyin quickly let go of his hand and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, instructor. I didn't mean to do that. I thought you looked surprised just now. Qin Guanyin scratched his head with his other hand. I didn't expect you to be so weak. But it doesn't matter. You won't die. Ahem. Instructor Han ignored Qin Guanyin's nonsense. He gasped for breath for a while before he asked in surprise, how can you use the Forbidden Ruins? I didn't use the Forbidden Ruins. I relied on pure strength. Impossible. How can your body be so strong? Instructor Han had never heard of Qin Guanyin's combat record, and had no idea that there were perverts in this world who were beyond his understanding. Could it be that you are the god's ruins? You are the god's agent. I am indeed. Qin Guanyin pointed at Lin Chiye, so is he. No wonder, Instructor Han said with a look of understanding, but then he suddenly thought of something. No, even if you are the god of ruins, you can't subdue him so easily when you are suppressed by the ruin-suppressing monument. Instructor Han has fought with the crazy Chow Yuan for so many rounds and has a deep understanding of his strength. Qin Guanyin was somewhat helpless. It was indeed difficult to explain it to him. He suddenly had an idea and said, I got this divine ruin from the great god Pangu, and it is specially used to strengthen my body. Pangu god. I haven't heard of him being observed. Instructor Han murmured thoughtfully, but it's possible. I'll go ask Lao Hong and the others later. Qin Guanyin held his forehead with his hand and said, you don't believe me when I tell the truth, but you believe me when I tell lies. Sure enough, people only believe what they want to believe. Who? Ho ho ho. The crazy Chao Yuan roared intermittently, reminding Qin Guanyin that his other hand was still holding his neck. I almost forgot that I still have a black king in my hand. Should I try to strangle him to death? Qin Guanyin's hand was still tightly clasped around the neck of the mad Chao Yuan. At this time, he slowly increased his strength. Who? Ho ho. The mad Chao Yuan was breathing out more than breathing in at this time, and the evil black flames lingering around his body seemed to be extinguished. Qin Guanyin sighed, loosened his grip slightly, turned back to Bailey Pangpang and said, can you lend me your Forbidden Scroll? The Forbidden Object, Forbidden Scroll, Sequence 343, can completely isolate an object from the environment, making the object immune to the influence of the Forbidden Ruins, also known as Chao Yuan's Chastity Tape. Oh, okay. Bailey Pangpang quickly took out the tape from his pocket and quickly threw it to Qin Guanyin. Qin Guanyin let go of Chao Yuan, who was no longer able to resist, took the tape, gently tore open a piece of the Forbidden Scroll, and quickly wrapped it around Chao Yuan's neck. Call. The swirling black flames slowly receded, and the blood red in Chao Yuan's eyes gradually disappeared. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Yuan gasped and started coughing violently. Chao Yuan tore open the Forbidden Scroll on his neck with both hands, looked at Qin Guanyin standing beside him, and said seriously, thanks. Qin Guanyin smiled and said nothing. It felt really good to be thanked by others. Instructor Han came over and helped Chao Yuan up. The responsibility for this incident lies entirely with me. I was the one who forced you to draw your sword. Chao Yuan sighed helplessly, clasped his hands together and said, Amitba. Instructor Han calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and continued teaching. He is a night watchman and will never give up easily no matter what difficulties he encounters. Instructor Han spent the entire morning teaching every new recruit carefully. Your moves are very standard, but they lack one thing, that is, intention. Instructor Han is indeed a master of close combat. Although his luck is a bit off, his strength and vision are still up to par. At this time, he was fighting against Lin Chia. After Instructor Han understood Lin Chia's situation clearly, the moves he used were no longer the fixed moves used for teaching, but he was actually fighting against Lin Chia. What is intention? Lin Chia asked puzzledly. Instructor Han struck out 3 times with his sword, easily defeating Lin Chia. Intention is the soul, and your sword has no soul. Instructor Han put away his knife and walked aside, leaving Lin Chia in deep thought. Qin Guanyin is the next recruit he is going to teach. Instructor Han swallowed. I can't teach you. Instructor Han wiped the sweat off his forehead. Your body is so strong. You are so special. I have never seen anyone like you. Instructor Han seemed to think that this teaching method was a bit perfunctory, and added. Compared to them, your intention has already taken shape. Then what is my intention? I don't know. You have to find it yourself. Instructor Han ran straight to the next recruit as if fleeing, leaving Qin Guanyin to think slowly. Qin Guanyin thought for a while but had no answer. He suddenly smiled with relief. I have a supercomputer, why bother with this? Link to Turing, collect all my previous combat experiences, and combine them with Instructor Han's words to infer what my intention is. In an instant, the answer automatically emerged in Qin Guanyin's mind. Baki, possessing unparalleled courage and determination, will release an extremely powerful, majestic, and unrivaled aura when fighting. Return to the basics, God transforms into man, transcends the ordinary and becomes holy, returns to the basics. If you don't deliberately show it, people will only feel your most ordinary, simple, and pure state. Domineering, it suits me, but what does return to basics mean? When it was lunchtime, we still had white flour buns and raw meat. This time, Qin Guanyin didn't need to take the lead, many people started eating raw meat on their own initiative. With the experience of having breakfast, I am not so resistant to eating raw meat now. This kind of thing is just like cheating. If it happens once, it will happen again. Everyone, pay attention. Instructor Hong walked into the cafeteria, attracting everyone's attention. This afternoon, you will begin your first extreme training. After dinner, everyone gather at the back of the cafeteria. Did you hear that? I heard it. The recruits said in unison. After Instructor Hong left, everyone started discussing. Extreme training. Have you heard of it? No, but you can tell from the name that it's extreme. Then I'll eat more. After the meal, the recruits got on the bus with doubts. After more than half an hour, the vehicle stopped. Everyone, get out of the car. Tsinan Mountain. Lin Chiye glanced at Qin Guanyin. He recognized the mountain as an unpopular tourist attraction with few visitors. Qin Guanyin looked at Shen Qingzhu meaningfully. He remembered that this was the place where Zhua Gu died. Soon, all the recruits gathered at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Instructor Hong came to inspect and pointed to the mountains. See that mountain? That's where you do your extreme training. Each of you must carry a 35 kilograms weight. What you need to do is to do it before tomorrow morning. Cross this mountain range. As soon as the words fell, densely packed drones appeared in front of everyone, and under each drone, there was a pitch-black gun hole. The weights on your body have their own positioning function, and the drone will always follow you. Once you are hit by its paint gun, it means failure. Then you will face cruel punishment. In a sense, this punishment is more terrible than death. He. Instructor Hong showed a perverted smile, which made the recruits' scalps tingle. In addition, there are 3 rules I want to emphasize. First, the weights on your bodies can be exchanged, but they cannot be discarded. Second, you cannot attack or even touch the drone in any way. Third, you cannot attack each other. Violating any of these will be considered a failure. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone, take the load. While carrying the weight, everyone received a tactical knife, except Chow Yuan, who received a tactical spoon. Chow Yuan. Oh, right, that fat guy over there. Hand over all those forbidden items and storage bags of yours. Bailey Pang Pang, who was tiptoeing aside and trying to sneak in, was caught red-handed by the instructor. With a sad face, he handed over all the forbidden items and the free space on his body. Forbidden item, free space, medium-quality storage bag. After all the recruits entered the mountain, several instructors leisurely walked into the tactical tent and started playing poker. Instructor Hong stroked the cards and said, "This is a great card. If I can change this K to this J, my hand will be a sure win." Instructor Hong, is there anything special about this weighted cross-country race? Instructor Hong smiled and said, "This is not just a simple cross-country race with weights." What do you mean? Instructor Hanli didn't understand what he meant. We have used forbidden items to block this mountain range, and the original terrain has been completely changed. You mean? The entire mountain range has turned into a moving maze. It's impossible for them to get out. They can only face endless pursuit until everyone's physical strength is drained. He. Do you want to create a desperate environment, drain their physical energy while testing their mentality, and cultivate trust between them? Yes, Instructor Han sees it very clearly. Instructor Han was silent for a moment. You seem to have forgotten something. What did you forget? Just then, an instructor rushed into the tactical tent. Instructor Han, something bad has happened, the instructor said as he took out a tablet. On the screen, all the small dots representing the recruits gathered together and moved quickly along a straight line to the other side of the mountain. What's going on? Instructor Hong was dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with the forbidden item? Instructor Han sighed. His memory is getting worse as he gets older. Have you forgotten that Yunshen is also among the new recruits? Wipe. Instructor Hong threw the card and rushed straight to Jinan Mountain. What happened? Instructor Hong, who had just entered Jinan, was dumbfounded. The mountains in the distance were blasted with huge holes, forming a straight tunnel. Huge rubble was scattered everywhere, and the towering trees were toppled. Wherever he looked, there was chaos. Is this a shield machine that has become a spirit? Instructor Hong didn't dare to delay any longer and chased forward with all his strength. On the other side, Qin Guanyin walked alone in front, and the other recruits followed far behind. There is no way. If they are too close, they will not be able to withstand any flying stone. Boom. There was a loud bang, followed by smoke and dust. With one punch, Qin Guanyin smashed the mountain in front of him through. Buzz buzz buzz. The sunlight penetrated the diffuse dust, casting a few beams of light onto Qin Guanyin's body, and several drones also targeted him. Da-da-da. There was a burst of fierce gunfire, and the drone's dense bullets hit Qin Guanyin's broad arms. Qin Guanyin patted the paint on his shoulders nonchalantly, as if he was chasing away a fly. Then he casually slapped the huge 2-story-high limestone that was blocking the road and smashed it into pieces. Several drones seemed to be stunned for a moment, then quickly flew away to look for other targets. Qin Guanyin smiled, then turned around and called on the new recruits in the distance to follow him. Awesome. When you encounter a mountain, you open a mountain. When you encounter a river, it stops, and when you encounter thousands of mountains and rivers, you stop at observing the clouds. As expected of Brother Shen, he is so educated. People praise him for being so literary. Although Shen Qingzhu has seen Qin Guanyin open the mountain more than once, he still feels extremely shocked every time he sees it again. Lin Qie, I heard that you two were on the same team before. Why is there such a big gap between you two? I feel extremely honored that you can compare me with him. Lin Qie smiled. Qie, can't we just cross this mountain range honestly? Why do we have to clear the level? Bailey Pangpang asked what most recruits wanted to ask. Didn't you notice? We have been running for so long, but the position of the sun in the sky has not changed. Except for the roads opened by Guanyin, other landscapes have been changing. Lin Qie pointed at the sun. We have entered a maze. Can Guanyin identify it? He has navigation. Qin Guanyin does have navigation. In the three-dimensional map in his mind, a group of yellow dots gathered together and were moving straight towards the opposite side of the mountain. They were him and the other recruits. In addition, there are yellow dots surrounding Jinan Mountain. They are the instructors of the training camp. But at this moment, there was indeed a yellow dot that broke away from the instructor's team and moved towards him quickly. They finally remembered my existence. This shouldn't be the case. For words suddenly appeared in Qin Guanyin's mind, return to simplicity and nature. Yes, God transformed himself into a man, transcended the ordinary and became a saint, returning to nature. If I don't try to show off, they will feel my most simple state. Qin Guanyin understood what was going on and continued to use brute force to clear the way, leading the team of new recruits forward rapidly. Qin Guanyin, wait a moment. Not long after, Instructor Hong, sweating profusely, appeared in front of Lin Qie. The sweat on his face was half from tiredness and half from anxiety. If it's a little later, the entire Jinan Mountain will be opened up, and then this, extreme training, will be my, extreme training. Ahem, there's too much dust here. Let's talk for a moment. Instructor Hong swallowed and quickly pulled Qin Guanyin into the woods next to them. After leaving everyone's sight, Instructor Hong breathed a sigh of relief. God of Clouds, Brother Yun. There were a lot of people outside just now, but now I kneel down for you. Instructor Hong was about to salute, but Qin Guanyin quickly stopped him and said, Instructor Hong, what are you doing? Just tell me what you have to say. Brother Yun, I beg you, please don't participate in this training. Instructor Hong pleaded. I'll just declare you the first one to complete the extreme training. Is that okay with you? Why? Qin Guanyin asked knowingly. For this extreme training, we mainly want to create a desperate environment. While testing your mentality and physical fitness, we also want to cultivate trust between them. Instructor Hong told Instructor Hans guess exactly as he had said it. He definitely had no intention of seeing the new recruits suffer socially. I'm also a new recruit, why aren't you letting me join? You are such a supermodel, Brother Yun, give them a chance. With you protecting them from the wind and rain, those brats don't need any training. Okay, I'll be crossing these mountains alone in a moment. Great. Thank you on behalf of all 25 instructors. But I have a request. What do you mean? Take off your clothes. Sigma, LLL. Instructor Hong was confused. What are you going to do? Damn, Hong Hao, have been wise all my life, but I didn't expect that I would lose my chastity in middle age. What should I do? I can't fight him, and I can't run away. Hong Hao's face turned blue, white, and green. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Qin Guanyin looked at Instructor Hong standing there motionless, hesitating and thinking wildly, and he was getting a little impatient. He simply took a step forward and struck out with a knife, knocking the absent-minded Instructor Hong unconscious. Then he took off his clothes. Exchanged his military uniform with that of his new recruit. Qin Guanyin thought about it and gave some of his weight to Instructor Hong, then he grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it on his face. Well, someone who isn't familiar with this probably wouldn't recognize it. If you want to see others suffer social death, you must first suffer social death yourself. Qin Guanyin looked back at the distant sky and saw several drones flying towards here. So he turned around and quickly left the crime scene. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as he opened his eyes, Instructor Hong saw several drones with the black muzzles of their guns pointing at him. Shit. This has really become my extreme training. Instructor Hong started running without even thinking about why he fainted. He wished he could stay unconscious forever, as he knew better than anyone how terrible failure was. But after all, he had just gotten up after fainting and had not yet fully recovered. Plus, there were too many drones. Da-da-da. There was a burst of dense gunfire and Instructor Hong was unable to dodge. Unfortunately, he was hit and fainted. It's over and your dignity is gone. This was his last thought. Two instructors who appeared out of nowhere quickly ran to Instructor Hong, lifted him onto a stretcher, and carried him all the way back to the starting point. This is the first one to be eliminated this year. It's a little later than usual. Put the ring of truth on him, turn on the microphone, and connect the speakers in all the recruits' weights. Forbidden item, ring of truth, after wearing it, you cannot lie. Jinan Mountain has steep peaks, rugged roads, lush trees, and thorns everywhere. Without Qin Guanyin leading the way, the new recruits had a hard time moving forward. The drones that appeared from time to time made things even worse for the new recruits. In order to avoid drones and reduce the target size, the recruits have been dispersed into small groups. Lin Chia led Bailey Pangpang and Chao Yuan forward together. Wait for me. Bailey Pangpang had a hard time moving forward in this deep forest. He missed Qin Guanyin very much at this moment and said breathlessly. Where is Chia Guanyin? How can I live without him? He's too buggy. We can't get training without him. Lin Chia looked at the jungle in the distance and said thoughtfully, I guess the instructor must have called him away. I even think that Qin Guanyin should be called away from the beginning. Chao Yuan on the side agreed very much, nodded and added, I have never encountered someone who can control an out-of-control man by relying solely on physical strength. I'm in control. Oh, it's a pity. If you are too strong, you will be banned. Bailey Pangpang finished sighing and looked at the two of them expectantly. This load is too heavy. Can you help me share it? Lin Chia, no. Chao Yuan, get out. Chao Yuan then turned around, looked at Lin Chia longingly, and said, Chia, why don't you give me yours? Lin Chia, no. Buzz buzz. Before he could finish his words, the sound of a drone was heard overhead, and the three of them hurriedly ran to avoid it. Why don't you guys go first? I don't think I can outrun the drone. Bailey Pangpang wanted to give up. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Punish me if you will. I have seen everything, young master. Hello. Can you hear me? Suddenly, the instructor's voice came from the weights on the backs of all the recruits, scaring them. There is actually a speaker inside the weight. Lin Chia and his two companions pricked up their ears as they moved forward. It's good that you can hear me. Ahem, put the ring of truth on him and let the punishment begin. At the foot of the mountain, at the starting point, Instructor Han and several others surrounded a new recruit whose face was covered in mud. He had just woken up and before he could react, the ring of truth was put on his head. The instructor then said, Just tell me what I ask, and don't say anything else. Name. Hong Hao. The instructors were wondering, huh? Why did this kid have the same name as Instructor Hong? Forget it, the atmosphere was getting to this point, even he had to continue asking questions. Tell me about your most socially destructive experience. I had a girlfriend when I just graduated. I always smelled a milky scent on her body, which was very nice. So I loved her very much and always wanted to stick to her. Then what? Later I found out she had a baby of 1.5 years old. Hong Hao's cheeks flushed and his facial muscles were working hard, but he just couldn't control his mouth. The other instructors listened to the conversation between the two and held their mouths tightly, but they still couldn't help laughing out loud. The instructor continued to ask questions. Is there anyone you particularly dislike? Have. Who? The owner of a Taobao adult products store. Why? Tell me in detail. I bought an indescribable item online and asked him to keep it secret, but he just wrapped a woven bag around it. They also wrote my name in very large letters so that everyone who came to pick up the parcel could see it. Oh, I see. Well, those who understand will understand. Have you done anything bad recently? Have. Tell me more. There's a new kid in our department. I'm jealous of his youth, handsomeness, and strength. I don't like him, so I want to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson and embarrass him. So when he was substituting for a class for the first time, I didn't tell him to pay attention to a few abnormal students. Ha ha ha, as expected, if that guy named Chin hadn't stopped him, he would have probably been beaten to a pulp, ha ha ha. Hong Hao, who was wearing the ring of truth, looked ashen and had given up on himself, but at the same time he was laughing loudly. The scene was very strange. The instructors on the side felt something was wrong as they listened. This must be Instructor Hong. Who made him look like a new soldier? This time the mistake was a big one, and the instructors had to go up and untie Instructor Hong. Wait. Suddenly, a voice stopped them. The questioning is not over yet. Han Li walked forward with a sullen face, ignoring the other instructors' winks and asked directly. What do you think is your greatest weakness? 3 centimeters. Instructor Hong felt hopeless and even foamed at the mouth. Finally, he simply closed his eyes and passed out. Very good. Instructor Han nodded with satisfaction. If you want to see others suffer social death, you must suffer social death yourself first. Instructor Hong did a very good job in this regard. Next. In the mountains of southern Jin. All the recruits stopped at the same time and started laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. I can't stand it, this guy Hong Hao is invincible. I am dying of laughter. The fastest person in history has appeared. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, this guy looks like Instructor Hong. I admire him so much. In order to show us how terrible the punishment is, Instructor Hong even took the initiative to get involved. I am so moved. So great. Wrong. Bad. Run. Oh no, this ring of truth is too perverted. This punishment is too harsh. I don't want to end up like Instructor Hong. Run. At this moment, all the recruits seemed to be energized and rushed forward as if they were running for their lives. Even Bailey Pang Pang rushed to the front of the 3. Lin Chia and Chao Yuan, who followed closely behind, looked at each other. They both knew clearly that Instructor Hong was definitely not sacrificing himself voluntarily, and no one would actively seek social death. So, it must be another show directed by that guy. Half an hour later, on the other side of Jinan Mountain. Qin Guanyin took a step forward, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The dense trees and rugged mountain roads around him disappeared. Several instructors nearby were stunned for a moment, then trotted over, somewhat excited. New recruit Qin Guanyin, you broke the record. You created the history of extreme training. They had already seen the small dot on the screen speeding through the jungle. Although they were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but get excited when they witnessed this historic moment, as if they were the ones who broke the record. Qin Guanyin was not too surprised. For him, a crossover who had come from another world, it would be a real surprise if he was eliminated and then wore the ring of truth. How long did it take me? 1 hour and 19 minutes, an incredible result. The previous best result was achieved by Wang Mian from the masked team. He ran for 6 hours during his 6th extreme training session. But, compared to your performance this time, it's far behind. Qin Guanyin nodded. Well, Wang Mian is indeed not very good. Indeed, compared to you, he is not that good. By the way, where is Instructor Hong? Well, he just woke up and is on his way here, but I heard that he seems to be in a bad state. It's okay, he'll be fine once he gets used to it. Qin Guanyin said with a smile. Do you have any new recruits' uniforms? I have to return this one to Instructor Hong. Have. I know it's your fault. Inform. New recruit Qin Guanyin has completed this extreme training in 1 hour and 19 minutes, breaking the record and making history. I hope everyone can take him as a goal and work hard to catch up. Notice. Notice. The notice sounded 3 times in a row, and every recruit heard it clearly. Awesome. I knew he would be the first one to go out. Being able to witness history is enough for us to show off. Come on, we can't fall too far behind. Come on, charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several missiles flew through the jungle, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Not long after, 2 instructors appeared with perverted smiles and quickly carried the object away. After a while, the soul torture that made people die came from the weight behind him. Shen Qingzhu led 3 followers through the jungle with a heavy look on his face. Brother Shen, how far are we from crossing the mountains? Shen Qingzhu frowned and quickly jumped to the left, avoiding the 2 missiles. Have no idea. Brother Shen, I think that boy is right. The terrain here has been changed by forbidden objects. We seem to be trapped in a maze. Can we cross the mountains? Yes, someone has succeeded. Qin Guanyin. He is too powerful. We can't compare to him. He is so powerful, why don't you follow him? Shen Qingzhu increased the speed of his sword swing, opening a path for the 3 people behind him to pass. I have a bad temper and like to curse. I'm not as powerful as Qin Guanyin. Why do you have to pester me? Hey, it's because you are my brother Shen, the 3 people behind him said in unison. I don't care, it's up to you. Shen Qingzhu kicked the stone under his feet down the cliff and said nothing. Buzz buzz. The 4 of them had just crossed the entire rugged old forest when they encountered a group of drones, which seemed to be waiting for them right where they were. Whoosh whoosh. Under the dense rain of bullets, the 2 younger brothers behind Shen Qingzhu failed to dodge in time, were shot at the same time, and fainted to the ground. Is the instructor playing tricks on us? Shen Qingzhu leaned down, picked up the rocks, and was about to smash the drone. The only remaining boy quickly stopped him, hurriedly avoided, and retreated into the old forest behind him. Grandma, why are you stopping me? Brother Shen, let's let them go for the time being, but they will all be destroyed in a while. They both were eliminated after me, why are you still following me? Shen Qingzhu was a little angry and annoyed. If I didn't follow Brother Shen, who else could I follow? The dark-skinned follower smiled honestly, if you hadn't helped my mother pay off the debt, I would still be begging for food on the street. Not to mention working as a night watchman. You remember. Don't cause trouble to me. Hey hey. Shen Qingzhu turned around and walked in the other direction, and the remaining followers followed him with a silly smile. Brother Shen, can I help you carry some weight? Roll. The other side of the foot of Mount Jinnan. Several instructors surrounded the freshly brought back recruits and conducted soul torture. Qin Guanyin also sat leisurely beside him, watching the scene happily. Instructor Hong also slowly returned to normal. He seemed to have forgotten what happened before, but his state seemed a little wrong. GGG, what's your name? Li Iliang. Hey Unity is Li Iliang, right? Li Iliang was a little confused. Instructor Hong, should you go to a mental hospital? GGG, who do you like? Well, I don't have anyone I like. Tell me, did you buy it online? Does she have children? Instructor, I don't have anyone I like. Is there anyone you admire, Jie? Have. Who? I'm Brother Shen. Shen Qingzhu. Yes. Why? In my freshman year of high school, my brother Lee Jia accidentally provoked a group of local gangsters who blocked us at the school gate every day. Later, Brother Shen couldn't stand it anymore. He fought with more than a dozen gangsters by himself, and even sent 4 gangsters to the hospital. Because of this, he was expelled from the school. From then on, my brother and I vowed to follow Brother Shen. Although he seems to have a bad temper and loves to curse, you will find out after getting along for a long time. He is actually the gentlest person in the world. The instructors at the foot of the mountain were stunned, and Shen Qingzhu inside the mountain was also stunned. His movements were suspended in midair, like a sculpture. After a while, he murmured. What the hell is this guy talking about? He is the one being punished, why am I the one being killed? Shen Qingzhu didn't look back. He clenched the knife in his hand and continued moving forward. Buzz buzz buzz. As if the instructor was determined to go against Shen Qingzhu, they were targeted by several drones again. Da-da-da. The drone aimed its gun at the 2 men and fired several missiles in succession. Plop. The dark-skinned follower slipped and fell directly into the stream. Shen Qingzhu turned around suddenly and his face changed suddenly. I told you not to follow me. If you don't listen, you'll get me into trouble. Shen Qingzhu cursed and went back, holding Deng Wei's shoulders and walking quickly. Shen Qingzhu led his followers into the bushes, temporarily avoiding the drone. Shen Qingzhu exhausted all his strength and staggered to the ground. The follower held his ankle and his face was twisted in pain. How are your feet? It's okay, it seems to be twisted. Shen Qingzhu looked at the follower's ankle, which was visibly swollen, and his expression suddenly darkened. You can't run anymore. Hey hey. Why are you laughing? Brother Shen, you turned around and saved me. Shut up. I just got you. Brother Shen, let's go and give me the weight. I can't walk anyway. I carry my own burden. Brother Shen, you have to survive until the end. You are the man who has to reach the finish line. The follower stretched out his hand and grabbed Shen Qingzhu's weight. Give it to me. Don't grab it. Shen Qingzhu thought for a while, well, I'll give you 34 pounds, and I'll leave a stereo. Okay. Shen Qingzhu relieved his burden and felt his whole body relaxed. Brother Shen, please leave quickly, the drone is coming soon. Okay, then you should pay attention to yourself. Shen Qingzhu stood up slowly, took one last look at the follower who was lying on the ground, turned around and got into the bushes. Seeing Shen Qingzhu disappear from his sight, the corners of the swarthy follower's mouth raised slightly. His name is Deng Wei, he has a gambling father, a sick mother, a school-going younger brother, and he is broken. Later, he met Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu sold his family property to give him enough money to treat his mother. Buzz buzz. The sound of drones came one after another, and Deng Wei smiled. Come on, come and eliminate me. Deng Wei took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Ta-ta-ta dash. Gunshots sounded, but Deng Wei did not feel the feeling of being hit. He opened his eyes and saw Shen Qingzhu standing in front of him, blocking all the bullets. Deng Wei was stunned. Brother Shen, why are you back? I forgot to take my things and I happened to be passing by. After saying that, Shen Qingzhu jumped up suddenly and shot out the knife quickly. Under Deng Wei's shocked expression, he exploded a drone. Brother Shen's rules say you can't attack drones. Rules? They are meant to be broken. There was only a gunshot, and a missile hit Shen Qingzhu's back. He groaned and fainted. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Guanyin looked at Shen Qingzhu on the stretcher and rubbed his hands expectantly. Come, come, Brother Shen's famous scene. GGG, what's your name? Shen Qingzhu. Is what Li Yiliang said just now true? Yes. Then why do you pretend to be cruel? Because people bully the weak and fear the strong, and I don't want others to look down on me. Are you a Virgo? Yes. He, let's talk about something interesting. Have you ever written a love letter? Yes. How many? 4,700. How much? 4,700. So many. Please be sure to tell me in detail. When I was 4 years old, I fell in love with the older sister next door, and then. So you wrote for 10 years, from the age of 4 to 14. And for the same person. Are you addicted to writing this? I can't help myself. After listening to Joie Ge's experience, Instructor Hong felt much better. He no longer spoke in a hee-hee voice and could also do some elementary school math problems. That's not right. If I write 1 letter every day, that would only be 3,650 letters in 10 years. Write 2 letters on the weekends, no holidays. Instructor Hong quickly opened the browser and searched how many weekends there were in a year. After a moment. You're a fucking genius. In the mountains of southern Jin. Lin Chiye and the other 2 ran while listening to Shen Qingzhu's public execution. Oh my god, this time Brother Jia is completely screwed, hee. Bailey Pang Pang said while panting. Chow Yuan turned to look at Bailey Pang Pang and said in surprise, didn't you die a long time ago? It's been 5 hours, how can you still hold on? Even if I faint from running, I don't want to accept that punishment. What secret do you have? Chow Yuan asked curiously. I won't tell you. The 3 men, exhausted, climbed over a rugged old forest and came to a stream. Lin Chiye walked to the stream, bent down, scooped up some stream water with his hands, drank a few sips, and let out a long sigh of relief. Why is this stream water a bit salty? When I looked up, Bailey Pang Pang and Chow Yuan were washing their feet upstream. Lin Chiye, #. Lin Chiye's blood boiled, and he remembered the scene that morning when Bailey Pang Pang put his feet next to his pillow. Lin Chiye stood up silently, walked upstream of Bailey Pang Pang, and untied his belt. Crash. Hiss, ha. After the release, Lin Chiye shuddered. He felt much better now and even felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. Bailey Pang Pang. Chow Yuan, sigh, for all, eat. After a moment's correction, the 3 of them got up and set off again. As more and more recruits were eliminated, the number of drones on the mountain increased. Among the 3, Chow Yuan has the best physical strength, while Bailey Pang Pang has the worst. If it weren't for the fear of punishment, he would have given up long ago. But at this time, Bailey Pang Pang was already trembling, and he seemed like he would faint at any time. Why don't you stop and rest for a while? Lin Chiye asked with concern. Bailey Pang Pang, no, I want to run away and I can't be punished. Okay, let's move on then. Half an hour later. Lin Chiye looked at the exhausted Bailey Pang Pang and asked in confusion. Can you hold on? I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. I'll faint soon and you won't have to rescue me. Okay, keep going. 1 hour later. Chow Yuan looked at Bailey Pang Pang with dazed eyes and said in surprise. Why haven't you fainted yet? Yeah. Why haven't I fainted yet? How about you just run headfirst into a tree? Forget it, I'm afraid of pain, let me take 2 more steps. After Ikuin time. The 3 of them hid in a bush to rest. At this time, all the recruits were eliminated, leaving only Lin Chiye, Chow Yuan, and Bailey Pang Pang. Chow Yuan couldn't hold on any longer. If it wasn't nighttime, Lin Chiye would have died too. Lin Chiye and Chow Yuan both stared at Bailey Pang Pang, breathing heavily, with questions on their faces. Can you do this? I don't know either. Every time I'm about to faint, a force surges out of my body. Lin Chiye held his forehead with his hand. It turned out that it was this guy who did it, Qin Guanyun. Bailey Pang Pang stood up and said hesitantly, how about I try to hit the tree? Goodbye, with Qin Guanyun protecting you, you won't faint even if you break the tree. Him? Chow Yuan asked in confusion. Turns out it's him. Bailey Pang Pang seemed to be thinking about something. Hey, let's go. I'm rested. This time it was Bailey Pang Pang who took the lead. Lin Chiye and Chow Yuan looked at each other helplessly, then stood up and followed. Enter Jinan Mountain for 8 hours. At this time, it was already dark and the huge Jinan Mountain was dead silent. How many are left? Instructor Hong asked as the instructors sat together. There are 3 left, Lin Chiye, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Tumming. The instructor added, and they are now walking in a straight line. What? How do they do that? Those two guys are still acceptable, but why is that fat guy still insisting? Instructor Hong glanced at the figure standing outside the tent and said, with him here, everything is possible. All the instructors looked at Instructor Hong at the same time and said, yeah, yes. 9 hours into Jinan Mountain. In the dark jungle, Lin Chiye was like a dancer in the starry night, waving the tactical dagger smoothly and moving forward quickly. Chao Yuan and Bailey Pangpang followed closely behind him. Bailey Pangpang was exhausted to the limit again and again, and was full of strength again and again. His physical strength had been well trained, and he even had the energy to think about other things. At this rate, we shouldn't have any problem clearing the customs. Yeah. The two of them didn't really want to pay attention to him. Let's play truth or dare. The two of them became interested. How do we play? Whoever is last will voluntarily wear the ring of truth for 10 minutes. Of course, those who are eliminated will definitely wear it too. Okay. Lin Chiye was confident that he could pass Jinan Mountain. Okay. Chao Yuan will definitely reach the finish line before Lin Chiye and Bailey Pangpang, relying on the body transformed by Black King Destruction. At least he feels that he is stronger than Bailey Pangpang. He knew that Qin Guanyun was helping Bailey Pangpang, and he also knew that Qin Guanyun's fighting power was terrifying, but he didn't know how terrifying Qin Guanyun was. Okay, then it's settled. The three of them stopped wasting time and moved forward quickly. 9 hours into Jinan Mountain. 10 hours into Jinan Mountain. They're coming out soon. At the other end of Jinan Mountain, all the instructors walked out of the tactical tents and waited quietly. Call. There was a gust of wind, and suddenly, under the black mountain peak ahead, 3 muddy teenagers slowly walked out. They supported each other, shoulder to shoulder, and walked towards the crowd step by step. As they got closer, the sound of their conversation could be heard faintly. Bullshit. Why am I the last one? Chao Yuan, who has always been a Buddhist, actually cursed. Look, Lin Chiye is on my left. He is the first one to come out, right? I am in the middle, so I must be the second one. How shameless. If we hadn't carried you, a fat guy, we would have come out long ago. I would have been the second place. In fact, Qin Guanyun took the first place 9 hours ago, and I was the second place, Lin Chiye said quietly. The instructor stepped forward and gave a thumbs up. Sharp. You guys are awesome. You also made history. Why do I say that? Qin Guanyun also came forward, helped them sit down, and handed them a kettle. He did not use transplantation to help them recover at this moment. Their exhaustion at this moment was also a medal of their success. What do you think? Lin Chiye looked at the 3 friends in front of him and said slowly, sometimes, when doing something, the result is as important as the process. You are the result, they are the process. I remembered something. Bailey Pangpang suddenly said, Instructor Hong, can you lend me the mantra ring? Instructor Hong was a little confused, but still handed over the ring of truth. Chao Yuan's forehead was bulging with veins, and he took out his tattered tactical spoon. In the end, he put on the ring of truth, with the help of Qin Guanyun and others. What kind of girls do you like? Bailey Pangpang asked impatiently. I don't like girls. What? Bailey Pangpang looked at Chao Yuan, then at Lin Chiye, and frowned. Lin Chiye wrapped his torn clothes tightly and glanced at Qin Guanyun. Qin Guanyun gave a mysterious smile. And you? I like married women. Bailey Pangpang and Lin Chiye breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and said in unison. Thief Chao. Late at night, at the training base. Every recruit soaked in a big wooden barrel and fell into a deep sleep, with only one exception. At this time, Qin Guanyun was sitting opposite Yuan Gang. Why don't you try the medicinal bath? Yuan Gang lit a cigarette and said with a smile, that's our night watchman's unique secret recipe. It's very effective in relieving fatigue and restoring the body. Compared to the medicinal bath, I think the ghost and God guidance may have a greater effect on me. As he spoke, Qin Guanyin slowly opened the forbidden ruins, transplanting flowers and grafting trees. At the same time, a yellow flower bloomed slightly in the body of all the recruits in the training camp, slowly repairing the recruits' hidden injuries. Some of these hidden injuries were caused by this training, while for some, even they themselves didn't know when they were caused. That's right, you are the Cloud God. Yuan Gang saw Qin Guanyin's actions and said with emotion, it is a blessing for them to be your comrade in arms. It's just a piece of cake. Qin Guanyin smiled, what do you want from me? The recruit training is on track. I don't have to stay here any longer. Yuan Gang hesitated for a moment and continued, I will be going back to the headquarters soon. Do you want to come with me? Qin Guanyin frowned and said, just say it if you have something to say. The commander-in-chief wants to see you. There is also a small matter that I may need your help with. It has something to do with the special forbidden ruins that I promised you before. Okay. The next morning, the training camp cafeteria was packed with recruits. After the nightmarish extreme training, they were indeed starving. More importantly, today's breakfast is no longer white flour buns and raw meat, but soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. It's so delicious, I've never eaten such delicious buns. Delicious. The recruits chatted while stuffing food into their mouths. Yesterday's medicinal bath was so powerful. I don't feel tired at all today. I feel refreshed and full of strength. I even feel that this is my best state. Yeah, this medicinal bath is really good. Chow Yuan had already finished 2 drawers of steamed buns at this time. He deeply agreed with the views of the other recruits. He turned to look at Lin Chia and said, I feel like I went berserk in the forbidden ruins before, leaving behind the hidden wounds have been repaired, it would be better if I could take a bath every day. Just relying on medicinal baths will not have such a magical effect. Lin Chia knew that Qin Guanyin secretly helped everyone, there is a guy who secretly helped everyone. Who? Qin Guanyin. Chow Yuan looked around, by the way, where is he? Why isn't he here? Lin Chia shook his head and looked at Bailey Pangpang who was still devouring his food. Where is Qin Guanyin? The fat agent of Iron God. I don't know. Bailey Pangpang looked up blankly, with half a fried dough stick still stuffed in his mouth. Shangjing, Underground, Night Watch Headquarters, Commander-in-Chief's office. Qin Guanyin met him again, the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watch, one of the 5 sealings of mankind, Yi Fan. At this time, he was smoking and feeding the fish. Zhuoqing stood beside him, watching quietly. Yi Fan fell in love with raising fish. The fish in his fish tank are colorful and of all kinds. But there is one crucian carp that is the most special. I say, Lord Commander, why do we Night's Watch always stay down there? It doesn't matter. What's important? Yi Fan raised a piece of paper in his hand and said slowly. I asked the master, and he didn't see you that night. I don't think I ever said that the person I met was the master. The report from Team 136 said that you encountered a carriage flying in the air. Oh, I saw Santa Claus. It wasn't Christmas then. Maybe it's because of the time difference. He came a little earlier this year. Cough. Cough. Zhuoqing, who was standing next to them, was listening to the conversation between the 2 people. He ran further and further away and couldn't help coughing twice. Yi Fan finally returned to the topic of the conversation and said, so, you really haven't seen the master. Does this matter? Qin Guanyin smiled. Indeed, it doesn't matter at all. Yi Fan also smiled. He handed the paper in his hand to Qin Guanyin, then stood up and stood with Zhuoqing. The 2 men bent down at the same time and bowed deeply to Qin Guanyin. On behalf of all the Night's Watchmen and all the people of Daxia, I sincerely thank you. Qin Guanyin quickly stepped aside and bowed in return. No need to do that, I am also a Night Watchman, I am also a Chinese citizen. The 3 of them stood up, and Qin Guanyin looked at the paper in his hand. This is a record of the casualties of the Night Watchman. Since the day he started planting flowers all over the world, the number of casualties of the Night Watchman has dropped sharply to almost 0. Ever since you started planting flowers all over the world, there have been almost no casualties among the Night Watch. Except for one team that unfortunately encountered the mystery of Klein Realm. When the rescue arrived, they had all died heroically. But compared to before, we are much better now. Hearing this, Qin Guanyun frowned. How could a plant be killed even if it had yellow flowers? He instantly connected to Turing and took a closer look. There were indeed some yellow flowers, and they had disappeared silently. It seems that if some existence can use higher-level power to directly destroy the yellow flower, then my transplantation will not work. Oh, yellow flowers are not good. What about green flowers, blue flowers, and green flowers? As long as I am strong enough, there will always be a flower that cannot be destroyed by any existence. In addition, our rewards for you are already prepared. I guarantee you will be satisfied. We are just waiting for you to complete your training. Okay, no rush. As expected of the Commander-in-Chief, he is good at making promises. Also, Yuan Gang has already told me that he promised to let you try that special Forbidden Ruins. Yifan paused, but recently there seems to be something wrong with that special prop. I knew it. Zhuoqing, take Guanyun there. Okay, Guanyun, follow me. Qin Guanyun followed Zhuoqing and walked further down the long corridor. Zhuoqing explained as he walked, obtaining the special Forbidden Ruins is actually related to a forbidden object. You have actually seen the sub-body of this forbidden object, which is the physical fitness test machine that every team has. It's this. It looks like a mummy's coffin on the outside, but it is actually a real mummy's coffin. It was made by the mummy god Anubis himself for his father. It became our trophy in a battle. After a long period of experimentation, we have been able to control it, and its split-off bodies are used by us to test physical fitness and treat certain injuries. The Matrix can even be used to strengthen the Night's Watch's body, giving the Night's Watch an iron body when fighting against the Mystics. We call it Special Forbidden Ruins, Mummy Iron Block. Zhuoqing glanced at Qin Guanyun and found that he was not interested, so Zhuoqing continued. After a long period of experimentation, we found that the strengthening of the body by the mummy coffin is related to the original physical strength of the participants. In other words, the stronger your original body is, the stronger the enhancement you will receive. Even some night watchmen who were originally very strong could turn into giants 5 or 6 meters tall after opening the Forbidden Ruins, Mummy Iron Block. Hearing this, Qin Guanyun's eyes lit up. Men are always obsessed with getting bigger. But recently, for some reason, the mummy's coffin cannot be opened. As they were talking, the two finally arrived at their destination. A large circular hall with a radius of 6 meters and a height of 6 meters. There are 8 holes on the walls and the floor is dark. A bright beam of light shone directly onto the coffin from deep within the top of the rotunda. The ground here is all paved with suppressing ruins steel, and most of its forbidden ruins have been suppressed. Hey! Zhuoqing walked forward, grabbed the lid of the coffin with both hands, and used all his strength, but the coffin did not move at all. As far as we know, you are the only one with a particularly strong body. Plus, you are going to use it, so I'll ask for your help. Qin Guanyun nodded, walked forward, observed carefully, and then put his hands on the coffin. Qin Guanyun exerted a little force, and the coffin opened a crack, but it was still not completely open. Zhuoqing, who was standing next to him, had his eyes slightly lit up. Qin Guanyun's body was indeed extremely powerful. Interesting. Qin Guanyun felt that there was a force inside the coffin that seemed to be fighting against him and wrestling with him. Qin Guanyun squatted slightly in a horse stance and gradually increased his strength. Bang. With a muffled sound, the mummy's coffin was finally opened. It's quite firm, about the same as the unopened can of yellow peaches in the refrigerator. Qin Guanyun clapped his hands casually. Zhuoqing. Then wait a moment. I'll arrange for someone else to test it again. Don't bother. Let me do it. Zhuoqing nodded and added, the mother body and the child body are different. Without the matching parchment scroll, we cannot observe your physical values, but we can judge the effect of the enhancement by the time you stay in it. The longer you stay, the stronger the strengthening effect will be. The current record is 1 hour and 39 minutes. Qin Guanyun nodded and turned over and lay down. Bang. With a muffled sound, the coffin closed and Qin Guanyun's world fell into darkness. After a long time, Qin Guanyin felt a gust of wind blowing, hot and dry. He slowly opened his eyes. The desert is endless and full of cracks. The huge sun is scorching the earth. In addition to Qin Guanyin, there is also a humanoid creature floating in the air in this desert. It was wearing golden armor, holding a scepter, had dark skin, and had a jackal-like head. Nasu's. Life and death, the cycle never ends. Mortal, I am the great god of death and rebirth. Anubis. And you still say you are not. Mortal, you are the one who killed my child. So you brought me here on purpose. But I don't remember this god in the original book, nor do I remember there being such a thing as a mummy testing machine. Why did I think of this only now? Qin Guanyin was shocked. Could it be that the plot has changed because of the butterfly effect? Or is this no longer the fifth universe? No one can escape. You will pay the price. I will take your life and occupy your body. The dog-headed man's voice brought Qin Guanyin back to his senses. Do you want to take over my body? Do you want to escape? Mortal, it would be your honor to give your life for me. Anubis had been trapped for too long, and he was too weak. Even though so much time had passed, he still couldn't forget that battle. The monkey, as tall as the sky and the earth, smashed his body, broke his kingdom of God, and became his indelible shadow. Even though he was already very weak, no human body could contain his soul. Finally, the death of one of his offspring allowed him to find the most suitable vessel. Come on, Kobold, let me see your strength. To his surprise, Qin Guanyin actually launched the attack first. Moon step. Qin Guanyin stepped on the air, quickly approached Anubis, and punched him in the face with all his strength. Boom. The space twisted and shattered, and the air was squeezed and exploded. An expression of astonishment froze on Anubis' face, and before he could react, he was blasted into the ground. Your strength isn't that great. Ahem, phew. Anubis spat out a mouthful of sand, his dark face became solemn, and he thought of the monkey. He raised the scepter in his hand and pointed it at Qin Guanyin from a distance. God's kingdom, imprisonment. Qin Guanyin, who was still moving at high speed in the air, stopped instantly. The space around him suddenly became extremely solid, fixing him firmly in midair, like an insect in amber, unable to move. This desert is his kingdom, where he can control everything. Just like before, he used the same moves and secured the monkey in the same way. Anubis spoke again. Life, deprived. This desert was broken by the monkey and it has withered. There are no longer any of his believers in his kingdom of God, and there are no longer any oases in this desert. At this moment, invisible life force quickly surged out of Qin Guanyin's body and flowed into the entire desert. The dry earth was moistened and the huge cracks began to heal. As Qin Guanyin's vitality faded away, it began to drizzle. Oases slowly began to form in the desert, and green life slowly grew in them. Ha ha ha, mortal. Your life will be used to nourish my kingdom of God, and your body will be the vehicle for me to walk in the world. Anubis looked at Qin Guanyin in the air excitedly, with a look of desire in his eyes. Ah! Qin Guanyin shouted loudly and twisted his body with all his strength, but he still couldn't break free from the constraints of space. Every time he broke some restraints, more obstacles would pile up. At this moment, he was like an elephant stuck in a quagmire. He had brute strength but was unable to struggle out. To make matters worse, there was a higher-level force that was constantly draining his vitality, making him increasingly weaker. Ha ha ha, it won't be long before I drain the life out of you and sacrifice your soul. Anubis stood far away. His strength was running low and he could not make any mistakes. Fortunately, he has enough patience. He only needs to wait quietly and the prey will slowly die. Outside the kingdom of God, in the underground of the night watch, in the circular hall. Zhuoqing raised his hand and looked at the watch. 5 hours had passed and Qin Guanyin hadn't come out yet. Zhuoqing sensed the yellow flower in his body and found it was still full of vitality. Zhuoqing breathed a sigh of relief. What am I worried about? The person who is least afraid of death is Qin Guanyin. Qin Guanyin was indeed not afraid of death, but what he was afraid of was not being able to die. In the kingdom of Anubis, Qin Guanyun in midair had a dark face and a frown on his face. Is it because I am too strong or because this kobold is too weak? If you say he is weak, he can suppress me. If you say he is strong, he cannot kill me. Not to mention that damn life deprivation, the vitality taken away was only a little more than the vitality I restored. It's like the problem of draining water. There is a pool with as much water as a river. A dog-headed man uses 1,000 water pumps to drain the water. Qin Guanyun uses 998 water pumps to add water. How long will it take to drain the water? Link, Turing, calculate for me, if this continues, how long will it take for me to die of exhaustion? 180,000 years. When I die, the universe will be destroyed. I can't just wait passively like this, I want to actively seek death. Since you want vitality, I will give it to you. Qin Guanyun made up his mind, and with an iron heart, endless life force surged out like a dam bursting, washing over the entire kingdom of God. Boom boom. There was a muffled thunder in the sky and heavy rain fell from the sky. The oasis in the desert expanded rapidly and green life grew wildly. What's going on here? Anubis was shocked. How come this mortal hasn't died yet? Why does he have such a surging vitality? Then he became more and more excited. Hee, the stronger this mortal is, the stronger I will be. I hope his vitality can repair that crack. Under Qin Guanyun's active urging, his vitality surged out and soon covered the entire desert and the entire kingdom of God. Outside the kingdom of God, in the underground chamber of the Night Watch, in the circular hall, Yifan walked behind Zhou Qing. Why, Qin Guanyun hasn't come out yet? No, it's been 10 hours, I'm worried. Don't worry, that boy is not an ordinary person. He is not that simple. Zhou Qing keenly caught Yifan's subtext. You mean, he's more than just an agent of God? I can't see through it, but he can believe it. Yifan can easily trust someone, but the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch cannot easily trust anyone. Therefore, he once found some existence and asked Qin Guanyun to judge it. They replied, we can't see through it, but we are from the same root and can trust it. What if he never comes out? I've asked someone to notify the delivery guy. Slow, still too slow. Although Qin Guanyun has actively released his vitality, the total amount is too large. At this rate, it will take 2.5 years for his vitality to be exhausted. By then the day lilies were cold. Link, Turing, how to break the deadlock? Qin Guanyun asked for help from the plug-in and got the answer instantly. My strength and physical strength are more than enough to break the fastening, but I don't have a suitable way to unify and utilize them. After all, the 6 styles is just a physical technique that fully utilizes the strength of my physical body, which is not enough to completely control or even amplify my own strength. I need a more powerful skill to fully unleash my strength and break through this world. But how to get it? Qin Guanyun frowned. This breath is. As Qin Guanyun's vitality flowed into the entire kingdom of God, in addition to the breath of Anubis, he sensed another breath. This aura is violent, overbearing, and lawless. It seemed that he had once been imprisoned here, but he eventually broke free from this world. Who is he and how did he do it? Mortal, stop struggling in vain. Just wait quietly for your death. Anubis noticed that Qin Guanyun seemed to have discovered something, so he intervened. This is. Qin Guanyun's vitality has permeated the entire desert. His vision has been infinitely raised, and he can overlook this kingdom of God. A large number of oases appeared in the desert kingdom, and most of the original cracks had been repaired. Only an area in the center was still tattered and covered with spider web-like cracks. In the middle of the crack, there is a long deep pit, emitting a demonic aura like wolf smoke, which constantly hinders the restoration of the kingdom of God. Most of Qin Guanyun's vitality flowed here. What huge object smashed this thing? Hey, there are words at the bottom of the pit. The bottom of the deep pit seemed to be violently pressed down by a huge object, and the pattern of the giant object was imprinted on it. Rui Gold. Rui Jingu Bang. The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Clang. After hearing the sound of Huang Zhong and Dalu, Qin Guanyun's thoughts were pulled into a strange place. He entered the first-person perspective of a certain existence and could only watch and feel quietly, unable to do anything. He was still trapped in midair, and Anubis was still standing on the ground. Laugh. He sneered, not caring at all, and reached into his ear, and a toothpick-like stick fell into his hand. Long. He roared loudly, and grew to be 10,000 feet tall, with a head like Mount Tai and eyes like the sun and the moon. Ah! He held the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand and smashed it down towards the ground. Boom. The earth cracked and the kingdom of God was shattered. Clang. At the sound of a bell, Qin Guanyun's thoughts returned to himself. So that's how it is. Only by tracing back to the source can we get the truth. Is this the law of heaven and earth? Qin Guanyun's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he looked at the dog-headed men below with disdain, saying, "Laugh. Life is part of reincarnation. Your part is over." Anubis. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Guanyun took a deep breath and shouted, "Follow the laws of heaven and earth." Boom. Space shattered, time disappeared, and black lightning swirled around him. Endless vitality gushed out, and Qin Guanyun's body grew taller wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of 10,000 feet, as high as the sky and as big as the earth. Countless tentacles madly surged out from his back, waving wildly, constantly stirring time and space, and emitting a terrifying aura. Just looking at it can drive people crazy. At this moment, Qin Guanyun's head was like Mount Tai, his eyes were like the sun and the moon, and countless tentacles were waving behind him. Only his face could vaguely reveal its original appearance. Law of heaven and earth will make a person reveal his true appearance. Am I originally like this? Isn't there something wrong with this style of painting? Why does it look so much like Cthulhu? Qin Guanyun slowly lowered his head and looked at the tiny dog-headed man calmly. Anubis trembled and lowered his head. This monster is much scarier than that monkey. He is scarier than God the Father. Anubis didn't dare to stare at this monster any longer. He could no longer bear it. This. Anubis widened his eyes in fear. From time to time, flesh buds appeared on the back of his hands and arms, like tiny tentacles. The granulation tissue twisted wildly, then slowly disappeared, over and over again. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have hardly noticed it. Anubis closed his eyes and buried his head in the sand, letting the sand fill his mouth, ears and nose. It seemed that only in this way could he forget that terrible scene. Submission. Or die. The unstoppable voice drilled into Anubis' mind. The buds on his body increased more and more, and he was about to go completely crazy. I surrender. Qin Guanyun released a special wood seed and implanted it into Anubis' soul. Anubis' body trembled. He knew that his life or death depended on the thoughts of the men in front of him. Qin Guanyun nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then let's get another dog. This little god seems a little weak, but he should be better than Kola in guarding the house." Well, I'll go home and check on Kola in a couple of days. Although I learned this, law of heaven and earth, from the great sage, its true meaning should be incorporated with my thoughts. In terms of power, it should be on a higher level and closer to the origin of this magical power. Ah! Someone's approaching here. If there is yellow flower in the body, it means he is one of us. Ah! Why did he run away again? Qin Guanyun withdrew his thoughts and was about to retract his supernatural powers and leave this kingdom of God, when he happened to catch a glimpse of the endless void outside the kingdom of God. Qin Guanyun felt blessed and shouted. Since Pangu broke through the chaos of the universe, the world has been clear and turbid. He clenched his hands, and endless points of light gathered into a giant axe. Ah! Qin Guanyun roared and swung his sword vigorously. Boom! The void is broken, the clear rises, and the turbid falls. Amid the dancing black lightning, the new kingdom of God slowly took shape. He, in the void, created his own kingdom of God. Qin Guanyun's own kingdom of God. Qin Guanyun retracted his magical powers, closed his eyes and sensed it. There are so many things worth recording in this special experience. I will use Turing to record them all and study them slowly later. Let's go, Nasus. Woof. 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 Night Watch headquarters, in the underground rotunda. A young food delivery rider was lying on his electric scooter, breathing heavily. This delivery man is one of the ceiling of humanity, Lu Wuwei. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Mr. Lu, what did you see? Zuoqing asked solemnly. I saw unspeakable horrors, Lu Wuwei said, shaking his head palely. This time I was really hurt. I almost got caught there. Hearing this, Yifen also frowned. Even you can't bear it. If you look at it any longer, you'll explode. If you get any closer, you'll melt. Then where is Qin Guanyun whom we are looking for? I haven't seen it. Maybe it will come out by itself after a while. Lu Wuwei raised the card in his hand and said, my meal card is like this. Sometimes I can't find it, but it will come out by itself after a while. Well, he's been in there all day, and we're worried that something might happen to him. It's just a forbidden place for strengthening the body, what kind of accidents can there be? Lu Wuwei rode on the electric scooter, unless he encounters the mummy god Anubis, I still have orders to deliver, let's talk next time. Who is calling my name? A vicissitudes of life voice sounded, and the mummy's coffin was instantly shrouded in mist, and the rich breath of gods quickly spread. This smell is rotten and dead, but mixed with it is another smell that is full of vitality. God. Oh no. Why are you here? Shit. Crow's mouth. The three people present were startled and instantly entered combat mode. Bang. Someone clapped his hands, and the slap seemed to land on a dog's head. Who your mother's head? Don't scare people again, do you hear me? Yes. Yifan and the other two looked at each other. What's going on? Someone is teaching God a lesson. Even calling him. If I heard correctly, this voice seems to be Qin Guanyun. The fog at the coffin dissipated, and the coffin also disappeared, leaving a man and a dog in its place. Lu Wuwei was horrified. He recognized Qin Guanyun and pointed at him tremblingly. It's you. At this time Qin Guanyun also recognized him and instantly understood that the person who ran away when he performed the Dharma image was Lu Wuwei. It's me. So it's you, kid. Woof woof. A dog. Woof woof woof. This dog seems to be the mummy god. The people present fell silent instantly. After a long time, Yifan spoke first. Ahem, Guanyun, you're not in any danger, are you? No, I'm afraid it's not dangerous enough. Then did you obtain the special forbidden ruins, mummy, iron block? As he spoke, Yifan couldn't help but look at the wolfhound at Qin Guanyun's feet. No, but I have gained another kind of forbidden ruins, or magical power. Would you mind telling me? Law of heaven and earth. It's this. Ahem, it makes sense that it took a little longer. Yifan paused and spoke carefully. Then what's going on with that being next to you? Is he an enemy or a friend? It doesn't matter whether it exists or not. It's a dog I just adopted. His name is Nasuz. As he spoke, Qin Guanyun stroked the dog's head. Come, Nasuz, shake hands. Anubis turned his head away, pretending not to understand. He is the great mummy god who controls life and death. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Even in death, he could not do such a thing. Hey, you want to eat dragon fruit? Qin Guanyun took a look at it and smiled. The next moment, Nasuz obediently placed his forelimbs on Qin Guanyun's hands. Hiss. Yifan and others took a breath of cold air. How did he do that? Training God like a dog. Guanyun, you'd better not take it out. It's scary. Isn't it just an ordinary little wolf dog? What's wrong? His breath is the breath of God, which can easily cause unrest. The breath of God. Qin Guanyun glanced at Nasuz. Woof woof woof. Qin Guanyun understood the dog's language. It had now completely retracted its divine aura. What about now? Is there still the breath of God? There's no difference from before, didn't you feel it? Yifan asked doubtfully. Really? Qin Guanyun looked at Nasuz again. Woof woof. It barked twice in grievance. I have completely restrained the aura of the gods. They are talking about your aura. Ah. Qin Guanyin was stunned. Is it because I opened up the kingdom of God that I possess the aura of God? So what are the rules I know? Qin Guanyin never wastes time on such brain-burning tasks. He directly links to Turing and gets the answer instantly. In the process of opening up the kingdom of God, Qin Guanyin has already experienced in detail the generation of the laws of the small world and has already met the conditions for becoming a god. You only need to digest and understand all the laws to become a little god or a false god. After all, what he opened up was just a small kingdom of God, which was far behind the entire universe, not to mention that he had not yet fully mastered a complete law. He also had the answer to how to conceal his breath. Qin Guanyin silently thought in his heart, God transforms people, transcends the ordinary and becomes a saint, and returns to the original nature. The next moment, all the aura of the gods disappeared. Call. Lu Wuwei breathed a sigh of relief. This is much easier. You guys can chat. My order is about to be overdue and I don't have the money to pay for it. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, Lu Wuwei got on the electric scooter again, put on the rabbit ear helmet, twisted the handlebars, and instantly drove into the void, disappearing. Hee, in that case, can the test machines of our various night watch teams still be used? Zhuoqing asked a more practical question. It works. It's good, right, Nasuz? Woof woof. Also, Yuan Gang asked me to ask you what type of forbidden item you want so that he can look for it. Can I change my request? This Zhuoqing hesitated. Okay. We were planning to reward you after your training. As long as we can do it, we will definitely agree to it. Yifan agreed readily. It shouldn't be difficult. I have 2 requests. You say. First, I need you to help me add some materials to my star blade so that it can freely grow or shrink. Rui star blade, do you understand? I understand. I'll try my best. Yifan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Second, I don't want any other forbidden items or rewards. I just want this one. What? Shiva's grudge. How do you know that? I saw it in an ancient book called Slaying the Gods. Slay the God. Why do I feel uncomfortable when I hear this name? Yifan scratched his head in confusion. I suddenly feel very hungry and want to eat a box lunch. Qin Guanyin's mouth twitched. Shiva is too dangerous. I'm afraid it's not dangerous enough. Indeed, in this case, no one is more suitable to hold it than you. I hope you can keep it well and not leak its aura. Yifan thought about it and agreed. You probably already know where it is. Go get it yourself when you have time. No problem. Qin Guanyin replied excitedly. I'm really looking forward to the enhanced version of Death Note.